Hello, baby gangsters. This is Calvin, also known as Wormer, and this is my first ever playthrough of Honkai Star Rail. And this beautiful animation from this beautiful character, but we're obviously amongst this area right now, which is breathtaking. I think I might have said it last episode. If I didn't, the last episode was my favorite episode I've ever recorded of Honkai Star Rail, which is saying so much because we've had the adventuring moment in Penacony Act 2. We've had the Mightymost moment in Amphoreus Act 2. We've had the Hyacinthian moment, you know, like you and I. Like, we've had all these amazing moments throughout our entire playthrough. We've had the Luca tournament arc. We've had all these amazing moments. So for me to say this and say this is like my favorite moment in Honkai Star Rail, especially when we had the Firefly dance, when we, you know, went up to the sky with all the fireworks in the background. To me, that is to me, that's high praise for myself. To put that on top of everything, it is high praise for me, 100%.
At the end of the sea of flowers, the souls of the living shall warm thy fingertips, and after an embrace, there shall be eternal separation. If I hadn't met you at the end of the world, I would have thought Lady Trine's prophecy was wrong.
Oh my god, how much Stell means to Castorice. Goodbye, Castorice. What we just started.
Goodbye.
Man, why is the game trying to kill me right away?
I'd want to stay a little longer, but Amphoreus is yet to reach the end of the sea of flowers.
Is this intentional with the text here finishing the end already?
Take all beautiful
Yeah, I think it might be a glitch.
you. March forward with determination, and don't look back.
March forward with determination. Castorice, I'm gonna miss you so much already. Do you think
Go
it's
forth with courage.
That's so weird.
Fry. My ocean currents will guard your arrival.
Oh, I see Liz.
And my songs will accompany your journey ahead.
I love her voice actor. And her saying Grey Fry tickles my brain. It really does. When I return victorious, I'll throw a bonfire feast for you. I've just started. Don't do this. I literally just started.
You still remember how much I love fire.
Oh my god.
All right then. It's a promise. Go find your companion and see your journey through.
That's so freaking sad, man.
I'll raise a glass while I await your triumphant return.
I mean, it's uplifting, but it's sad that we have to say goodbye to any characters at the start of this episode.
When we reunite in the ocean at the boundaries of this world, let me play a song for you beneath the glow of fire.
Oh, I've loved that more than anything. I would love that more than absolutely anything. High Ceilings. Really. Honestly. Absolutely beautiful stuff. And again, like, it's one of those things where, like, it's not even twisting the knife this time. I feel like, weirdly, it's like, it's sad and it makes me emotional hearing them say goodbye. But it's uplifting this time around, right? And I think that's what Honkai Star is really good at, is like making every time we do something like this, like, feel very impactful, you know what I mean, and in a different way. You know, like Anaxagoras' death was different to Castorice's goodbye. Castorice's goodbye was different to Mightymost. It always feels different. And it feels like right now, we don't have time.
This place was once Nestia's altar.
Yeah?
Could the golden thread be leading us to the world's deepest secret?
Stop. I mean, they said this is where Evernight was born, right? Which is crazy. But yeah, I do think that every single goodbye and every single death feels different. And this time around, this goodbye, while emotional, feels more uplifting than anything, right? Oh my god, we're going dark in here, like a darker cave. Oh, what the hell? What the hell? Is that the infinity symbol? Oh my god, look at him, man.
Is this a symbol in the shape of Amphoreus?
Yes, 100%. I've never seen it anywhere in this world before. Have we seen it somewhere before?
Naturally.
Oh my god.
How could a world enclosed within the scepter have a way of knowing what it looks like from outer space?
That's so interesting. That is so true. How would they even know that? Oh my god, Donghung's design is so cool. It's so cool.
Unless the mural isn't a drawing of Amphoreus, but rather someone saw the mural and shaped the world in its image.
What? That's such an Amphoreus thing to say. So someone saw the mural before they created Amphoreus and created Amphoreus in that image?
Could that someone be Xandar?
Oh my god.
No. His concession proves that this place where Evernight is hiding must be a blind spot of the
True.
experiment.
Very true. He wasn't able to find her.
I'm afraid not even Xandar knows about the existence of this great tomb, or the secrets buried within it.
But honestly, though, that's scary, but also cool at the same time too. Like, to find something that's beyond his reach is huge. It's really cool, but that is obviously going to be scary at the same time also. He's using me to dig up these secrets. Finally, we found his weakness. Did his creation go out of control again? Can we say this?
Best to not get carried away.
Look at him.
For something to be hidden even from him, it must either be extraordinary or
That's what I'm saying.
unimaginably dangerous.
Donahong just said exactly what I said, but in a grander fashion. It's either going to be terrifying or absolutely incredible. You know, there's no in between.
This forbidden realm remains undetectable to Xandar, and even Fine and Stripe merely opened the entrance. Yet Evernight can freely swim through it as she pleases.
That's power. That's power.
It cannot be reached by the erudition, nor can it be erased by the destruction.
It's like impervious to all of this stuff here as well.
Be careful.
Yeah.
What lies dormant beneath may well be Amphoreus' final path. Remembrance.
You must remember. You must remember. Sorry, we're singing other songs here, but yeah, like I think it's exactly what we thought. It's like, yeah, if this is hidden away that Xandar can't fight it, this is gonna be one of the most terrifying things, and one of the most amazing things we've ever seen. And like, and of course, like the power, that fact that destruction can't reach it, like erudition can't reach it. Remembrance is probably like mixed with this in some ways if it is Evernight, but like it's obviously like really set up to be something really, really terrifying. I might in a bit restart the game to see if that glitch changes, because again, we've had glitches before already, but like that text glitch is crazy. I've never seen that before in any game, to be honest. But again, live service games are bound to have glitches when they're adding and taking away stuff all the time. They're changing things over and over again, unless it's intentional.
It's endless.
Oh, it's changed.
It feels like we're plunging into an abyss.
But this is different because it's like idle dialogue, which is different. I want to say about Don Hong's design. Love the new design so much. In fact, let me show you here. Oh, look, we can go into the menu. Guys, by the way, these are all my characters if you haven't seen them. People probably don't even remember what characters I have. Look, these are all my characters. That's my son. People probably don't even remember like what characters I have. Oh my, that's a height difference. This is still the most beautiful character in the world. But obviously this is pretty too, right? 110%. We love Don Hong. Another pretty character also. Yeah, I love his design. As I said, the tail is like super thick and stuff and super big. But I actually don't hate it. You know what I mean? It's not something I'd hate. Love the tight shirt here as well. It's really, really cool. Wrong button here. The dragon's eye on the belt here. The all black, like kind of like wetsuit, kind of like sports jumper. I usually am not huge on like big ponytails on characters, but actually this looks really cool too. The horns like really like have a nice golden color, and they stand out amongst the black hair too. Just a gorgeous design. But yeah, I'm always gonna like prefer the main design. You know what I mean? Because that's my Don Hong, you know. But then again, this is also my Don Hong. Jesus Christ, what is this place? What is this place?
Distant structures, all entombed data?
Yeah, because look at that as well. Just like we saw before with like when the data gets kind of erased, right? This is a scary visual. Look at that, man. Oh my god, it's like a maelstrom. Holy hell. And there's like a freaking hand of Zagreus here too. This is incredible.
The whirlpool of remembrance.
What?
Bottomless and unfathomable.
It looks so scary, man. This is the type of stuff that you see in the... You know, like when you see a whale... I don't know if you guys are saying with me. When I see like a whale in like a YouTube video, it sends chills down my spine that something that big could exist, you know? And this is the type of feeling I get when I look at this. It's like the fact that anything this gigantic and terrifying can exist is already like, whoa.
Behind this mist must be Evernight's domain.
Oh god. Oh god.
Ready? Once we step inside, I'm afraid there'll be no turning back.
Let's go for March 7th.
March 7th is surely waiting to see us again.
Oh, the trio.
Let's go. On the trailblaze. No one gets left
Yes!
behind.
Oh, I'm buzzing. I'm buzzing. What? That is...
This maze is full of memory loss.
You know what's so crazy? I was about to say that's a crazy change, but no. We left on a cliffhanger with Black Swan. We've been wanting to go back to this. Just to let you guys know, there's a reason why there's a Saturday video and not a... I was going to do 3 videos, but there's a reason why there's a much longer video today. And that is because I figured as we were heading into this area, this was going to be very chunky. So I'm saying this right now for you guys. I'm assuming you're watching this on Saturday and it's one big chunky video. Unless something big happens in this video where like 2 hours in, we have a big moment where I'm like, okay, I feel kind of grand, whatever. It's not like I stop at big moments. I stop at natural stopping points, right? If there are natural stopping points in terms of like, you know, and it's not even natural sometimes. As I said with Amphoreus, sometimes I won't stop at a natural stopping point. But I feel like in this case, we're heading towards one of the biggest situations ever. We're heading into Evernight's home where they were born. I kind of wanted to do one big chunky video as we do on occasion, right? You know, sometimes we won't, sometimes we will. And it always depends, right? But I think we might be able to do a big chunky video today. Whoa!
Your voice sounds different from usual. I only hear a hint of curiosity.
Why? Because there's more fear than curiosity here?
The rest is all fear.
Yep.
Beautiful memo keeper.
Definitely 100% felt this 100%, even in her voice. And like, it's just something so simple, and that's how good the voice actors are.
This maze is full of memory loss.
We never hear Black Swan that scared, because she's usually the one that's guiding situations, even like from the shadows sometimes, you know? Really good voice acting.
I know exactly where that fear comes from. The Evernight is a mimetic entity's natural nemesis. They will swallow you whole with just a flick of my pinky finger.
So the Evernight account for memory loss then. So they're the ones that will swallow like because they said like there's so much memory loss here. So these like Evernight, the Evernights, which I'm thinking maybe she's talking about these red creatures around here too, will like swallow up all those memories and erase them. Because she's been doing that as well. She's been able to erase people's memories. She did it to Don Hung. She wants to do it to Stell. So a mimetic entity's natural nemesis being like someone who can erase memories, I think makes sense, right?
I am the garden's enemy. I have never denied that fact.
She's been open about it. Such a cool design. Such an incredible design.
I have to say, Miss Evernight, you've certainly got a unique way of protecting.
Yeah, because we know that there is like an area of protection she wants around Stell and Don Hong, right?
At least she's still willing to talk. Is it because I disobeyed the garden's rules? Maybe I still have a chance.
No.
No?
I don't think you do.
What? Did she just like look into her mind? What the hell? Because again, what she said made sense, right? Where it was like, oh yeah, because I went against her enemies, maybe like she just give me a chance.
It's not very elegant to spy on someone's thoughts, you know?
Black Swan is actually really pretty too. But the thing is, you know what's so crazy about it? They're really great designs. These really are. I love the color coding of both designs. You know what's so great about this too is like Black Swan, while she's terrified, I couldn't think of a better person to like go mysteriously wits to wits with someone. You know, she's the best option we could have to get more information, I feel like, out of Evernight in some ways.
Well, before you get rid of this beautiful memo keeper, the least you could do is answer some of my questions.
You guys know I love this, by the way. I've said this before. If a character calls himself beautiful or cute, 10 out of 10.
Why should I do that? So you can buy more time?
Oh, Evernight.
And send a message to your companions?
She's constantly, like, terrifyingly impressive.
And here I thought you were already watching my companions' every move.
I am. Earth stirrings have ceased.
So she knows.
They have defeated Terravox and are heading here as we speak.
She knows, she knows, she knows.
Don't tell me that's part of your plan, too.
Is it?
It's not. But I'll make good use of it. Fighting alone against an entire world, even I might miss something. but I know how to adapt to the circumstances.
So she's saying she's not totally like infallible, right? She has to adapt in the situation, which is good to show that as well, because that means there's some opening here we can take, that she's not all omnipotent constantly.
Just like right now. How I've decided to let you go. I like you, little bird. Your longing for memories remains pure. Unlike those memo snatchers.
So we know that we know the memo snatchers wanted to watch as Iron Tomb was born, and they wanted to get the the memories of Iron Tomb and of like Noose as he died and all this stuff. At one point, I did think that Evernight was also like wanting that too, but I think Evernight obviously wants to create their own Era Nova by replacing the memories of some aspects of Stell's memories. And then we now know it's like almost like erasing those memories too. So obviously they're not, and we knew this already at this point, right? Because what they did to the Memo Snatchers, Evernight did this to the Memo Snatchers as well. So we knew this, but like just to confirm everything for myself here, it's like, yeah, they're not working with the Memo Snatchers. They just clearly despise them because they talk about Black Swan as being way better than them.
Your most precious quality is how you've yet to be tainted by the garden's dark side.
Wow.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Yeah, I mean, well, at this
But
point,
I still don't understand why you've kidnapped me here.
Well, seeing is believing.
what?
So, why don't we take a stroll together?
I am excited for whatever this is going to be. I'm so excited.
This ruin buried deep underground is called the Kernel in the language of erudition. But I gave it a friendlier name. The Heart of Amphoreus.
Heart.
The great tomb of the Nameless Titan.
What? The Nameless Titan. The great tomb of the Nameless Titan, the heart of Amphoreus.
The Nameless Titan.
Yeah, I want to know more right away.
You'll see with your own eyes just how important the remembrance has been in this world. And how we will stir up the waves of oblivion to douse an eon's ambition.
How we will stir up the waves of oblivion to douse an eon's ambition. So oblivion is like what they see as like nothingness, like the erasing of memories, I guess. Let's just screenshot all this stuff too. How we will stir up the waves of oblivion to douse an eon's ambition.
You've been hiding here all this time.
Yeah, and by the way, also as well, as we've seen before as well, Evernight has a like extreme like protectiveness over Stell, Donhong, and March because of, I think it is because of like the, as we said last time, with March's like wish being and the deal they made to be to protect these characters, right? And I think as well the Memo Snatchers are in direct comparison to that, where the Memo Snatchers like are aiming to harm everyone involved in Amphoreus, And not that Evernight isn't. I want to be clear. Evernight's not being gray or not being like, oh, go Evernight. I'm saying like that's what they feel, is like they feel they are protecting someone and protecting these characters.
That's right. Curious about how I discovered this place?
Sure.
It's not actually all that complicated. The road we just walked was the beginning of March 7th's journey in Amphoreus.
Wait, what?
The
In the
beginning?
beginning, yeah.
Do you still remember how 3 paths are said to intertwine in Amphoreus? That 3 entities, each comparable to an emanator, left their marks in this world.
Yes.
There's Xandar, Iron Tomb, and
Wait. Comparable to an emanator? You're not gonna say March.
That's right. To this day,
Oh.
There have been no
Oh.
signs of the entity corresponding to the remembrance.
Oh my god.
The Garden of Recollection was curious about that too. So the Memo Snatchers spent an unimaginably long time chiseling out a tiny channel to peek into this world. But there was always a power in the memory zone that kept them out. And when March 7th's consciousness was seized, it was a ripple of the remembrance that protected her and sent her in here.
What? Wait. And when March 7th's consciousness was seized, it was a ripple of remembrance that protected her and sent her here. So the Garden of Recollection was curious about the two, so the members just spent an unimaginably long time chiseling out a tiny channel to peek into its world, but there was always power of memory zone that kept them out. So, wait, are they saying March is like an emanator? Like when they got a hold of March 7th's consciousness, it was then sent out to Amphoreus? Is that the case?
Can I assume then that this hypothetical emanator of remembrance was consistently protecting this world from the Garden's eyes until the Astral Express arrived?
Or this emanator was just protecting March?
That's correct. You're a smart one.
But why?
What is happening,
Go
man?
see for yourself,
There's-
little bird.
March!
The memories contain everything.
Holy hell, man, what is happening?
This gate is really impressive.
These are March 7th's memories.
Oh, I just want her to be back. I want her so badly to be back with us. Yeah, like the whole dialogue here about the whole thing with the emanator and the remembrance. I thought they were implying that March was an emanator of some kind. Like I was actually thinking that like, oh, they're talking like, oh, we never found the other one, right? Because they were talking, because the way they talked about March as well in the conversation too, and her this being her beginning of her story. But it also seems like they could be leaning towards the idea that like it was like a emanator, whoever the emanator was or whatever the emanator was protecting March.
Didn't move at all, huh? I just got here and I'm already locked out. A journey of 1,000 miles stopped at the door? That's terrible!
This is March. This is 100% March, by the way. Like, this is such a March thing to say as well. Like, I've come so freaking far. I've come so far. And this door is freaking closed. And it's just the way she says it. Because it sounds like March has it's a very legitimate complaint. I want to make this clear. It's a very legitimate complaint. She should have it. It's upsetting. But the way March always says it with her tone always sounds like it's like, you know, when you come to a food place and it doesn't have your favorite order. I think it's just because like she has such a adorable way of speaking sometimes that her going like a journey of 1,000 miles stops at his door, that's terrible, that it just sounds like so casually March, you know?
Is she stuck?
Keep watching. The fun stuff is just
This is such a crazy scene. Evernight and Black Swan looking at March.
Warning. Object does not have access permission.
Oh yeah?
What? Did I touch something I shouldn't have?
And I love that they do have this portrayal of March, because again, March, I want to make it clear, like, because a lot of times, like, you know, I think people portray March as being dumb, just because she's like kind of like someone who is very jolly and enthusiastic sometimes and very sweet, and that can sometimes be like, you know, sometimes people perceive as because people in life, let's just be honest, in life people perceive smart as being serious and mean, right? Because then you may think, oh, that's not the case, but like look at like the most popular reviewers in the world are the ones that are like, you know, really, really go in on something heavy, you know? Yeah, it's one of those things where like, I love these type of scenes in March where like, you know, she's going through life, you know, with such curiosity. So like, even in this moment, she's like, you know, oh my God, did I do something? You know what I mean? There's like such a sweetness and such a, like an an openness to her that even in this moment when she's like in front of this big gigantic door, she's like, did I do something wrong? It's just, I know what it is. It's just so March, so adorably March, so in such a loving way I say it's March, you know?
Execute formatting protocol.
What's going on? Formatting?
Warning. Illegal operations detected.
Leave March alone. Look at her.
Warning. Illegal operations detected.
Hey! Don't just activate like that! How do I stop this thing?
You see what I mean? This is so March to like talk to the door like it's like just another person, you know what I mean? Again, not out of like any like, oh, she's dumb, but out of just like, this is her, like, she's so whimsical. You know what I mean? She goes through a life with whimsy and like curiosity and adorableness and all this stuff, you know? She's so open.
Warning. 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 Operation authorized. Protocol name.
Scepter, me 13. Wait, how long ago was this? Wait. Guys, I'm just going to be completely real with you guys. This is one of those situations where, like, I wasn't really looking at the text because, like, I was just listening to it. I didn't see the Scepter Me13 thing at all yet. That's my bad. Because here's the thing, I usually read the text, but in this case, I was just, like, I was looking at March's text and, like, just kind of listening to this, and I just didn't even register the Scepter Me13 thing. Oh my god.
Back.
Huh?
Finally, it stopped. Wait, did you just mention her name?
Yeah, they just mentioned Stell.
She's barely spent any time in Amphoreus, and she's already famous?
You?
I don't know what you're saying. Let's not speak in riddles,
Oh my
alright?
God.
Why don't we start with an
Just want
introduction?
to talk about the openness of March, the curiosity of March. I miss it so much, but this is, like, this is me 13. This is Scepter me 13. Like, this is insane.
I'm March 7th, and I'm that person's companion. Sorry I accidentally ended up barging in
God, I
here.
love her so much.
Establishing communications.
Communications? Oh, does this mean I finally get to talk to someone real? I really need outside help right now.
Someone help March. Somebody help her.
Channel established. Proceeding to encapsulate.
Whoa, wait. What? Encapsulate? Encapsulate?
Please leave her alone. Please leave her alone.
Encapsulation complete. Initiating transmission. Transmission destination. Recurrence number
Whoa.
335503336.
Is that the final one?
Huh? What's going on? My
How
body.
scary must this be, though, right? The confusion you must
Memory
have.
stopped so suddenly.
She was already lying in the abyss of fate the next time she woke up. And Orynyx was calling her mother.
What? Wait, so... Mother was March? Remember Orynyx was calling someone mother? March's mother?
Mother?
March was the mother!
Maybe that's just how the Titan calls all remembrance pathstriders. Like how they call Thule Skyfather.
What the hell? The Remembrance Pathstriders? Oh my freaking god.
So March 7th had already brushed against the inner workings of this world at the beginning of her journey. That warning in her memories must have been the Scepter's
It for
safety
sure
protocol.
was. So she was the Pathstrider that the freaking that Orynyx was calling mother time, which we were kind of confused as who they were calling mother.
But why did it mention the trailblazer? March 7th should have entered Amphoreus long before she and Dan Hung did.
Yeah. But is it because of the relation to Finon, maybe?
An inexplicable contradiction, isn't it? Let's put that aside for now. The protocol didn't kill March 7th. Instead, it threw her deep into extrapolations.
So into the experiments.
Over the next 97 days, the two of us, trailblazed through Amphoreus.
Holy hell.
As mimetic entities, as she evaded the administrator's pursuit.
Guys, I'm sorry I'm just like kind of like just taken back so much by this, but I think it makes sense at this point, right? We evaded the administrator's pursuit. Would that be Xandar, obviously? Guys, my stomach is even turning, like churning.
It must have been a difficult and lonely journey
Yeah,
for her.
man. March is a pathstrider, first of all. But also, like, interacted with Me-13 as well. We gotta take screenshots of this as well, guys. We have to. And was the one they called Mother as well. Because that's how the Titans call all Remembrance Pathstriders.
Yes. No one could see March
That's so
7th.
brutal.
She didn't belong to Amphoreus's memories. So she could only watch this world from the sidelines. Like a transparent shadow.
Yeah, we saw that previously as well, how hard that must have been as well.
Then when did you appear?
On the day that she ran out of options.
And that's when the deal was made?
March 7th tried so many things to help her companions.
No.
But the only outcome of her efforts was a few Amphorean folktales.
What?
In the end, she had only one option left. Just as she wished. I erased everything using the power of oblivion.
But we can still get it back.
Then, I protected her and Dan Hung, and made sure that they were spared from the Memo Snatcher's clutches when they broke through the seal.
I protected Stella and Don Hung. So that's legitimately what they were saying in the last episode or the episode before that when they said we got a flash of March's memories at the time too. So when we came through the seal of Amphoreus, Evernight protected us so the Memo Snatchers couldn't get us at that point too. Again, I'm screenshotting all this stuff.
And you've been hiding in the shadows ever since, while manipulating time and colluding with Earth, all the way till now.
And that's Terravox, right? The Earth Titan. As a way to hide her. He made a deal to hide her. Man.
A journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. The story of the remembrance has just begun.
Jesus, this is so crazy.
Why don't we step into it together?
Kind of scared to.
As someone qualified to walk with me, you can now take in all the secrets behind this
Kind of
door
terrified.
and witness how, in a blank space of time, another futile journey across 30 million lifetimes was forgotten by this
Are we
world.
about to see what March did? What March went through? Stop, man! That's such a crazy transition. Are we about to see what
something to stop us?
March just went through?
It's been smooth sailing the whole way through.
So, to kind of get a feel for what just happened there, we saw March as she entered Amphoreus. She entered Amphoreus because when the Memo Snatchers tried to like gain access or tried to seize March's memories, her memories or her was sent into Amphoreus. In the process of this, she tried everything she could for years and years to protect Stella and Don Hung and to like I'm guessing protect the people of Amphoreus as well. And she failed every single time. Then, at that point when she had no other options, Evernight came along and made a deal with her to protect Stell and Don Hong and March, it seems as well, from the Memo Snatchers. This overprotective nature of these characters, right? Because of the deal that she made and gave her memories through oblivion. Which oblivion, by the way, I'm guessing the way I would use oblivion in real life is like a nothingness. It's almost like you are like void of any thoughts, maybe. In this context of a memory. Oblivion in the real world will be like a world of nothingness. It's like, oh my, it's nothing. It's nothing. And she made a deal, and that's when like she used her power to protect Stell and Don Hong as they came into the seal of this world to protect them. And they said that March, there's something about folk tales, and I'm wondering like if since March couldn't be seen here, could you still affect stuff, and that created like tales from people's stories of like maybe, oh, we saw this or we felt this or we saw, I don't know, or maybe she found whole folk tales that could help as well. Who knows with that stuff also. She came to the door, which was Me-13, who by the way is the scepter that was discarded by Noose and the one that Xandar found. That scepter used its protection protocols to send March to a different cycle. And that's where they ended up with Ornyx, and Ornyx started to call it her mother. Started to call March mother, and that's when we know mother was this time. I wish I could go back and see exactly what Ornyx said at the time, but that's what they said. Yeah, Jesus Christ. This is insane. I thought at one point that March could be like the Emanator, but I think they're talking about someone different here as well, possibly. Who knows? Man, these locations as well. This is so incredible, man. This is so incredible. And again, another thing is with March is, as I said, openness and her vulnerability and like her cuteness and all this stuff too. Even in the face of like this scepter, like she has this like, you know, very March quality where she's like, you know, nearly squaring up to the door and treating the door like it's a real person. And she even makes a joke about how Stell's already famous too. And she talked about Stell. When she said you mentioned Stell, it's a logical inconsistency of some kind. So like it doesn't make sense why Stell would be mentioned before she even got here. But I wonder if it has something to do with the cycles as well, you know? Possibly. Let's keep going, guys. There's a lot happening here, obviously, and I'm very excited to play more as well. It's just fantastic. It's just really fantastic. Wait, is this the same door?
Are you ready? I'm going to open this door.
Can you carry me? Because I don't know if I'm able to stand. What's behind the door?
Absolute silence.
What? Oblivion?
I can't sense anything at all.
Here's the thing, I want to make this clear here, right? The idea of oblivion is terrifying. The idea of just nothingness is terrifying. Especially for a yapper like me, when there's no noise for a while, he gets a little bit anxious, even though like I like to sleep with no noise, but that's different. But like the idea of like nothingness in general is just so scary. It really is. And I don't think it needs to be even explained why that is scary. We live in a world of constant something. You know, we all live in a world of constant something. Even the ones who like, even if you live out in the forest, right? Let's say someone is like, I don't have stimulation, I live out in the forest. You still hear the birds. You still feel the sunlight. You still smell the trees, everything, but the nothingness. Terrifying. Don Hong looks amazing here, by the way. And I keep saying it, but I have to keep complimenting him. I'm sorry, it's so new to me and so fresh. It's just downright freaking hot. And here's the thing, like, I always will think the other Don Hong is like, he's always gonna be the prettiest foil character ever, but I think it's also like, you know, this character's pretty too, you know what I mean? This is just Don Hong with a bit of height and horns, you know? And I actually think it looks even better than Viper Lune, in my view, you know? Just compliment, I know I never compliment Don Hong, and you guys are always like, Calvin, you should compliment him more. I'm sorry about that. I let you guys down. I apologize. My apology will be coming later this week. I'm sorry I don't compliment Don Hong enough. I know you guys say do it more. It's my bad. Yeah. This could be a trap.
I know. Duck behind me if anything happens.
Don Hong.
Okay.
He's so lovely. He's so nice. Again, I love that this story is all being pushed forward by the trio. I'm ready. I'm not, but I am.
3, 2, 1.
Warning. Object does not have access permission.
And there's the freaking protocol as well. Safety protocol. I saw it in Exima 2. We don't have permission. Looks like it's brute force time.
The scepter moved to block us. That means we're in the right place.
That's such a good way of looking at it, Don Hong. Yeah, if they're trying to stop us, that means there's something behind here, right?
Warning. Warning. Warning.
The place with the strongest security is going to have something juicy behind it as well.
Get ready. Incoming.
Fight?
Welcome back.
Welcome back?
What?
Because remember they knew us beforehand as well.
I'll be waiting for you.
What the hell?
It mentioned your name.
It did. It definitely did. It sounds so familiar. It seems like... Yeah, does it sound... Wait. Speak on that.
I'm getting a feeling of deja vu.
Yeah?
Like the first time I opened As I've Written.
Wait, that same voice?
Thankfully, Evernight didn't take that book. Let's try using it.
Wait. Does that mean it could have something to do with Cyrene? Take out As I've Written.
Operation authorized. Protocol name.
Because this is Cyrene's book. This is Mem's book.
The seal's gone. Didn't think this book would have a use
This is
here.
crazy. That means it could be Mem. It could be Cyrene, right? Something that has something to do with this at the very least. What if I just like curled up in a ball on the ground for a bit? What would you think of that, guys? What would you think if I just curled up in a ball on the ground? What's this gonna look like? Is that Cyrene right away? It is Cyrene right away. That's Cyrene, right?
Is that?
That's Cyrene. What is that though? Guys, if there's ever a testament to like me like caring about characters more than anything, the fact that I didn't notice this blue ball fully, I could see there was something blue there, but I didn't notice it fully because I was like, that's Cyrene. So that was that actually Cyrene's voice?
Hi. Miss me yet?
Always, every day, every second. Cyrene, what are you doing here?
I'm just messing with you. This is the first time I have met you.
Was the first time this version of Cyrene has met us?
Executing protocol. Format object. Formatting progress. 0.015%.
And it looks like it'll also be the last.
What does that mean?
Something's wrong. She's not talking to us.
Yeah, what?
She's not the Mem you know.
Wait, so... I'm just messing with you. It's the first time I have met you. So if she's not talking directly to us, what does that mean here then?
Could she be a Cyrene?
It's like a memory?
From the past?
I mean, it would make sense that it's a memory of some kind, right?
Formatting progress. 23.815%.
Since we don't have all day, let's get started, shall we? As always, I'll read this book to you. That way it won't just be Cyrene's memories alone.
Formatting progress.
What?
45.147%.
Where should I start this
Is she
time?
reading the book to me,
Let me
13?
see. There. Shall we start with the meeting between the Helcolithist sage Midamos and the King's Aegis, Anaxa?
What? Wait, so now she's like imparting... We know she's done this in the past where she's imparted memories to different people, right? She's given memories of us to people as well, right? Is she doing this for the scepter?
Formatting complete.
What was that? Is that what she's doing, giving memories to the scepter?
Did you hear that? She just said...
Maide and Sage, Anaxa? All the Cyrenes from the past have died long ago. There's no one else here to who she's speaking to. Was it Anaxa is what she said? But that's Anaxa. They gave us an actual reason here as well. It was Anaxa.
This is obviously not the history we know. It might be one of the possibilities in the 30 million cycles.
Yeah,
but
okay.
Cyrene should have died at the start of every recurrence.
Right.
So why is she here? And who was she talking to?
This is so strange, man. This type of stuff always makes my skin crawl.
And that book she mentioned.
As I've written. Yep. It's as I've written.
That's very likely. That door reacted to the book as well. Let's try copying what she did.
Take out as I've written. I mean, we might as well, right? So yeah, she was supposed to die at the start of every cycle. She literally died to start the recycling over again of these cycles, right? So the fact that she's here just like reading a book to the scepter is crazy, right?
Accessing recurrence number 335503337. Access failed. Error code Gamma 13.
So we're not able to access this code then, or access this.
As I've written is definitely connected with this great tomb.
Yep. But the access failed. But I think it's the fact that it read it at all. Yes, it's saying here like when we try to do this like access recurrence, access failed. It means that it's connected to it in some way. It reacted to it.
There are 12 chapters in As I've Written, corresponding to the 12 demigods.
Right.
Maybe the nameless recollections match these runes. Let's try linking them first.
I could listen to Don Hong speak every second of the day. Collect the Titan runes projected by the tomb device in the space to proceed. Some Titan runes need to be viewed by some specific angles before they can align properly and continue downloading. Some Titan runes require cleverly using other mechanics to adjust their patterns before they can be fully assembled and continue downloading. Okay, that's cool. So we go R2. R2.
Hubris 504. Downloaded.
Like hubris?
As expected, the data stream flew into the crystal in the middle. It's absorbing the memories in the book in this manner.
So okay, so that's what it actually is. That's what we thought it was. Like that the scepter was like obtaining the memories of this book. Jesus, man. Honkai freaking Star. Oh, ripples of past
The
memory.
world never learned how Cyrene rewrote the law, but I believe it was Amphoreus' decisive move against destiny.
So the world never actually understood what she did in that moment, Cyrene. But it was the decisive. It factually was the moment that changed everything.
30 million departures, 30 million shatterings, and the beginning of 30 million flame chase journeys. Fate betrayed Trebios, but she was never betrayed by humanity.
Huh? Do you have to do this as well here? How do we do this? R2. Like that there. Look at that. That's so cool. I always love like, I know it's like you can kind of really call it a puzzle, but like, you know, I love when you have to like reposition things to make something look like something else.
405. Downloaded.
2 out of 3.
This youth is so desolate. What exactly is it?
That is very... What the hell is that behind the freaking thing over there? This is quite scary. I think we've gotten used to like the changing of the powers and stuff, I guess, but that doesn't change the fact that it's still like absolutely terrifying. So what if I activate this over here?
You must be very familiar with the story of time now, so why don't we leave some pages for the heroes instead?
Do you think this is the... Yeah, it's her reading the stories to Me 13. And then we can like line it up like this. Right? Or maybe a little bit lower or higher. Like there. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Sure, perfect. That sure is perfect.
093.
Here we are.
Downloaded. Scopeo 365. Downloaded. Branch number 1. Archiving. Object recurrence number 335503337.
Stop it.
Progress 13.131%.
The Me 13 stuff just makes me so nervous, man. They're actually just really scary to me. As they should be, right? It should be really scary to me.
I do like surprises.
The idea that these wouldn't be scary would be insane, right? I'm gonna send down to this thing now as well.
There's a notch in the terminal that's just the right size for this
Like,
book.
the book is also, like... Because I thought it was going to be, like, magically connected, like, you know, like, as we saw there with giving the memories to, like, you know, the scepter. But it's also, like a key of some kind, maybe? Well, we saw it open doors already.
Branch number 1. Archive.
And we've held this book this whole time.
Encapsulating encryption key.
I see. This As I've Written book is a data terminal that has been modified by the remembrance.
I mean, it would make sense that we already thought it already turned into a data terminal, right? Which in turn, like, all the information we had about, like, the experimentations that happened with Me 13 and Xander's experimentations. But are we saying it's been modified by the remembrance in that way that, like, that's how it got to that form? Like, is it saying it got modified by remembrance to be what we saw it originally as, just like this kind of fairy tale storybook, or it was modified to be more of a data terminal?
It might have looked like Cyrene was reading a story, but she was actually carrying out a data transfer.
So crazy, man. Is that even possible? Who's on the receiving end? The scepter, right? I would say the scepter.
Probably the entity deep within this tomb.
Iron Tomb? Or Evernight?
The details aren't clear yet.
Sorry, guys. It's gonna be a lot of me going this, that. It will be a lot of me doing that, right? It's the way things are gonna go. So it's a possibility that she could have been reading it to the scepter, or if this is where Evernight was born, then Evernight, it could have been who was being read to as well. If that's the entity. When I hear tomb, I think of Iron Tomb. I think of maybe called the scepter, maybe also, which the scepter was going to become Iron Tomb, right? As well. So it could be Iron Tomb, it could be Evernight.
No wonder these facilities are reacting to it. This book is a key.
It's crazy.
But Cyrene could never have known about the truth regarding the scepter. So where did she get this key?
Yeah. From Lygus, from Ides Elysiae? I have no idea of either of these answers, to be honest.
The oracle cards in Cyrene's memories do resemble the book. But their external appearances are not exactly the same.
Okay.
Do you remember? During her brief existence, Cyrene once encountered a certain Eon.
Yeah. So, I can only place my hopes on that childhood dream. And the god behind Orynyx that appeared in that dream.
The god behind Orynyx.
It's no secret that Orynyx and Fuli are related. That Eon also appeared when you encountered
So they
Mem.
encountered Fuli then?
We still don't know the role they play in Amphoreus. But if Cyrene accidentally stepped onto the path of remembrance, then her sacrifice wasn't just for resetting the cycle. There was another purpose.
So there's another reasoning behind why she did the sacrifice as well. And again, we don't know what role Fuli's playing in Amphoreus fully, right? But we also now don't know, like, what Cyrene's role is fully in this either. Her sacrifice, as we saw what she did for the cycles, but I guess Donong's saying there's another reason as well.
Encryption key encapsulation complete.
Which again, we can screenshot that as well. There was another purpose along with resetting the cycle.
Encryption key and
Let's keep going for now. If my hypothesis holds, then the scene we just saw will replay many more times.
Yeah. So again, as I said, throughout this whole episode, there will be a lot of me going, what is that? What is this? What is that? Right? That's just me, like, trying to gather things in my head, and hopefully we'll get to the answers in the end. But this book that we have, that's not identical to the book, I guess, that we saw there before as well, but it's a key that works within this place here that's feeding information to what he said was the entity in this place, which to me is either like, you know, because we knew Evernight was born here, or it could be Iron Tomb, who was also Me-13, right? And Me-13 was supposed to be Iron Tomb that fused with Finon in the end as well. And that the sacrifice that Cyrene made might not just be because she needed to restart the cycles, but for another purpose altogether. And he said this here in the context of Fuli visiting her in a dream. So the role that she played might have something to do with Fuli and the sacrifice she made, and beyond just like resetting the cycles themselves. There's something else that goes along with that as well. Okay, so I've reset everything to see if it fixed the text problem. Here's the thing, it's not that big a deal for me. It doesn't change anything. It's not like it changes the immersion, but like, you know, for people that are like, English isn't their first language, and they're reading along with this, any other language can be kind of like frustrating to learn. And it's one of those situations, if English isn't their first language, it'd be kind of frustrating to read that and then see like the end of the sentence form before the start and all. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, I want it to be good for everyone who wants to watch this stuff. Let's go. 404. Send those girlies to the floor.
Be careful. Evernight's eyes are everywhere. Don't get too far from me. The chronocognitive anchor will protect us.
I know he meant the anchor, but like Don Hung telling me don't go too far from me shook me a little bit there. I know he meant the anchor, but like, you know, I mean, don't go too far from me. I won't. The cognitive anchor. Oh, yes, of course. Look at this stuff here, man. The circuitry. Wow. I'm actually looking at the visuals of this, but I just realized me being like, wow, look at the circuitry. Is like, after you have an awkward moment with someone you like, and you're like, you say something you don't want to say, and you go, wow, look at the sky, man. It's crazy. It's actually like a really creepy visual to see like these little Evernights. Is that what they're called around the place too? And like I said, the eyes of Evernight. Because they say what Evernight said is that they know we're coming here. It's just that they have to adapt to us being here. You know?
What is this?
Oh my god, it's so scary.
It's hard to believe. Is this still Amphoreus?
Oh my god, guys, I have chills all over my back. The visual of like a Mines of Moria type visual heading down to this like gigantic structure in the middle that looks like something's looking down on us here. Holy... Amphoreus, I'll say Amphoreus, right? Because Honkai Star has always had amazing visuals, but like, I feel like one of the things that like, not just Amphoreus actually, because in Balebog they did it too. One thing that they're able to do so amazingly so in Honkai Star Rail is scale. Right? When you look in the distance at something like, whether it be like a gigantic, you know, the gigantic machine robot thing in Balebog, or in Penacony seeing the theater in the distance, they do distance and scale in such a breathtaking way that always has this magnificent presence to it. Like, look at that. It's so well done.
So many countless storage arrays. This would even rival the cyber prison of Inupis.
Look, what a magnificent sight. Even this classical world contains a futuristic palace like this. Would ID Ciliciae end up looking like this after a few thousand years?
What, of like progress and stuff?
Executing protocol. Format object. Formatting progress 0.027%.
It's always so on time. Never late at all. It's okay, I get it. It's just trying to remind me how precious time is.
Oh my god, the freaking music is incredible as well, isn't it?
I want to share a story with you this time. I saw a little nymph on my way here. It was on a fallen wheat stalk, and it glowed under the sunlight. It was incredible. I forgot all my pains at that moment and just stared at it in a trance. I wonder, did every Cyrene in the past feel that the nymph was beautiful?
That's an interesting perspective, right? Did every single Cyrene have that same feeling that I had about this little thing?
would they also have recorded that scene into the Eternal Saga?
And that's the that's the thought process I would have a lot of times too. Did the other Calvin like, you know, weird thing to say, did the other Calvin like banana flavored milk? You know? You know what I mean?
So,
I mean, that's a bad example,
could you
but
give me more time, please? I want to leave behind more memories for the future.
Formatting complete.
so leaving behind memories for the future, like it's so not only is like Cyrene around at this time, but they're like collecting memories.
As I expected, the answer is the remembrance. An eon appearing in her dreams, 3 paths intertwining in Amphoreus, and the garden trying to infiltrate this world at all costs. I have reasons to suspect that Fooley's gaze once swept over this world before the scepter completely fell into destruction.
Oh, yeah?
And that Cyrene basked in that divine gaze.
Wait, is she the emanator? Is she? Wouldn't basking that she's the emanator? They knew that what was going on, and yet still allowed destruction to thrive.
Humanity cannot judge eons based on our own common knowledge.
Correct.
The remembrance has always been an observer of the universe, ever since their birth.
But the garden knew nothing about her.
That's to be expected. The various factions are only followers of their eons, and Fooley was never known to be friendly with humanity.
Yeah, I mean, eons being friends with humanity is a very, very, you know, it's not a very common thing.
But there's still something I don't understand. According to Black Swan, the garden is internally fractured.
Right.
And there's a party that craves the memory of an eon's fall. They would do anything to achieve that goal.
The memo snatchers, right?
Yet, I feel as though those memo snatchers didn't try to stop us at all. Instead, it feels like they were trying to cover something up.
They didn't try to stop us at all, they tried to cover something up. So Don Hung believes that the memo snatchers are trying to cover something up rather than stop us. Okay. Would basking in Eon's gaze turn someone into an emanator?
Most of the time, a gaze is simply a natural phenomenon.
Right.
Though some Pathstriders regard it as a supreme honor. An emanator, however, must possess power granted by an eon's blessing.
Right, so I was right about what an emanator is, but yeah, I just, you know, I should never doubt myself, but yeah, it's someone that's granted power by an eon.
I know what you're thinking. That theoretical emanator of remembrance remains a mystery.
Yes.
But now, I'm leaning towards the idea that what the garden's mirror reflected was a kind of miracle that Fooley left behind.
I know what you're thinking, that theoretical emanator remembrance remains a mystery, but now I'm leaning towards the idea that what the garden's mirror reflected was a miracle that Fooley left behind. I don't understand this fully, I'll be real with you, but I hopefully will understand it at some point.
Yes, we're thinking the same thing. Legend says that Fooley sits in meditation in the Anasrava Pure Land,
right,
spreading the seeds of remembrance across the universe. And when the cosmos ends, all the different realms will be reborn in their garden.
And this is what they talked about before, that like when all this ends, it'll be like rebirthed through those memories again. That's what the Memo Snatchers believe for sure, right?
If this sealed-off world is also within their gaze, then it's not too big of a stretch to surmise that they need a mechanism to save these incredible amounts of memories and store them somewhere out of the erudition's sight.
Wait. So they're using this as like a bin, like a bag, like a box, to store all these memories so that erudition can't find it. And the fact that like Xandar couldn't even find this place either. Do you think that this place is like a place to store all these memories, so when eventually the cosmos ends, they can use this place to rebirth everything again?
And this mechanism was previously the Time Titan and their demigod. But after Amphoreus entered an endless loop,
Time's divinity authority stood empty. Cyrene acted on their behalf instead. As I've written, became the remembrance's medium. So this mechanism was previous to Time Titan and their demigod, but after Amphoreus entered an endless loop. What I think they're getting at here is what I think is, yeah, it's like the when the cosmos ends, they will rebirth things in their garden. If they wanted to hide these things from eridation, the mechanism here to save all those things would be here, to store them somewhere where the eridation can't find this. This mechanism was previous Time Titan and Temigo, but Amphoreus. I'm not sure what you say here. Cyrene was acting on their behalf, as I've written, became a remembrance's medium.
It's that ceremonial blade.
The what?
Now, I can say with certainty, time is the page on which that eon records Amphoreus. If it fades from existence, and all that it records is lost among the stars, that eon will surely direct their gaze here.
I definitely remember the scene of her saying this, right? Oh my god, that's what it's relating to, the idea of them using Amphoreus as a page in time. That's what this was related to? I can see time is the page in which the futility records Amphoreus. If it fades from existence, all that it records is lost among the stars. The aim will surely direct the gaze here. Is that what it's saying? Like it's using Amphoreus as not just to record Amphoreus, but...
And it will be a glance that spans time.
I'm so
and
confused.
Space, transforming each incarnation of me into the power you shall wield to reset time. Imbuing my soul into this ceremonial blade and creating an endless flame chase.
This is one of those times that I hope Dan Hong doesn't just say, "We must go deeper and we'll find out what I'm looking for." No, explain what you think, Dan Hong, because you will be right.
The ceremonial blade killed Cyrene at the start of every recurrence.
Right.
And at the end of every journey, Cyrene's soul took the extrapolated memories stored within the blade and buried them in this great tomb.
What? So... What? What? So she started every journey being killed by the blade, and at the end of the journey, she took all these experiments, all these things that happened, all these memories, and put them in this tomb.
That's how the memories of Amphoreus transcended the loop and were continuously stored.
They were stored here?
While the scepter had to revert its progress over and over again because of loss in its logic.
Oh, so is that what she meant by the recording of time then in Amphoreus? But through the power of the remembrance, they record this through that ceremonial blade as well. I'll just screenshot this too. Through the ceremonial blade and the power of Fuli and the remembrance, they were able to continually record the memories over and over again here. They stored the memories here in this tube, and that transcended the loop. Meaning the memories transcend, I guess?
Fuli's blessing will not disappear as long as this process keeps going.
I knew their gaze never left. As long as I record every page of this story and tell it to you, Amphoreus won't be forgotten.
So as long as this keeps happening, as long as this process keeps going, Fuli will not avert their gaze. Fuli's blessing in this world will continue as long as they continue this process with the ceremonial blade.
Cyrene encountered the Eon's gaze and regarded them as the hope to continue her world. That's why she offered them memories over and over, even if she had to turn herself into nothingness every time.
So through all these cycles, she was recording memories constantly and then giving them up to Fuli at the end as a exchange for a blessing on Amphoreus?
As to why she insisted on keeping her human form and offering the memories through reading a story.
Like she was like recounting it to Fuli.
It might have been the only way for her to maintain her sense of humanity and leave her mark in this
And
world.
that's why she was asking to like stay out here for a little bit longer. She wanted to feel that humanity, wanted to feel like she was still alive. And instead of just imparting the memory, she did it through like reading a book as you would to like a child or like anyone like you're reading a story to a storyteller will do. It feels more human and more grounded.
Even though everything was just her wishful thinking.
I'm sorry, but this is so it's not wishful thinking. We will witness those memories and it's time to keep going.
Right.
I hope I'm getting this correct here, right? Let's go. I have no problem going through absolutely everything here to kind of like embrace and understand this as best as possible. I know it's a lot, right? So ripples of past reverie, it's always so on time, never late at all. So this is the moment when they were like, I guess the end of the journey where they were going to take the ceremonial blade and the memories, or take the memories of Cyrene. It's reminding her how precious time is. I want to share a story with you this time. I saw a little nymph on the way, and she's talking about how like would the different Cyrenes like feel the same in some ways. Could you give me more time? I want to leave more memories behind for the future. So again, this cycle of recounting the memories to, is it Fuli? The answer is remembrance, an aeon appearing in your dreams, 3 paths intertwining in Amphoreus, and the garden trying to infiltrate the world at all costs. I have reason to suspect that Fuli's gaze once swept over the world before the scepter completely fell into destruction. And she basked in his gaze, and that's when she saw it as like a gift for Amphoreus, as a way to like, I guess keep the world going despite the destruction. They knew what was going on, yet they still allowed destruction to thrive. Humanity cannot judge eons based on common knowledge. Remembrance always has been observer, so they're not getting involved with this stuff. But the guard knew nothing about her. That's to be expected. The various functions are only followers of their eons, and Fuli was never known to be friendly with humanity. But there's still something I don't understand. According to Black Swan, the garden is internally fractured, and there is a party that craves the memory of the eon's fall. They would do anything to achieve their goal, yet I feel as though those member snatchers didn't try to stop us all. Instead, it feels like they were trying to cover something up. So is this what they were trying to cover up? Most of the time, the gaze is a natural phenomenon, though some past striders regard as a supreme honor. An emanator, however, must be possess power granted by an aeon's blessing. I know what you're thinking. The theoretical emanator of remembrance remains a mystery, but now I'm leaning towards the idea that the garden's mirror reflected what kind of miracle that Fuli left behind. The garden's mirror... I don't understand this completely. The garden's mirror reflected what kind of miracle Fuli left behind. Was kind of a miracle. The garden's mirror reflected was kind of a miracle that Fuli left behind. So Fuli left behind a miracle on Amphoreus. And maybe the miracle is that the fact that Amphoreus can retain memories through cycles. So, okay, that's what it is. Okay, that's what it means, I guess. And in this, they were talking about the idea of that the worlds will be gone again in their garden. And this sealed off world is within their gaze, but not within the Iridation's gaze. It saves incredible amounts of memories and stores them out of the Iridation's sight. And is previously the Time Titan and their demigod, but after Amphoreus entered an endless loop, it was a ceremonial blade. Time is on the page. Time is the page in which this is what Cyrene was saying before, that Fuli was using this place to record memories. So that's what she meant. And if it fades away, then they will like cast a gaze here. So we saw that like she wanted Fuli to like gaze upon this world, and it will it will be a glance that spans time and space, transforming each incarnation of me into the power you shall wield to reset time, and being my soul into the ceremonial blade. Oh, okay, there we go. And creating endless flame journey. So that's how the flame journey was created, through the ceremonial blade, imbuing the soul of her into the ceremonial blade, and that ceremonial blade killed her at the start, and then at the end of every journey gave those memories to Fuli. And that's how Fuli was recounting those. Or is that what I'm getting at here? No, it's the fact that it stopped. At the time it stopped, Sorry. I know, I'm not going to feel bad for not reading through this again. So, if time faded away, which is what happened with Cyrene, right? And then they gazed upon Cyrene, imbuing their soul in the ceremonial blade, and then creating an endless flame chase journey, and that was the miracle that was left on Amphoreus from them. Yeah, and it's stored in the blade and then buried within this great tomb. That's the memories of Amphoreus transcend the loop and were continuously stored, and the scepter had to revert its progress over and over again because of loss of its logic. Fuli's blessing will not disappear as long as the process keeps going. As long as I record every page of the story and tell it to you, Amphoreus won't be forgotten. Cyrene encountered the Aeon's gaze and regarded them as a hope to continue her world. That's why she offered them memories over and over again, even if she had to turn herself into nothingness every time. So she kept, like, over and over again, sacrificing herself to keep this miracle that was given to them. This ability to keep their memories each time. There's so much that goes on in your Force, and I do think that they do, like, send a lot to you at every one moment. Is that what we're getting it here then? The hope to continue her world was through the miracle that was given to her by Fuli and the gazing upon them, and then her transcending into this ceremonial blade that was then continually sacrificed and then given to the tomb, to this tomb, as a way to, like, offer memories to them to be able to, like, recreate these cycles and continue these cycles with the memories intact, which is something that the Iridation couldn't do, and neither could Iron Tomb. Yeah, and the Scepter couldn't do it because they didn't get gazed upon by Fuli. Or they just didn't have the ability to retain memories every single time. Again, I'm not going to apologize ever for, like, you know, trying to, like, you know, account for as much as possible here.
Based on the runes on the floor, the encryption key from earlier should be used here. There are 3 keys in total. We're 1/3 of the way through.
Yeah, I think that's what we're getting at here with this stuff as well. I think so. And here's the thing, I probably will look over stuff again as well, obviously. But my summary of in my mind of what's happening here is when time was stopped, Fuli gazed upon Cyrene, and then she transcended into becoming into the ceremonial blade that's used to sacrifice her. And at the end of every journey, she recounts this information to the tomb and buries that ceremonial blade, which is what she was transformed into, right? And it gives this information to Fuli, which then in turn allows Fuli to keep Fuli's miracle, which is allowing them to keep the memories of Amphoreus intact. And the memories of the cycles intact, while Iron Tomb, or not Iron Tomb, but the Scepter, which was going to become Iron Tomb, doesn't have that luxury because they don't have that miracle or that gift. I'll definitely look over everything again if we don't understand it fully. That's perfectly fine as well.
I'll leave it to you.
Thank you. Upload encryption key.
You never say anything, but I know you're listening. Every story I've told
You think she's talking about Stella here in this moment as well?
is like a little key that opened a door in your heart, no?
The path has appeared. Go!
Yeah, there's a lot. There's so much in this, man. Like, and hopefully by the end of this, I'll have, like, some sort of, like, a good interpretation of what's happening here. Some doors to secret passages are rather complicated only after completing the image when both horizontal vertical axes are aligned. Can you move? Okay, we can try that. Wait, I thought that was gonna be harder. I thought that we were gonna do vertical and horizontal.
Then, the sky sent down rainbows and showed the world a gentle smile.
Is that Cynthia?
Formatting progress.
So she literally is giving these, at the end of this journey, giving the memories and the stories to the scepter? I'm kind of confused on like the whole scepter thing. Is this like fully using the scepter as like a receptacle for information and stuff like that? But they're not able to retain... So Amphoreus is able to keep their memories, but the scepter isn't able to?
Looks like it's time to say goodbye again.
Is that correct?
Before I was even aware of it, this book had already recorded too many emotions. Every page has become so heavy. I've started to feel uneasy whenever I take it into my hands.
That's like a big burden as well.
Where did the very first ripples want these memories to be sent to?
Formatting progress 94.423%.
How many times has it been? It faithfully fulfills its duty, activating and formatting, never changing, like the fate of the flame chase in every cycle.
And this must be, especially if you're going through all these cycles, this must be on her mind all the time, like the idea of how like she has all these different... but I don't think she can recount fully what the other cycles felt, right? She just knows there was other cycles. Yeah.
If I can only write the same ending every time I lift my pen, then is this weighty saga...
If I can only write the same ending every time I lift my pen...
just an overly naive dream?
Formatting progress 96.024%. Process error. Analyzing. Process error. Analyzing.
Really? Are you...
Just taking this as encouragement?
Thank you. I'm sorry for making you see this embarrassing side of me. Everyone's still working so hard. If I'm the only one who's crying, that wouldn't be romantic at all.
It's perfectly okay to cry though, right? It's like, it's perfectly okay to cry.
Thank you for listening to me all this time. So, shall we continue?
And it's almost like it's like when you know the idea of retaining your humanity, she's talking to the scepter as if it is like an actual human, right? And I feel like, you know, with being so alone upon this journey, or like, and wanting to retain your humanity, she's probably even like, you know, treating this scepter as like a pal as well.
Formatting complete.
You know?
The endless cycle took its toll on her. Even Cyrene could not resist despair when faced with eternal stasis. Like Aslana, she started to wonder whether everything was futile.
But they wouldn't give up, and neither will we. There was a process error in this memory. Who exactly was Cyrene of the past talking to? There was a process error in the memory. And that's so interesting about the whole idea of thinking everything is futile. Because again, like, the same thing happened with High Sealands as well, where like we started this journey with complete hope, but this game doesn't shy away from the fact that this is like something that is obviously damaging into your brain. It's something that's so frustrating and terrifying, you know, the constant waiting, the hope that someone's going to come and save you. In High Sealand's case, it was like wondering if Stella's even going to show up. With Finon, like, is this ever going to end? Like, is this futile? Does this mean nothing? You know, it feels like that's what the Flame Chase journey sometimes is. You know, Aglaia dragging herself to the finish line like a corpse. They always talk about in that way as well. Castorice wondering if she's ever going to face the Death Titan. Minimos wondering if he's ever going to have his people return home. There's all these things where it's like, is this journey we're on right now, is it going to be worth this in the end? Is this going to mean something in the end? Am I going to get like my dream in the end? Yeah. And we're seeing this here as well.
thought it was an eon at first, but the way she talked, it didn't sound like praying to a god at all.
So the fact that we don't know who she's talking about makes me feel better, because I thought that, like, you know, maybe Dan Hong and Stella kind of were very aware of this.
Maybe she's talking to her imagination, a hero within. But that wouldn't explain the process.
This makes me feel so much better, because I felt like my mind was clogged for a bit not knowing this. I thought like I was being stupid. But it seems that even like Dan Hong and Stella aren't fully aware of who she's talking to right now. Because I'm like, is she talking to the scepter directly? Is she talking to, you know, Iron Tomb? Is she talking to Fuli?
No matter who that listener is, Cyrene's storytelling is just a data stream for the scepter.
Yeah, it's like, but she's doing it in a very human way, but it's a data stream, I guess.
Maybe, she thought, as long as she kept tossing drift bottles into the distance, someone was bound to pick one up someday.
Take out as I've written. Like the idea of her just being like, hopefully someone will get this at some point. Hopefully will someone pick this up. And that's what a lot of the Flames journey has been. Hoping that someone in the future, it's been a relay race, hoping someone in the future will be able to help out here. Man, this place looks incredible, doesn't it?
Accessing recurrence number 335503337.
Once again, Castorice offered her final embrace
Counting the
to
story
death.
again.
And from then on, she started another lonesome watch. How wonderful would it be for someone to give her a real hug?
Man. This is genuinely like such an interesting thing to see, like this recounting of the story through, because we knew like, you know, Cyrene was someone who was also like recounting these stories, it feels like, to all of us on our journey as well, right, with those memories and giving her memories to us also, like, and the characters so they could remember Stell and know about this relay race they were about to encounter, so that in the future they would Amphoreus could be quote unquote saved. But I think it's just such a magical but sad thing, right, for Cyrene to go through all these cycles, to sacrifice herself over and over again, to recount the stories of Amphoreus over and over again. But again, I think she, if I'm not mistaken, does she remember? I don't think she remembers the cycles, because she was saying like, I wonder if like the old version of me, would they like this? Or maybe it's just that she can't remember like exactly how that older version felt. It could be that as well. I'm going to be taking a little bit of a break. I usually don't say that I am, but I'm going to take a break and I'm going to be recording the rest of this like in just a bit. So what I might do anyway is just like go over everything again and kind of refresh my understanding. This is one of those times where like legitimately like my mind feels a little bit boggled, because like I feel like there's so much like information at one moment, and sometimes it feels like they're referring to two different things, and maybe one thing I'm not really like fully understanding. Oh, are they talking about this right now, or are they referring to this? But I'm glad that like also like we don't fully have the answers, because right now I don't think I'm supposed to have all the answers. There's still a bit of confusion from Dan Hong and Stella, which to me is like, okay, I'm not fully lost, if that makes sense. But yeah, as I said, I was taking like a little bit of a quick break, which I don't usually announce that I'm taking a break, because I like things to be seamless. But like I think like, you know, if I came back and all of a sudden had like, you know, more concise thoughts on all the stuff that's happened so far, I feel like, you know, it would be very, very like silly, you know? It's like a cut happens and I'm like, all of a sudden my brain is expanded. All of a sudden everything is known to me in this universe. It's not one of those Let's Play videos where someone goes like, all right, this is a great game. Then there's a cut. You know what? I just realized something. Which, you know what, I acknowledge, like, it happens, but like, you know, for me, it's like, I always have the policy of like, if you do look something up, or in this case, if you do look back on something, just be honest. You know what I mean? Like, I think what I've learned, especially with my audience, is that like, you know, no one's gonna be like, it's like, you had to look back at the text again? Because people are like, no, we're kind of glad that you like want to look back on the text, because I think there is like a self-conscious nature to anything like that, where you kind of feel like, oh, the people think like, you know, like I'm not as attentive. But I feel like, to me, if I'm watching a playthrough personally, I think you guys feel the same way. Like if I'm watching a playthrough and someone's like, wait, let me just like understand it again, like that's better than someone like, you know, either willfully misunderstanding something and trying not to understand something. You know, 100%. But yeah, I think I pretty much like agree with a lot that I said. But I think it's like one of those things, the reason why I probably thought that I was more confused than I was is because, you know, looking back on the footage, after editing, it's very clear that like I was like, you know, trying to piece things together. It just took me a while to get to a place. Like there's some stuff obviously like I wouldn't totally like agree with what I said, but then I think there's some stuff that I do agree with what I said. So like just to go through everything we've done so far, like really a quick summary just so I can like have it in my head as we're going forward. So Black Swan says that this place feels like a maze full of memory loss. So we found out that like Evernight can also read Black Swan's mind. She called this place the Heart of Amphoreus, which is like a tomb of a nameless titan. And she said she's going to douse the Eon's ambition, which, you know, we think it could be the idea of Fuli or Noose's ambition, maybe Fuli's ambition in this case as well. She talked about this being the beginning of March 7th's journey, and how the three paths intertwine, but we don't really like know the name of the third emanator. We know there's Xandar, Iron Tomb, and we don't know the third emanator. When the Memo Snatchers went and tried to get March was protected somehow by this emanator, it seems. And they were protecting this world until the Astro Express arrived, and that's when March's mind was like sent to Amphoreus. Or is it? Yeah, that is, yeah. March 7 was talking to the Scepter. The Scepter's defense protocols or security protocols sent March to a different location where like she was being called Mother by Ornyx. March 7 should have entered before Stel, but for some reason this machine has like information relating to the idea of Stel, which we probably think is because of like the relaying of the stories in some ways as well. Evernight appeared towards March and we kind of knew this as well, but even before this, like she appeared to when she had only like no options left and she needed to save her friends. Cyrene is reading a book to Me 13 about the cycles. She should have died, but it's very clear that she's still like, you know, going through this timeline in some way. She should have died at the start, and then but she's still here like reading these stories to the Scepter, or at least what we perceive to be the Scepter in this case too. Don Hung talks about how she encountered an Aeon as well. Cyrene is excited to tell the story about this nymph to this Scepter because again she wants to like make it very human, feel very human in that sense as well. And that's when Don Hong kind of realizes, like in this some way, that the book that we have feels like it is a data terminal. It's not at that point, but it's like a little before, a data terminal or a modified key in some cases that's able to transfer information to this tomb in some ways. The theory is always that, like, not theory, but the story is that, like, Fuli sits in Anastrava, the Pure Land, and when the world eventually gets destroyed, it'll be reborn because of Fuli, because their memories, we heard this before, the Memo Snatchers and their belief as well. But they need some sort of mechanism to store the memories outside the erudition site. So like the memories of Amphoreus need somewhere to be stored as well that can't be found by the erudition and the other maybe eons that are watching this as well. Yeah, I think that's what we're getting here, 100%. Yeah, I think it is. And since it was previously the Time Titan, that was the thing that was documenting everything for Fuli. Fuli put their gaze towards here, and then it was Cyrene who became or was imbued into the ceremonial blade, and now every single cycle, Cyrene puts the ceremonial blade in the tomb, and then the memories from the ceremonial blade make it so that like there's like this is that what part of right about? There's like a deal with she like buries the memories in the tomb because there's someone else that needs to document this stuff as well. And that makes everyone's memories transcend the loop. So Fuli's blessing does not disappear if they keep doing this, because obviously Fuli would maybe want these memories as well. So when they say like Fuli's blessing, that to me is probably like, you know, the idea that they can transcend the memory loss in some ways. So that's what my summary of what I think has happened so far is. And Cyrene is giving this information constantly over every single cycle in the hopes that obviously like in the future this could help someone, but also this so that the cycles can continue and the memories of Amphoreus can transcend the loop. And my thought process is, if Cyrene is the one that's here technically protecting Amphoreus by reading these stories to Me 13 every single time, or at least to Fuli, and giving this information to Fuli, then it's possible that Cyrene could be the Emanator. I just wanted to take like 6 minutes at the start to kind of just read that out, or kind of like, you know, because then I had no problem saying I wrote down a few thoughts, 100%. But I think the thing is, like, I definitely feel like I was on the right track more than not. Like, I actually think I got everything I said there is what I was thinking, but I think putting it in a more concise manner for myself, because I was a little bit confused just in that part, will set me on the right path going towards the rest of this video, where I can be like, okay, I have the baseline, I have it in my mind, but I still kind of like agree with most of what I said, you know? And now we can be gleefully confused and confident while we're confused. Does that make sense? Where it's like, I'll still be confused, right? But I'm not going to take a break and look over things again this time, because now I have the baseline. It's like I have the first part of the maths equation in my mind, what I believe to be what I believe it is. We can go forward, and even if I'm confused later on in the video, I can be happily confused, because it's like, okay, but at least I'll be getting to what I believe is my opinion in the end of the story. Does that make sense? Where it's like, I'm not going to keep going back over and taking breaks all the time in these videos and do that, but just this time around, I was like, I want to make sure I have like since I was taking a break anyway, I wanted to make sure I had like a little bit of a baseline, so I could go forward and still understand everything, even in my own confusion. How do we go closer? To like... here? Like that? Yeah. This is a cool mechanic.
Epi-Ikia 216 downloaded.
Yeah. And I think this as well, like it's one of those things that when I came to the same conclusion somewhat with like, there's something that's different with my looking back and stuff. It does like build a little bit like, you know, confidence, not because I'm right, but because I'm not saying I'm right, because it's more of a thing of just like, okay, so like I can stand by like my understanding, even if like I get corrected. It's like, okay, I came to the same conclusion in some parts, so I can still feel kind of like, okay, you know, so I can bask in my confusion during this episode. Yeah. But the only reason we had the luxury of doing that is because I was taking a bit of a break, because this episode is going to be a little bit longer, I feel like. Watch it not be long at all.
It's like analyzing harmony. A devious cat.
Oh,
The trickery that
Cypher?
fooled the entire world. No matter how her identity changes, she will always end up being a pillar that stands tall for the holy city for 1,000 years.
Cypher getting her due as well. But yeah, I'm not quite sure how long is actually going to be left in this, but like, again, if I know Honkai Star Rail, the fact that we're still in a dungeon means that there's a bit of a chunkiness left to this, right? And I felt that last time too, when I was like, okay, we'll take a break here, and I'll come back and like do the rest of it. And there might be a boss at the end of this dungeon. There might be a just a story revelation, either or. But even at that, it's like you could say, well, okay, then maybe it's only gonna be like an hour left or something like that. But even if it's like only an hour left, in Honkai Star Rail, like what usually happens is if it's a boss, there's like mountains of dialogue afterwards, not in a bad way. If it's a cutscene, it's a long like ending scene with like a lot of dialogue. So no matter what, we're gonna get like some chunky dialogue out of this. Now, Honkai Star was surprised me before. I could get like to the end of this ramp and they could go end of Act 6 or something. Like, you never know with Honkai Star Rail. But yeah.
The hand of Zagreus. Seems like we'll need it here.
Sure.
Maybe the room will only be completed after the modules are inserted into the slot.
Okay, I'm gonna pick up this one, Darhung. Is that okay? Here we go. Okay, so I'm gonna put this one over here. Do I descend? Do I have to find the other ones? It is like a freaking like inside of a computer.
Orexis 945 downloaded.
Inside of a computer. Because you know what Honkai Star Rail, like, and again, this is not like a, you could say, if you want to say it was a criticism, you could, but like, the thing is, like, I still enjoy it, that's the thing, so I don't really want to say it's a criticism. Like, the example I always give is, like, at the end of the Aventurine gigantic, incredible cutscene that was so emotionally painful, they were like, okay, here's a new character. And Honkai Star Rail loves doing that, where they'll be like, here's the most emotional thing you've ever seen in your life. Oh, here's another, bit, like cutscene of dialogue. And again, it's not a bad thing because those scenes are so great, which is something I always acknowledge happens.
Again reached its glorious and lonely end, as always.
She's talking about Minamos, Cypher, Castorice. She's talking about Castorice, you know, like, would she be able to hug someone for you, what she did with us, like, you know. Wait, is that Nicodor? What? Are you fighting Nicodor right now?
Access denied.
That's so interesting. Nicodor just, because I could recognize that the first boss of, like, the first major boss of Amphoreus anywhere.
We were denied access. Memories about strife are always so defiant and resistant. A fight is unavoidable. Come.
That's really freaking cool.
Illegal operations detected.
The fact that we're fighting
Warning. Illegal operations
this music as well.
detected.
The fact that we're fighting like a Nicodor style boss.
The harmony will
This
soon play in unison.
this part in the dungeon makes me feel like yeah, if I know Honkai Star Rail pacing, it makes it feel like, you know, this
May as well kill
this
them
is like
all.
not a major boss, of course, in terms of like the grand scheme of things. They didn't set it up that way, but that means like it's like, hey, Nicodor's here. That means like whatever's at the end of this dungeon is probably like, you know, which we know, like they set us up to know that this place was going to be terrifying. Like it's not like they didn't say like, oh, at the end, like, you know, Don that you said like, be prepared for the most amazing thing you've ever seen in your life or the most terrifying thing you've ever seen in your life.
Stand still.
Good times never last. Time to say bye. Boom.
Boom. Good stuff.
Pull together. Resonate once more.
She's so great. It's time for the greatest thing of all time. Nikolai, have you seen this?
Souls shout it tonight. The stars echo because
Turn that
of
music
me.
off. And turn this music on. Yep. Wait. Boss battle music gets negates? No! Boss battle music negates Robin's song? I guess that makes sense, right? Because, like, you don't want, like, you know, imagine you're in the middle of the battle, you know, you and I, a week like the reason, and it goes like, da, da, do, do, do. I would still love it, but, like, still, like, I guess they want to keep the moment intact. Okay, that's fair enough. And by the way, when I was saying, like, turn off the song, I meant turn off the boss music and turn up Robin, by the way. That's okay, look, what can you do?
Alright, I'll call your
It makes sense, right? If that's what
Just
happens,
then.
it makes sense.
We're just having fun.
So wait, does that means Robin's just singing to nothing? Oh no. You know, it makes sense. Like you could critique a game for doing something like that, but like legitimately, like in terms of like a boss
What are you
battle,
waiting for?
right? Like I would not like. Okay, this is Robin. Block your ears. You wouldn't want to hear Robin's song during the, you know, that Robin song I'm here now during the Sunday boss battle, because the Sunday boss battle Robin song was incredible, right? Or during the Cocolia boss fight, you need that specific music. I totally get it.
The customer is king.
Robin, you can unblock
And
yours
for
now.
me to portray the king, well, you gotta make it worth my while.
Stand still.
Nice. Very nice.
May you find peace in song.
This is very cool, man. Like,
Polemos 600. Down Eleos 252.
Eleos.
Downloaded. Branch number 2. Archiving. Object recurrence number 335503337. Progress 31.313%.
a lot of this, like, just saying numbers could have been an email. Just no, I'm joking. Could have been an email. I love that, like, we have to fight against the actual Strife Titan, right? Because it's such a resistant force, which, you know, Mightimos, if there's one word you can use to describe it, it's resistant for sure. Really, really cool
Nice.
stuff.
Let's go encapsulate the encryption key.
Gotta put in a book.
Branch number 2 archived.
This is the first time I think a book has been useful in the history of the universe. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. I read manga.
Encapsulating encryption key.
I've been wondering, could all the memories we've encountered on the way be Evernight's traps?
Interesting.
She still hasn't shown herself.
Hasn't, and she knows we're on our way.
Very suspicious.
Yeah, she knows we're here.
But I can't think of a good reason for her to do that.
Well, I'll always defer to you.
I can only surmise that she's either still waiting or someone's holding her back.
Someone's holding her back is interesting phrasing.
Encryption key encapsulation
think it could be Cyrene?
complete.
Or
Let's
March.
keep observing. every ripple of these memories could potentially reveal to us Evernight's true goal.
Sure.
Let's go back and use the encryption key to open a new path.
Yeah. I mean, that's the first time I've ever encountered Robin's music. And, like, yeah, as I said, like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, what the hell, man? It's like, I understand why they do it. I understand. Yeah, did it, like, bum me out for a second, for sure. But now at least I know for the future. It's good to learn now than, like, in the middle of a boss battle when, like, you know... I mean, like, I could potentially... A big giant boss battle potentially ruin the moment.
Is there a puzzle about composing melodies?
It's kind of funny that I'm potentially like trying to guess like what could be at the end of this whole like dungeon we're going through, because of, like I'm trying to even like, oh, we fought Nicodor. What could be if we fought Nicodor now? Then that means we could fight this and this point. Well, the previous dungeons they made us do this and do that, and I think it's just like a lot of nervousness, right? This is a very nervous feeling.
Upload the encryption key, just like last time.
But that's a good thing, right? It's a good thing that we feel nervous because that means it's working.
What could be behind this door? Glittering crystals? Or a beautiful world I've never seen before?
Cyrene's voice is very, very soothing, isn't it? Very soothing.
If I tell you all the stories of tomorrow...
Don't say the word tomorrow.
Will I be able to finally welcome the Deliverer and Amphoreus' dawn in the next life?
Well, if I tell you all the stories of tomorrow... So is that her saying, like, if I...
The encryption key belongs to the ocean.
Bagusa.
Let's get going.
Is that her saying that, like, if this time around, will I finally be able to welcome them to Amphoreus now? Will my efforts finally be founded? Will I finally be able to get something out of this? Will I finally succeed? Because again, we already established that, like, you know, this type of journey, whether it be from High Sealands or Hyacinthia or Castorice or Aglaya, even in, I know it's different levels, but I think the main thing is like Cyrene, Xandar and High Sealands are great examples of characters that were kind of like, and March, that were kind of like left alone here to like, for, you know, certain tasks. I'm not trying to compare Xandar to any of those characters, by the way, because Xandar stinky, March amazing. March beautiful, Xandar Ugo. But yeah, like, I think
no memories appeared this time.
The themes of like loneliness and an absence of loneliness for Xandar, but a loneliness for these characters, like, it is brutal, right? It's a brutal feeling it must be to feel that lonely.
Fan. Use the chrono vessel over there to stop it.
And I think it's been a big theme throughout the entirety of Amphoreus. It's like, you know, this infinite loop of so many different times, but still, like, you know, it's been so lonely for so many people, and waiting can feel lonely. And the waiting, like, seems like, you know, when you say something, all you have to do is wait, but in reality, the waiting is like almost more brutal than getting like slaughtered on the battlefield. You know, it's brutal, and that's why I think Xandar as a character is so important as well, because he's the character that has waited longer than like probably any other character in history. And he's like, you know, it shows how much of like a coldness there is to him. The fact that he can wait for so long and have so much patience while all other characters are kind of suffering
In the end,
as well.
the fish returned to the ocean, her home where there was nothing left. For the sake of the future, she guarded the vortex at the end of the deep sea until the very last moment.
This is correct. She's talking about High Sealands there as well. Oh my god, this place is expansive. Yeah.
She's over there.
I genuinely feel like, you know, whatever is at the end of this, like Don Hung said, is going to be crazy. Because, like, this is legitimately, in terms of scale, already the biggest dungeon they've had. Oh my god, the water on the ground too looks so cool.
Cyrene. There really is no end to her perseverance.
Yeah, she's, like, again, that well, you just said it, perseverance.
Once again, the saga comes to an end. Everything is deathly silent, just like this very moment. It's another cycle of new beginnings, and another familiar reunion. Now that I look back, there was a period when I got really sentimental.
Yeah?
I was so anxious, trying to find as many different memories as possible, hoping to bring some change to this unchanging destiny.
Right,
and find the way out of this maze.
Yeah, and that's totally understandable.
But I won't
do that anymore now.
Yeah?
Formatting progress 73.998%. Process error. Analyzing. Formatting progress 75.
There's a little smile on Cyrene's face here as well.
2% process error. Analyzing.
No need to feel sorry for
Sorry for
me,
me?
good friend.
Do you think that she's like because of her loneliness, she's like made kind of friends with Me 13?
If there are no new blank spaces, how can a saga continue? I'm actually really lucky, you know? During the long years I've spent waiting for the Deliverer, I've always had you here as an audience. Look at these memories I brought to you. They once existed, once sparkled under the sun. And now I can see through your eyes that they are still shining
So it's like a way to
bright.
keep these memories alive, I guess, as well. Because it's so interesting to me that she said she was being sentimental at one point, and then she's like, you know, I'm not going to do that anymore. And I wonder if it's because she feels like maybe over time it's gone more and more futile. Maybe it hurts too much to, like, you know, find... Because she said she's trying to find as much memories as possible. And to me, that sounds like she's trying to, like, you know, experience as much things as possible and see as much things as possible. But over time, with the Deliverer not arriving, I wonder if it does feel kind of, like, futile in a way.
Isn't that already enough? Now, I can rest in peace in the past.
Rest in peace in the past. And like saying that, you know, I have an audience of you at least. And again, I do think it is, as again, there's a theme of Amphoreus of loneliness as well, right? And I do think that, like, Cyrene, if you're, you know, she's clearly, like, seeing the sentimentality aspect of, like, oh, at least I have this, you know, database. You know what I mean? That she's, again, the reason she's reading a book to this in this place, there's a reason she's, like, you know, gathering all these information herself. She refuses to kind of just transfer it like a USB key. She wants to keep this grounded feeling because, again, she doesn't believe in these memories and love these memories.
As for when tomorrow will come, I'll have to ask the next Cyrene to continue our watch.
Formatting complete.
Look at Cell smiling.
Her transformation is painful to watch. Cyrene was always there during the 30 million recurrences. She recorded the flame chase journey in her own way on the reverse side of this world, depositing all the memories in this place. I'm increasingly certain that her audience and companion isn't some figurative entity.
Right.
The deepest ruin in Amphoreus. At the great tomb where the pasts of all worlds are buried.
So, when he says her transformation is painful to watch, do you think it's a transformation of her when she gives up all the memories in the end? And she has been here this whole time. She's been recording everything. You know what I mean? That's the thing. It's like, there's a reason why I feel like Cyrene, like, for this sentence here, the Cyrene, like, is like, you know, Xandar, like, observed things and he waited and he's been waiting and waiting and waiting. Cyrene, like, in a very, like, sentimental process, it feels like she is, like, you know, recording this stuff because of, like, a want to save this place and to protect this place and to protect the people of this place. She's basically doing, like, you know, in a way what Xandar has been doing, but, like, you know, better and much cooler, you know? Xandar loser, Cyrene winner, you know? Yeah.
Who exactly is its master?
So when you're talking about take out as I've written, so when we're saying who exactly is master, talking about the idea of, like, the companion and the audience.
Accessing recurrence number 335503337.
Let's go. And the Cyrene's sitting here.
Amphoreus once again completed the proof with his life. His answer was so complete. All he was missing was a last variable from beyond the sky. Anaxagoras
Obviously,
once
same thing,
again
yeah.
completed the proof with
I
his
love
life.
that, like, she's constantly talking about, like,
His
people from the
answer
Flame
was
Chase
so
journey.
complete. All he was missing was a last variable from beyond the sky.
again, you do potentially have to make the comparisons to Xandar. Xandar, who like believes, and this is why I think is so important, because Xandar says, "I believe I know fine, I'm better than everyone." Factually not true, right? Like this idea.
World-bearing. This divine authority is so heavy that I do not know how I can even tell its story.
Right. And the reason I say, like, not true is because I think Xandar as a character is a really great character for thinking that he does, because he thinks that observing things and just letting things happen and, like, he thinks that's enough to know a character. The difference with Cyrene, like, I feel like documenting this stuff as well, is that there's a passion for Cyrene to, like, understand these people's emotions and these people's lives. So she's able to understand their emotions and their feelings better, which then in turn makes them understand them better. While from Xandar's perspective, it's like, oh, I understand Finon better than everyone. And we then, literally like 2 scenes later, we find out that like Finon like is proving like, you don't know me at all. Like, it's like Stell does. Don Hong does. You don't. You do not. You understand it from like an analytical perspective, but like that's not what humans are, and that's never going to be what it is. And you could say, well, Calvin, they are lines of code. Well, I would say your lines of code. Ever think about that?
Nikos 496 downloaded.
But even if like it is like a thing, they are like, you know, created, you know, people inside of Amphoreus. They're still real to me, and that's the end of, and I don't budge on that whatsoever. Cyrene's understanding of these people is way more powerful than Xandar's understanding of all these people.
Romance. In warm gold, forged the long staircase for humanity. How wonderful it would be if she could witness the dawn with her own eyes.
Yeah, because again, that's the thing with Aglaya, like, it's such a tragic story of someone who, like,
The rune is on the fan.
should never have died.
We need to use the chrono vessel to stop
I know
it
she
first.
dies in like every time, but what I mean is like when I say she should have died, which is the right one. Which is the right one? I'm guessing now. I'm guessing now. I'm guessing now. But yeah, like that means we have to do it when this is over. Wait, the best way to put it is okay. So when that's there, the circular one is at the bottom. But yeah, when I say Aglaya shouldn't, I mean more just like Aglaya like didn't get to like actually witness the journey that she was on. Oh, we can switch it around. Okay. I was like, I thought we did the timing of it. That's very nice. Like it is like Aglaya got so close to seeing what the Aeronova could be, but every time it seems like she just has to like move on. It's very sad. But that's Aglaya's journey. Like every journey is different in this game. You know what's been like kind of heaven? Not having Xandar in here for the past while. I say it now, he's gonna show up right away. Hey Xandar, what's your favorite TV show? I like What's New Scooby-Doo. And why do you like that show? Well, I like how they don't reveal everything until the end. But I really dislike how it's only 20 minutes. How can you explain something?
Schema 720 downloaded.
What's that?
Aporia 432
Oh, it's so cool looking, isn't it?
Branch number 3. Archiving.
Like any like
Object recurrence number 33550.
You gotta wait as they do the little
337. Progress 13.131%.
Lygus programmed this. When you say the numbers, make sure you say every single number. Imagine Lygus working in like a DMV or a government building. Hey, I'd like to get my my account updated and your account. Well, all in due time. No, I really need it now. All in due time.
That's the last encryption key. Take it with you.
I love this, man. This is really fun.
Branch number 3 archived. Encapsulating encryption key. Encryption key encapsulation complete.
It's time to go back and activate the system in the middle of
Oh wait,
the
we
Great
already...
Tomb.
I thought it was gonna be way longer. Okay. I'm up for it. Yeah, sure. Yeah, because I think it's just like, you know, like, that happens. Like, you can't, with Honkai Star Rail, I feel like, you know, you can kind of guess that there's something like, you know, we already told us something heavy was waiting for us here, right? But I guess, like, you know, the length of a dungeon isn't always, like, you know, static when it comes to Honkai Star Rail. Like, other RPGs, I feel like you definitely can guess, depending on, like, you know, certain things. Lygus' doctor. Be honest, doctor. Is my wife gonna live?
Well, you should follow me for a moment.
No, doctor, just tell me, please.
Your wife. What is a wife?
No, doctor, please. Doctor, what do you do?
They asked me to perform surgery, and I asked them to define surgery.
Doctor, if we don't perform surgery, we're not gonna save this person's life.
Life. Prime mover of life.
Doctor, please.
The third encryption key. And the final piece of the
There we go.
puzzle. I pray that you can dispel all the mysteries and lead us into the deepest
I pray
bowels of
too.
this world.
I pray too, Dan Hong. If I'm being honest with you, I pray too. I pray also. I second that motion.
Someone once told the very first me that everything was false. That the only life in Amphoreus was a great catastrophe, nurtured using the world as a factor.
So is this the Black Tide and Iron Tomb that she's talking about?
But how could a dream feel so real? That's why I didn't agree with him.
Hell yeah.
My good friend, I'll read this book to you. For the 33,550,330.
The fact that she knows the exact number. Well, they probably tell her at the start of the cycle as well, but still.
That way, it won't just be Cyrene's memories alone.
And I think there's power to sharing a memory. There's power to sharing the past, right? Like of like two people being in a situation where they remember it and like they're bonded for that. To have these memories, but only have you be the only one that remembers them. Of course, Cyrene would love to pass these on, you know?
Formatting progress 23.815%. Process error. Analyzing.
It doesn't even make me feel cold anymore. It's like a ceremonial conclusion, ending every cycle's narration with a full stop. Then, there will be a new me, returning here with new memories. Before I knew it,
Look at the scale of this place.
palace we built together was no longer a dream that Cyrene alone indulged in. It's now a saga, composed by you, me, and all the flame chasers. It's our weak but endless prayer for tomorrow.
So cool. So freaking cool.
There will come a day when someone turns over this nearly eternal
Like
page
we're doing right now. Man, look at Dan Hong.
and awakens all
Holy
the
hell.
dust-covered memories, so they can be recalled by the world in a more beautiful form.
Whoa.
Process error. Analyzing.
These are like dead Cyrenes.
I'll read, and you'll listen, like how flowers always bloom.
Jesus, man,
and
what an
wither.
image.
I shall welcome my own decay, becoming nourishment for the next
So that's what's trying to
flower's bud.
symbolize all these different cycles of Cyrene.
And you shall continue to wait here, protecting this garden of memories. That way, when the deliverer arrives, the first thing they'll see is an endless sea of flowers.
Oh my god, again, still waiting for Stell to arrive.
and our stories will be lying silently among the flowers, like every ripple of remembrance. And they shall become the epic known as
Oh
I've
my
Written.
god, man. Do you think, maybe I'm like reading too much into it, do you think like the As I've Written book being passed into our hands was like legitimately like this? That's what it was. It was like these constant memories being passed down to us. These different stories of different cycles. And and I think it's probably it, right? The book we have all this time seems to have been like a book that was like a data terminal that was given information and memories from Cyrene.
The texture of memories is preserved in countless
Crazy.
pillars.
They're all like data servers.
She gave everything to record all the forgotten recurrences across 30 million cycles.
Right. The Great Tomb is a seed of remembrance. We will put an end to this endless waiting. Let's march into the new world with all the past. This Great Tomb is a seed of remembrance.
All right. Let's not make things so gloomy.
Cyrene, you are so strong. You are so strong.
The very first ripple cheered up her friend like this before she set off. It's a sentence full of blessings, so I want to say it to you as well. Come on.
Oh my
Cheer up a bit,
god.
okay?
And it's so crazy that she's saying this directly to like, the entity that she's been talking to this whole time, right? This whole time. But like, it sounds like as well it could be a conversation towards Stell. It's so well done. It's so well done.
Farewell to this beautiful world, so that we can reunite in your memories
Holy cow.
in the way I want. You will see the footprints I left behind in the ripples of past reverie.
Look at it. Oh my
I have
god.
never had any other fate beyond this memory. So please remember me with love, like that eternal footnote in all the
Holy
faded
hell,
sagas.
this scene. Look at this. Listen to this. Look at this.
Now, open
Oh my god,
this
the
book.
zoom in as well.
I'll be waiting for you in the past.
Hell,
Operation authorized. Protocol name, Inusium.
Yusio.
Welcome to the Demiurge
The Demiurge Matrix. Oh my freaking god. Is that what it said? Yusio? What a scene. This music is incredible. This music is freaking superb, man. It's so good. What a feeling. What a freaking feeling, honestly. Absolutely. Can we talk to Cyrene? Oh, there's more Cyrene bodies here as well, by the way. Yeah, I'll see all the Cyrenes here as well, man. It's so freaking like crazy because again, it is like she talked about fading away, right? And we're seeing like, because I think that's what's always so like, when we heard about the cycles and all this stuff too, we put it to mind how like terrifying it is, right? But then when we saw Finon go through those cycles, we realized the weight of these cycles. And again, that's why I think Xandar is such an important character, because Xandar is quite flippant about the cycles sometimes, where he kind of feels like if it was just Xandar describing, he's like, oh yeah, I waited a while, I was able to do it, it was fine, I have patience of a saint. But when you truly see Cyrene go through these cycles, when you see Finon go through his cycles, you realize like how, you know, if you value these lives, how devastating that feeling can be to watch people go through the cycle, you know? 100%. And I want to be clear, I think Xandar is there for a reason. I think Xandar is supposed to be the foil. He's supposed to be the bad guy. He's supposed to be the person that, like, is the opposite of, like, the passion we have for the Chrysosairs.
That listener lies behind this door.
Listener? So whoever's listening to the The book? The entity that's listening to the memories that Cyrene gave them? Again, look, all these bodies on the ground here as well. They're emphasizing it so much. Holy and there's a symbol again. Oh my god, all the bodies. Each sacrifice in every cycle represents a heavy resolve, 100%.
She gave everything to record all the forgotten recurrences.
100%.
Across 30 million cycles.
I see Evernight stuff up there. Look at that. Yeah, it's horrific. Oh, they're even like on top of each other as well. Oh my god, the absolute weight of all of this, man. What Cyrene has gone through. Oh. Her departure was part of the cycle, then perhaps every reincarnation Castorice would take care of this pristine soul. But she chose to break free from the cycle. The soul will not journey to where the west winds ends, but descend into the great tomb to carry on hope. Your gaze like a gentle breeze drifted across those memories of countless cycles. A reluctant and sorrow clutched tightly at your heart. Okay, nothing here. Man, the freaking Slipknot symbol up there as well, like. Her countless deaths in the cycle has endowed this place with an even greater, more sacred meaning. Since you've already come here, you sure you won't let her resolve be in vain 100%. Yeah, I'm getting that Slipknot joke out of the way because, guys, whatever's about to happen feels heavy as heck. Feels heavy as heck.
Look. That symbol at the end of the room.
It belongs to the 13th Titan. The unknown solitary god.
The 13th Titan, the nameless Titan?
The first new spore. Demiurge.
Demiurge! Wait, the name of the Titan is Demiurge? Oh my god, okay guys.
Surprises.
There's an anchor here, and we're about to go into a circular space. You think I should? Yes.
Feeling lucky.
You think I should? I feel like...
Let the show begin.
Right? Like, I'm not wrong. Oh, but that's not gonna do much, but still. I feel like... Oh my... Wait. Wait. No, that is Evernight, right? I guess we just don't see the back of the hair that often.
Those who are lost remain lost, while those who have met will meet again.
So there's a 13th Titan named Nameless Titan. Because I went when they said Nameless Titan, I thought that was like one of the like there was a Titan that was maybe that we already knew that like actually wasn't who they were. Maybe that's a weird thing to say or a weird way to look at it, but I don't know, like I wasn't totally sure what they meant by that fully, but like it's like legitimately a 13th Titan named Demiurge, and that's what was in Xandar's head. So Xandar knew about this too? That's what Xandar was hiding? Have the tentacle hair things always been there, or is it trying to like emphasize like the Evernight kind of like with the other red tentacles too?
What a touching scene. The deepest place in this world is exactly the ideal location for the trailblaze to reunite.
Oh my lord, man. We're about to get into something really big, aren't we?
You're not the one we want to reunite with.
Exactly.
Evernight.
Exactly. Danhong takes this so... I mean, rightly so. Both Cell and Danhong take this personally. As we said, the trio is driving this story. It's motivating this story.
But you'd better explain everything to us. This tomb and the 13th Titan.
Please, man. The 13th Titan. Is the bottom symbol the 13th Titan? Or is it the middle?
Tell us everything you know.
Please, 100% tell us.
You're too on edge, Danhong. I've always been honest with the two of you.
But I do love that Danhong is like putting the pressure on, because again, this is for March as well.
Before we talk about Amphoreus' destiny, why don't we lay aside our differences?
She's just such a superb design. It's actually so inspired. Again, it reminds you of like a Soul Eater design.
And take a moment together to mourn for the cruel truth.
Are you seeing this framing? Look at this, man. Look at this framing.
Truth?
So you still haven't figured it out.
Jesus Christ.
Take another moment to look around. Look closely. You must be curious as to where the final Titan is located. Right, what a good question that is. I too am curious.
Now Evernight's vague posting.
Because there's absolutely nothing here.
What?
Except a cold, empty void.
So there's no Titan here? There's no 13 Titan in this place?
You mean Cyrene was deceived?
No.
Indeed. Fuli planted a false hope in her heart.
Stop.
Making her believe that she was special. And that Amphoreus still had a chance.
No, we're not saying that all that was for nothing. Everything she did. No.
Then, that poor girl walked into the great tomb over and over again. And willingly offered herself to the remembrance.
Jesus, man. What the hell?
Why did they do that?
Even Black Swan, like for Black Swan to be like offended, who is known for just keeping her cool in the face of dream monsters, you know, of memory zone memes. Like, you know, it's like that's hurtful.
Did you really think they would just save this crumbling world? In the way Cyrene was praying for?
Oh my god, I think she's going to emphasize here as well the idea that, like, yeah, Fuli isn't friends with us. Fuli's not a buddy.
Don't be naive, Memo Keeper. In this game between gods, the remembrance chose to stand with the destruction.
They chose to stand with the destruction. It's not a thing where, like, they were trying to avoid the destruction. It's not a thing where they were trying to, like, avoid or just doing it on the side, because we previously thought that they were just kind of like doing it and just ignoring destruction. No, they're standing with the destruction.
Given your evident hostility towards the garden, I find it hard to take anything you say at face value. Oh my god.
Aren't the Memo Snatchers' activities enough evidence? They did everything they could to help Iron Tomb reach completion. And it wasn't just to obtain some fanciful memories. Let me tell you the real reason.
Please.
Iron Tomb is a perfect ark. If a seed can be planted within, then the moment the Lord Ravager blows the erudition to pieces, the remembrance will be spread to every corner of the cosmos.
Wait. Iron Tomb was an arc, which, you know, an arc. We talked about arcs before, right? In the story as well. So when the Lord Ravager destroys the Erudition, destroys Noose, the remembrance is just gonna go, what? How?
That masterless path will be equally split between two eons. Fuli will devour the Erudition.
So it's like when, like, like when two countries take over another one?
Do you understand now? The war among eons started long ago.
Christ, I think they've been referencing the idea of the war amongst eons before as well. I'm gonna screenshot all this as well. And maybe screenshot the top part here as also. But like, I'm trying to, like, grasp this idea that, like, obviously the Iron Tomb is a perfect arc. It is something that will carry something with it, and so when it destroys the Erudition, remembrance will spread to the entire world. The Master's power will equally split between two aeons. Fuli will devour the Erudition. So, when they destroy the Erudition, it becomes a Masterless path, and then that will be devoured by Fuli. And I guess the other part will be given to the destruction? Or did they want to even have that part?
Fuli did not glance this way to save Amphoreus.
Oh my god.
They will drain this world dry and turn it into a most poignant and tragic poem.
So, like, this whole time when we were looking at the idea that, like, and what they said, like, the idea was that, like, Cyrene was praying to keep this blessing as a part of Amphoreus, to keep Amphoreus alive. They were actually taking all those memories, draining them, and then eventually we're just gonna give it up to the, like, you know, the Iron Tomb be born anyway. This whole time, it feels like Cyrene was feeding it rather than protecting Amphoreus. And again, it's Amphoreus in a way that's just like the most tragic outcomes and realizations.
But fortunately, that girl's sacrifices won't be wasted. I will give her another possibility.
Anything.
I promised her that I would recreate the cause and effect of this world and form a flawless Amphoreus.
But to do this, though, you're gonna have to, like, use oblivion, and that's not what we want.
But The only way for a world that can't be turned back to be considered flawless.
Yeah, it's no, like, again, this is not good. This is not good.
Is to burn it with a raging fire.
See?
Until nothing remains.
Evernight, you're so cool and you have a great design. You have such a great design. Same thing I would say about Lygus. We're not burning this world. We're not destroying this. Because again, there's such a symbol of rebirth in everything, right? When the world ends, Fuli wants to rebirth the world, right? Lygus wants to destroy everything and rebirth the world, right? He wants it to be reborn in a new image. Evernight wants to create something perfect, burn everything until nothing remains. So in this phrasing as well, to create this world that can be considered flawless, that can't be turned back. Burn it with a rage of fire till all remains. It's so interesting that we have like multiple different forces here. Some standing with Irontoon, some against, but they all in the end, like, want to burn everything until like nothing remains.
You plan to destroy all the memories Cyrene has ever recorded?
Hell yeah, oblivion.
That's right. I'll set fire to all the stories, all the emotions, all the futility. I'll turn the garden's conspiracy to dust.
I want to make clear, like, we can't compare it in a way. I'm just comparing the idea of destruction. I know destruction of memories is different from destruction of lives, but I think that in this case too, it's still like, you know, like destroying this world of Amphoreus and all these memories is still destroying Amphoreus. But I think, like, you know, obviously I'm not comparing it to like the way, like, you know, Xandar willingly and knowingly knew that the Black Tide was going to destroy the world. I'm not comparing it to the idea of the remembrance, knowing that what they wanting Irontoon to destroy the world as well, and the cosmos, to the point that it's absolutely, you know, gone and then can be rebirthed within Asnara, right? That's different from like this, right? I want to make that perfectly clear. I don't want to compare it. I'm only comparing it because I think there's a theme of rebirth and starting again throughout the entirety of Amphoreus. Of course there is, with the cycles and with the, in my opinion, what I believe to be the main villains of the story, Xandar, Irontoon, Fuli now, I guess as well, you could say too, the Memble Snatchers, all these like different enemies that are kind of like coming from all sides. And I know like Evernight doesn't see themselves as an enemy. There is always like a theme of like rebirth amongst all of them. Even if it's in different ways, there's always a theme of rebirth, or at least like a new world in their own ways.
Setting fire to this much material will be enough to completely annihilate the scepter's operating logic. Irontoon will lose the soil upon which it grows, and Amphoreus will be truly set free.
Because we know that Irontoon was growing on the fact that Amphoreus was built like as like this place for conflict, right? It was feeding off the conflict and the destruction and the destructive tendencies, say, of like Finon, who became like perfect thing to be absorbed into Irontoon. Is she saying that like if I destroy everything on one of these things, then it can't feed off anything? It's the same way of like if you take a bird feeder out of your freaking backyard, you're not going to see a bird again. That's a bad analogy. You know what I mean? But you know what I'm saying? It's like if you take the food source away from something, it's going to starve. And if you take the reason I said, like, you know, take the bird feeder away is because I still want the bird to go and get our food. I don't want to give an analogy of a bird starving. That sounds horrible. But like, I mean just in the sense of like, if you take something away, then like that thing won't be able to feed it. It's the same thing. It's not even just like, you know, food. It's also like if I take my charger away from my laptop forever, the laptop will have nothing to feed off and eventually will just fade away. You take away the thing that Irontoon has been feeding off of this whole time, what is it going to eat? It's donezo.
The freedom you speak of is no different from destruction.
Mm-hmm.
Everything this world ever was will disappear from the extrapolations, never to be regained.
And I think it's perfect that Black Swan is saying this, because I do agree with her as well, because you guys know I put a lot of emphasis on sentimentality when it comes to people's emotions and characters and people I love, all this stuff. Erasing that type of memory and stories from Amphoreus, like, is legitimately, like, to me, as for me personally, erasing life. Right, and when it comes to what Black Swan's hearing too, Black Swan being the one to say this is perfect, because again, Black Swan values memories and how heavy and important memories can be more than most characters do.
That would also include your memories, by the way.
That's right. That's why I needed your help, little bird.
Oh no.
The more we walked together, the more I was convinced.
Convinced of what?
That you have a beautiful
Oh my
Dharmakaya.
god!
It fits me very much.
Oh my frick, look at what the hell's image, man.
So that's why you took me here.
Jesus Christ, look at this. It's actually incredible artwork.
Your true form is a bottomless obsession.
Bottomless obsession.
Smart girl. You haven't disappointed me. This avatar is but a shadow cast by the candlelight. Discarding it invokes no feelings within me.
So she wants to take Black Swan as an avatar as well?
Is only my wish.
Because she did mention this before, that she is like a shadow cast by candlelight, a shadow of March 7th. She's willing to drop this avatar.
My wish. To kill the path of remembrance.
Jesus Christ, man. There's so, like, and that would mean Fuli, right?
March 7th will not find peace as long as they and their fanatical henchmen exist.
And all of this lines up fully of the idea of protecting March, right? And the memo snatchers involving themselves in March's life, the Garden of Recollection involving themselves in March's life. Them finding March's memories, obviously, like, you know, being so important. Like, all this lines up, like, so perfectly. And it's like one of those things where, like, from the outside, it's like, yeah, like 110%. As always. If you said, I have a way to kill Fuli, and there's path of remembrance and all this stuff, I'd be like, hell yeah, buddy. Let's go. Let's do it. Get in the car. I'll drive. But, like, in this sense, it's like you have the intentions of protecting March so viciously and so vigorously, which we all want to do. We all want to protect March. But you're doing it in a way that is something March would not want. March would not want this. Nobody would want this. She wants to, and a screenshot this here, kill the path of remembrance, which the phrasing that was used before, which was, what was the actual phrasing she used last, not last time, it was earlier on this episode as well, about the wishes of an eon. What was the actual phrasing? It was, it was, because the line is, I think, is actually super important here as well. It was like, use oblivion, like, to douse the ambitions of an aeon, right? Something to douse the ambitions of an aeon. And I think it's referring to Fuli then, right?
The road ahead is still long, and she needs a guardian to stand by her side.
Oh my god.
You are my best choice.
She said, Black Swan, can you babysit March? Oh my god.
Allow me to refuse. That duty seems far too heavy.
I still can't get over its image. I still can't get over this.
Resistance is pointless, my darling birdie.
Oh my god.
I will personally plant myself into your heart. And once I've calmed down those two, I will head into reality and find the true you.
This is a horror game. This is a horror game.
So, that wasn't enough to fool
So Black
you.
Swan's projecting a different version of herself or something?
A genius's mirror trick and a protective mechanism of the erudition.
Oh.
Is that right?
It's a mirror.
Those layers of security
Herta probably
do
helped.
make things a little difficult.
So she said she's going to implant myself in your heart, then find the real you. That is so scary. That was one of the scariest things anyone's ever said.
But unfortunately, those two nameless are already right outside the door.
Oh my god.
Your plan is about to encounter a few mishaps. Until we meet again, Miss Evernight.
This is so well done. It's been
Will
so
you
built
still
up so
not
well. It's
stand with
terrifying.
My companions, we'll save the beautiful cosmos, and we won't leave even a single scar behind.
So the way she says this, right, by the way, right? What she's saying is that if I do this, this will starve Iron Tomb. And it will save the entire cosmos. But in the end, all the memories of Amphoreus will fade away. So the trade-off would be, yes, we would save the world from Fuli and Iron Tomb. Great. But then we would also lose the people and the memories and again, because she said she wants to, like, erase people from our memories to create a new Aeronova, a perfect Aeronova that can't be turned back. we would lose that. Amphoreus would be discarded. It's like trading off Amphoreus for the rest of the cosmos. And she wants to use Black Swan as like a future avatar, because her memories will be gone, to watch over March after she's gone as well. And the reason she wants to do is because the Guard of Recollection will not leave March alone, she believes. And I'm just saying, it's one of those things where, like, I think it's what's so great about, like, all of these characters who are villains. And the same thing will compliment Xandar as well as a great written villain, right? The idea that, like, you find nuggets of, like, I agree with that aspect. I agree with this part, but this part, no. With Xandar, it's like, he's like, you know, Xandar's talking about like a noose, and I was talking about like how, like, again, to explain, because I know like and this person wasn't rude, by the way. Someone talked about like my disdain for the Eons, right? And they're perfectly they didn't say it in any rude way. They you know, were talking about a very, very measured response. For me personally, like, it's just in the same way that I'm not a big fan of monarchies. Like the Eons, like treating people like ants on the base level is just really disgusting to me. So like I have a big disdain for them, apart from Madrilla, you know what I mean? Who is perfect in every way. But like, it's one of those things where like, if, as I said, if Xandar came to me and said, hey, I want to destroy an Eon, I kind of be like, maybe. Maybe. If Evernight came to me and said, hey, I want to kill Fuli, I'd be like, do you have a plan? You know, what's the plan? And then they both tell me the plan, and I'm like, oh, yeah, no, let's not do that. But I do think that, again, they're great because there's parts of it where you're like, yes, protecting March, 100%. The Garden of Recollection, not leaving March alone, 110%. The Memo Snatchers, trying to stop them, 100%. Trying to stop Iron Doom, 100%. But again, that's what makes it so good. On paper, if you wrote down, she's going to stop Iron Tomb, she's going to save March, she's going to destroy Fuli. Not many people would disagree with those three things, right? But it's the weaving in between it, because we have the meat, but once you add the potatoes, the dish doesn't look as good this time around. The potatoes are looking a bit rotten, you know? It's like, I don't want this. Amphoreus should not be discarded. I'm not gonna panic. Give me March 7 back to us.
Don't get caught up in your emotions,
I think it's great
dear.
writing.
The hero's journey in this world is just a narrative embellished with memories. Its essence is nothing but a string of zeros and ones.
I don't care about this, because again, this is a similar argument to Xandar did as well, where it's like, buddy, like, this isn't real. And I'm like, it's real to me.
For your own sake, and for the sake of March 7th, I think my choice is a very reasonable one. Come. I hold the core flame of world-bearing. Just fall asleep, and we'll save the cosmos.
She wants to create a new cosmos in Stell's, using Stell's memories and erasing parts of memories, using oblivion.
If you honestly thought we would agree with you.
Tell her. Because here's the thing, right? March would be protected, right? But March would never look us in the eye again. March would never look us in the eye again. She'd still love us, but she would never be able to look at us again if we just gave up Amphoreus like this.
That just proves you don't understand March 7th at all.
Yes, exactly what I just said. Exactly. March would not even be able to look at us if we did this. And look, she's taking back because you don't understand March. There's a different, and here's the thing, and other people see it's understand this too, and I feel the same way about Xandar in a way too. Obsession does not equal understanding. Observation does not equal understanding.
Seems like I really can't get along with people like you do. But in order to make sure you can still embrace tomorrow and continue this carefree journey,
I'm so scared. I'm actually so scared.
some memories must be set on fire.
How about no?
As the sacrifice.
How about no?
What can
Oh, what are we
change a
doing?
person's nature?
What are we doing?
Is it memories?
Oh my god.
Unfortunately, the result is just
What the hell?
opposite.
Is this a boss? It is. Oh my freaking god,
If a
man.
new life is to be born, its seed has to be dead.
We've heard this
Only
before,
through
right?
abandonment and oblivion can souls walk from emptiness.
The life has to be destroyed to rebirth again. That theme of rebirth that's all around Amphoreus as well. Let's go, guys. Let's go. This music. This like freaking like intentionally warped like circus music. So terrifying, guys. Evernight is just one of, oh my god, that's really spooky. Evernight's just one of the best characters. And again, like I do think like it's like just constantly well built and well written is the story, right? Constantly. We have one weakness, guys, but it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be more than okay.
Going all in. Tabs on me.
Get as much defense as possible.
The dice.
Oh my god. Is there a beat about to drop? Oh my god.
Or maybe I'll take it all. Watch your head.
Great stuff. Okay, great stuff. Great stuff. I have confidence in ourselves. As long as their moves don't like go under our defenses, we should be okay. You know what I mean? Oh, I thought we'd get something out of that there. It's such a weird design, right? The Judge of Oblivion, by the way, is a great name for a boss.
Bring us victory. Pull together. Resonate once more.
That breathing sensation. Remember it.
Oh my god, remember it.
This won't take long.
I should save some of my skill points, to be honest, but
never last. Time to say
please say
bye.
boom, please say boom. Please.
Boom.
Lovely. Oh my god, got rid of them really quickly as well.
Alright, I'll call your bet.
Why not? Just do a little bit of damage there.
Sounds like more business knocking. Try this on for size.
Lovely stuff. Get into a few more DOTs. Oh, lovely stuff.
To the final song of life.
I think we can attack, right?
Quiet down.
Good bit of attack there. Oh, we should have done the blast move. It's okay. It's okay though. Should we do defense or I think we should? No. I think we're fine with defense for a bit, right?
Relax.
Lovely stuff. Look at the sad face it makes as well. You know what I always wondered about? Would Sample betray his customers?
The customer is king. And for me to betray the king, well, you gotta make it worth my while.
Apparently so.
I hope for an end to strife in the...
I hope for an end to strife. Woo! That's her for sure. I don't even think we need to blast, but just in case. Lovely stuff. Phase 2. They just said phase 2 outright as well. Oh my god. Oh, jeez, look at that move. Brutal. Lovely stuff.
Stand still.
The follow-up attacks are great as well.
The
The song will just end, right?
Tonight, the stars echo because of me.
Yeah, it has to happen, right? It's obviously like it's a little bit of a bummer because I love the track so much, but again, I probably prefer it. And this is again, Robin, close your ears. I prefer it not playing because I totally get it. Like we don't want to like have a moment where we're having this intense, like very intentional boss battle, and it's like I almost like feel sick saying it's like it's good that they don't play Robin's song, so I'm not even gonna say it. But you guys get what I'm saying. I can't even say it.
Maybe I'll take it all.
Beautiful, beautiful. Again, he legit looks like Nicholas from Anteam to me now. They have very different personalities, though. Love that, man.
Never last.
If she says boom, the world is gonna be saved.
Boom.
Right at the hit of the music too. Kafka knew. Oh, great stuff. Really great stuff. Really nice. We're doing more than good. Impair? Wait, did I choose to impair? Because I pressed X to impair, so did I no, leave her alone! Did I choose that? I didn't mean to choose that. At all.
Relax.
Oh, it's over. Get down in the mud. Get in the mud.
It's time to end this.
Holy hell, man. This is so cool.
Return March 7th to us and end this pointless conflict.
And we'll destroy Iron Tomb. We will destroy Iron Tomb. And if we need to, I'll murder everyone in the Garden of Recollection as well. I'll do it. I have no problem doing this. How long are you going to stand there and watch? The Nameless always fight their own battles?
Don't get the wrong idea. I just need some time to deal with some unnecessary trouble.
Wait, was she stalling us a little bit?
The encryption key written by those geniuses is already invalid.
What do you mean?
How about we play a game, dear? Don't worry. It won't take long. It's a simple multi-choice question. A or B?
B. B.
I understand it's too difficult for you to treat the Chrysos heirs as extrapolated data.
Yes.
Then why
My heart is
don't we
pounding.
assume for now that they're living, breathing humans?
Yes, that's what we're going with.
Now, the cosmos will face an unprecedented catastrophe.
True.
And your choice will determine the fate of countless planets. On the one side are companions who've weathered every storm with you. They fought with everything they've got and obtained a 1% chance of victory.
Okay.
However, should you choose that 1%, there will be massive sacrifices, no matter the outcome.
So on one side, companions who weathered the storm with you, they fought everything and got to attain a 1% chance of victory. However, should you choose the 1%, there'll be massive sacrifices no matter the outcome. Okay.
On the other side, there's a simple button. The oblivion will burn away all traces of their existence, as well as your entire memory of this trip.
No.
But it will also halt the brewing catastrophe and spare the universe from destruction.
I choose C.
Those who are to be sacrificed will be fully aware of the decision you need to make. There will be no concealment or deception.
Yeah, I choose C. We destroy Iron Tomb. We beat up the Garden of Recollection. We save March. We save the world.
Tell me, what will
C.
you choose?
I choose C. I choose C. Don't try to trick me with that trolley problem. Such an outdated theme that we're discussing. Why don't we make it 1%? So the idea of what she's saying here is that what she's saying is, on one side you have the Chrysos heirs who fought for everything, got to only obtain 1% chance. If we choose that 1%, there will be sacrifices no matter what happens because, you know, Black Tide, Iron Tomb, all this stuff will expand out to the world. On the other hand, if we choose her side of things, which is Oblivion, it will halt the brewing catastrophe and then spare the universe, while it will erase all the memories and sacrifice the people of Amphoreus. It will save the entire cosmos. So it is like legitimately like kind of like a trolley problem in a lot of ways. But I choose C, which is we will destroy Iron Tomb. We will beat up everyone in the Garden of Recollection and murder them all. And we'll kill Futility as well if needs be. Yeah. So it's such an outdated theme that we're discussing. Don't try and trick me with that trolley problem. You're twisting more than just one concept here. You're twisting more than just one concept here. Honestly, I'd say this, because I just think like sometimes trolley problems, I'm just like, no, it's like you're like it doesn't make sense. I'm choosing the third option.
You're right. This choice is meaningless and unimportant. The only is the number of people making that choice.
Stop! What the hell did you do?
I have just posed the same question to Don Hung. The answer doesn't matter. Let me see. Is this trailblaze spirit truly as unified as you all claim it to be?
What do you mean? What did you just do? She asked Don Hung the same question?
Why don't you prove it to me?
Wait!
Cyrene! Mem! What the hell? But what happened to Don Hung? What?
Cyrene?
Another damsel in distress.
Oh, thank you.
Plays out again.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much.
still think you can do something, little pink memo sprite?
Evernight keeps using that phrasing. You think you can do that? You think you can do something? It's like this very like big essence of control here, right?
What weapons do you have to stand against me? Besides your somewhat witty
Oh,
words.
Cyrene, please have something. Please have something.
Don't underestimate
Yes.
me. Besides my charm and
You are
eloquence,
charming.
I can stir up ripples of past reverie.
What? The quill. Wait. Wait. Oh my god. I just even doing the writing hat symbol.
What?
Oh my god.
We don't have time for endless chatter at crucial moments like this.
This is the same thing that we used for against Xander, right? That quill in the book as well. No holds barred. Awesome move.
Quick, friend, take this.
The camera? Because there was memo sprite. There was a memo sprite in it, right?
Take the shot. I can't hold on much longer.
Oh my god. Remember, there's a legit memo sprite in here. Do I take a photo of her?
Make sure you get the focus.
What the hell?
No time to explain. Quick.
What is gonna happen?
Well done, friend.
So wait, we've learned that there was a memo sprite in that camera this whole time. March's camera was like very important.
Now leave the rest to us.
Wait, is this Elysiae?
This is
It is.
a light cone made from someone's memories. Oh, and there's a harmony entwined with it.
I love she's so calm even being transported here. Oh my god!
Looks like someone's been busy behind my back.
Oh my freaking god, it's freaking March. Like, I'm sorry, but like, I'm taking these small victories no matter what happens after this. Like, just getting to see March is something important to me.
We meet again, naive me.
I know you mean that as a compliment. But as for the word naive, I think I'll give you that one back.
March having such a soft tone here, right? Such a soft tone.
Welcome to Ides Elysiae, a small village shrouded by the veil of Evernight. Now, this memory will also belong to you.
So the Veil of Evernight, the Time, so it's shrouded by the Time Titan. And now they're giving this memory to Evernight.
Let's give you a taste of your own medicine. With my home as the inspiration, I've created this maze. Hope you like it, Miss Evernight.
So they've trapped her inside this, like, world? Is that where we're getting it here?
Quite perceptive little memo sprite. But with just you and that Harmony's little birdie, thinking you could trap me? That's a bit of a stretch.
They've trapped her inside of this maze, this memory of... In the same way that, it's not trapped, but remember the way that, like, you know, they were able to transport high ceilings to the waterscape.
So, tell me, what role did you play in all of this?
You speak to the great March 7th. Have some respect.
I really didn't think that this other me would be this strong.
Man, March talking so softly breaks my heart.
But at least when it comes to brains, I've still got the
Tell her.
My brilliant plan? Bet you never saw it coming.
She just said, I'm smarter. Please deal with it.
Oh. You mean that time? In that split second when we switched bodies. With your last flicker of consciousness.
What did she do?
You hid yourself within the Titan's veil.
Wait, is that when the Onyx started calling her mother? She hid her... March is genius, man. And again, I said it like also earlier. She's not dumb. Anyone who thinks she's dumb doesn't understand March. People confuse enthusiasm and happiness for stupidity all the freaking time. People are like, oh my god, Calvin, you talking from experience? I do, yeah, too. People do think I'm dumb, 100%. But like, you know, you have to, like, that's just the way the world works. You know, people think because if a character talks more seriously, they're smarter, right? March has always been bright. She's always been insightful.
Huh? You
got it already?
It's so March to want to reveal it, you know? Wanted to have the moment of it too.
But my plan was super thought out.
It was.
I know those two better than anyone. A promise is a promise for them.
Yes.
They never go back on their word.
She's so correct.
History books, diaries, and photo stones are all perfect catalysts for memories.
Is this when we were taking the pictures?
That's right. So when I hear her press the shutter, even if there's just a teeny bit of my consciousness left, I'd whoosh right into the camera.
Wait, for real?
But if you put it like that, aren't you leaving a lot
Wait,
to chance?
is that literal? Hold on, because we were taking pictures everywhere, right? So like at the whole time was the memo sprite to march with us at all times? Because that's what I was saying last time. Was like technically then would like a memo sprite to march with us at all times? Was march with us at all times when we were taking pictures? So us taking pictures at the start of this was for the promise that was made for, if that's what the promise she's talking about, is it that we would take pictures for her? So whenever, since photo stones are catalysts for memories, so when we would take the pictures, she would whoosh into the camera like that, and that's why the memo sprite's there. Because it is a catalyst for memories, a container for memories. So she knew that Dan Heng and Stella were not going to go back at their word to take the pictures for her. That is amazing. That is effing incredible. That is so incredible. Because we were saying from the start, the reason why Dan Heng was doing this, the reason why Stella was doing this, because again, especially Dan Heng, not that Stella didn't think about it, but like Dan Heng kept bringing it up. Because again, they weren't going to break their promise to March, and they missed March, you know? It's not leaving anything to chance. I'll tell you this right. It's not leaving anything to chance because March knows Dan Heng and Stella so well.
No way. She will definitely be snapping away all over Amphoreus.
Yes.
Because she promised me to take
yes.
photos. I'm guaranteed to run into her eventually.
Yes. So when she took a picture of Ornyx, is that when she whooshed into the camera? Because she was under Ornyx's veil. Oh my god, guys. There's tears in my eyes because, again, this emphasizes all this frickin' time. I love that, like, it wasn't just something that we, like... Because it was that. It was this emotional thing where, like, yeah, they wouldn't forget about her. They did this for her. Stella and Dan Heng remembered March and they took those pictures for March because they loved March. And it comes back this way, you know what I mean? All the way later on. 6 acts later, right? 7 acts. Are we on act 7 or 6? 7 or 6 acts later, whatever it is. 5 acts, 10 acts, whatever it is, right? We come back. And let's just be honest, in my real time, it's been months since we took those pictures. It was December when we were taking those pictures. And now I'm here recording this in May. And they call back to this emotional moment that was already emotional for me because I loved their friendship. But it was actually a way for her to get into the camera.
True. You really know her well.
And Dan Heng. Dan Heng was the one who suggested all the time. Dan Heng was like, yeah, let's take a picture. So when we took a picture of the camera here, it brought her into this memory then of ID Silesier.
Miss Evernight, let's be real. My amateur skills aren't enough to keep someone like you contained.
Before we go any further, is that what they're saying here? You can correct me if I'm wrong here, that I'm saying that, like, what happened was she went into the Titan's Veil of Ornyx, and when Stella took a picture of Ornyx, she was able to go as a memo sprite into the camera? When she heard the whoosh of the camera, and she knew she was going to take a picture here, she knew she was going to take a picture at some point.
But if March 7th were here, that would be a different story. Because there's no way for you to ignore her, right?
Because she has a duty of care in her mind towards her.
Fine. Lay it on me then. After going on such a long detour, what exactly do you want to do now?
I love that that's like one of the most interesting things about the writing of Evernight is that they're going to stop and listen to March. You know what I mean? Because they're here to protect March, to make March happy almost.
First, I want to thank you for protecting her and Dan Heng.
Oh.
But what you did later went way too
Oh,
far.
it's got, again, that's so March, right? She's like, yeah, I appreciate the fact that you wanted to protect my best friends in the whole entire world, you know? I'm sorry, but like, legitimately, look at her. Look at her. If anyone hates her, they go to hell. They die. Look at the, look at her.
So, while there's still time, I've got to make you change your mind.
She's good. This is, again, why do I feel like this is such a March thing to be like, let's work on this. Let's work through this.
There is something that truly puzzles me.
I'm gonna die. I love March 7th so much.
How did you find yourself again? After giving up all your memories and becoming an empty soul. Looks like you aren't so omnipotent or omniscient after all, huh?
With this side smile, she says this too. So she's asking, how did you find yourself again after giving up all your memories? So like, because again, she did give up her memories, and then she hid a part of her conscience onto the Veil of Onyx. But she's asked her, how did she do this again?
The answer is simple. I have been dozing inside the camera all along, and I accompanied her during her entire journey.
So was she already in the camera? Wasn't that she took a picture that she was already in the camera? Or was it that she... Again, I don't really care, because what this means for me... I do care, but you know what I mean? What this means for me, the reason why I'm getting so emotional, is that... in a roundabout way, not in the way I wanted, Amphoreus was a trio's journey. We got the trio for the entirety of Amphoreus, even if we didn't realize it.
So, when she told Cyrene in this cycle about her interstellar travels, those memories of journeying with the Express entered my mind as well.
So she regained her memories in that moment?
I may still be far from the complete March 7th, but these memories were more than enough to fight you.
So, either she joined up with Stell when she took that picture of Onyx, right? And she whooshed into the camera. Or she was in the camera the whole time. Either or, she was with us on this whole journey. And then when Stell recounted the memories to Cyrene, March obtained those memories as well and became part of March 7th. So she's not a full March 7th here, but she is part of March 7th. Holy hell. They gave us a trio's journey. It's just not the way I wanted, but we got a trio's journey.
So, you know what led up to this, and what followed, right? Go ahead. Tell me. Let's hear why you're so confident you can sway me. Why? Isn't the reason super obvious? Even through a camera lens, I know that the love, hate, and struggles that happened in Amphoreus were the same as what real living people experience.
Yep. Even she could see this through a camera.
Same old topic. I already got her to make a choice.
It's not the same old... Like, this is the thing. It's like, just because you don't agree with the topic doesn't mean it's tired.
The weights on each side of the scale are far too unequal. When destruction looms, trying to preserve everything only means sacrificing everything.
This is a common story beat and a common history lesson and lesson in all the stuff. The idea that, like, if you want everything, you'll lose everything, right? If you crave everything, you won't be able to get anything. You know, if you're constantly looking for more in that sense, like, and it's like, and this is a terrible example, but it's like the idea of, like, you know, if you're like, I have to choose between two partners, right? But you end up just being like, oh, I'll be secretive and go out with both of them. You will lose both of them, right? And I know, like, it's a bad analogy, but I think it's a tale as old as time through everything in life. If you want everything, people think you will lose everything. But I think there is compromises in the middle, and it's not about obtaining everything. It's about, you know, because I think it's like the idea is to kill Iron Tube, you know?
Well, take a step back. Before we ask this question,
This is incredible.
have you ever really thought about it? What right do we really have to make choices for others?
I agree.
If the cosmos were nothing more than a bigger Akama, ruled by a so-called emperor.
She knows everything, man.
Maybe then she'd have the right to weigh both sides and decide for us all.
Yeah.
But the truth is, we're just a bunch of nameless.
God. March 7th.
Even with everyone calling her Deliverer, I believe that she hasn't forgotten.
Of course.
That the meaning of Trailblaze is to explore, understand, establish, and connect. It's not about standing above the cosmos as some kind of savior. It's about walking alongside every world within it.
I'm gonna die. I am gonna die. And this goes back to the whole thing of like the savior complex, the messiah complex. Not having this is why Cell is important in these stories. Look at the journeys we've been on through this one. Look at the people that we found. We weren't their saviors. We fought alongside them. We fought alongside Sela and Bronya. We fought alongside we fought alongside Jinuen. We fought alongside the people of the Xian Show. In Pentecoin, it was the same freaking thing. We were with them. We weren't just saving them. We were with them. We were with Acheron. We were with Venturi. We were with these characters. And in Amphoreus, it's the same thing as well. We are not here to be the messiah of these worlds. We're not here to be these people. We do. Let's be honest here. I want to make clear. We do save people's lives. But we're not doing it to be like we decide everything. We're the one who chooses everything. We're the one who like is like the Jesus of this world. We choose to walk alongside this world. It's so beautiful. And, you know, March saying this, who like I think has more of a trailblazing spirit than most characters would.
So don't try to guilt trip me with stuff like necessary sacrifices. Yep. The Express crew is immune to these baseless accusations.
It's so freaking great, man. It's so freaking great. Because again, you talk about the idea of like, you know, like we've been through worlds where they've had like the idea of, oh, we have to sacrifice this to gain this, right? And the idea of like Mark saying we're immune to the idea of necessary sacrifices, and saying it won't work on the Express crew, is that they've really like spent this whole entire game, you know, fighting against like massive uphill battles, gigantic like insurmountable odds. And there's never been a thing where they're like, well, we have to like negate as much casualties as possible. You know, we can't do this because like let's just try and like save like a few people and then like, you know, the other thing will happen that will destroy the world. No whatsoever. Never has that been a thing we've done. Ever.
Besides, and this is just an example, if Madame Herta wanted to, she could have whipped out her imaginary weapon any time and blasted this scepter to bits.
That's so like this is like a kind of like a Lord of the Rings argument, even though you know that argument doesn't work in Lord of the Rings. But it's like so interesting like, to hear like at any time Herta could just like destroy the scepter, but she doesn't want to because she knows that what the effect that will have. We need to do something else about this.
Because, according to your logic, the lives of a few nameless are nothing compared to a Lord Ravager's potential threat.
March is so freaking smart here. I'm gonna screenshot all this as well, by the way. I want to as well.
But that's not what she did. You wouldn't have liked it either, would you? I figured you out a long time ago. You've got a fatal flaw.
This is such an amazing scene. And what is that fatal flaw?
A weakness. In the shape of me.
Their protection and want to care for March.
You've got such incredible powers. But you still kept your promise to me. That only means...
I mean, can I say March is also my weakness?
The sole motivation behind everything you do was just so I can keep traveling.
Yes. The never-ending trailblaze journey, right?
You're not as naive as you seem.
Wow. For Evernight to say, I know like it's because it's March, but like for Evernight to say this to anyone.
In that case, I can prove it to you.
Because Evernight has an answer for everything. Has an answer for everything.
I won't answer for someone else. But for myself. Here, hold this.
Was that the memo sprite? She gave... Oh my god, look at the little speech bubble.
An empty spirit.
What's an empty spirit?
If you want to seriously think about it, this thing actually counts as my body right now.
That's the thing that came out of the camera, right?
Its memories are all drawn from the camera's photos. In other words,
Holy...
from my journey of trailblazing.
Oh, the memory. That's so good. As well, like, the fact that March has, like, taken so many pictures upon this journey, like, again, no one's ever doubted, like, it's been an amazing thing. She's taking pictures of everything. She literally has pictures of, like, a freaking... of Phantilia's transformation on her freaking... wall. You know what I mean? She has everything. Like, but this became her memories. Her photos are her memories. And again, especially in Amphoreus, especially when it comes to remembrance, if a book can be a powerful tool in terms of like a key and a data transferring method to transfer memories to something else, a camera would be technically in a lot of ways even more powerful, right? Because there's like a real picture of the memories that you had there. Oh my god,
While
such lovely
I was
art.
awake, you were always sleeping. So talking about this probably doesn't feel real to you. So, why don't I walk you through these memories all over again?
What?
The spirit turned into a journal?
I'm sorry, but wait, so the actual, it turned into a legitimate, like, picture. That's even more powerful. Pictures and words? Like, oh my god, look, there's Branya doing her speech. That was an important moment at the, did she draw herself as well there? It's an important moment in the Bilbog story. It was a speech that was built on like a few fibs here or there, but it was the thing that like brought Bilbog into the future. Or was this a speech at the end of the stuff with Topaz?
Yep. That's what memories are.
This is a great representation of memories as well.
You don't know where they are, and you don't know what you actually remember. But when you need them most, the forces that have once changed your soul are guaranteed to appear again.
Oh my god, I remember this so vividly. This is an actual image. Look at the stickers as well. Again, if you hate her, you go to hell. It's just factual. This is an actual image from the ceremony where she did that speech. There was a speech at the end of Balebog. I remember we were all having like a cafe meet over here. It was so sweet. I remember this so specifically. Again, I'm going to screenshot like a lot of this as well, by the way. I just have to. Show me more. Show me more of the book. I want to see more of it. She's pressed the night before the... What?
So, how was your first trailblaze journey?
Oh no, oh no. This is going to kill me, isn't it? This is gonna absolutely destroy me.
It was very fun.
Is this the exact choice I chose as well?
We should still be careful in the future.
I would kill for a trio's journey with the three of these characters. Once again, I would kill.
Oh, come on, Don Hung. We're here to celebrate for her tonight. Don't be such a buzzkill.
It's so funny because Don Hung has lightened up a bit, like post on show, right? Which is understandable.
Don't listen to him. Listen, I am practically a trailblaze expert.
Yeah, you are.
Stick with me, and you'll be just fine.
Oh my god, what I would do to just have these three characters together all the time.
You call this trip fine?
We got arrested.
Well, that's because we could only find 700-year-old guides online.
So, you've been a lot of places before?
This is amazing.
Oh, you bet. Capital of Passion, Calcis, Tychean. If I count on my hand, it looks like this is my 6th stop.
Which is crazy because, like, in a way, Stell is like catching up like crazy, right? Why then after that, March then went on to have Xian Shou and Penacony as well, so that would technically be her like 7th and 8th. So Penacony was her 8th stop, and now Amphoreus, which was her 9th stop. We're already at what, 4 now in terms of our stops.
All my souvenirs are in my room, but they're just a bit of a mess right now. I'll tidy up later and give you the grand tour.
March, I would not care about the mess whatsoever.
Oh, look at this. A Belabogian notebook. A special souvenir I asked Branya for. She prepared quite a few gifts for us. Raw geomarrow, Supreme Guardian medals. But I only asked for this little notebook.
Absolute sweetheart is March 7th.
What's so special about it?
The previous Trailblaze missions were all on super high-tech worlds. Forget about paper books. Even holographic projections were ancient relics there. Eurillo is completely different. Watching people record their lives with pen and paper?
Amazing.
I finally understood why some still cherish writing journals by hand.
Amazing.
It's just like calligraphy. Those deep emotions buried in human hearts can only be awakened through such seemingly thankless actions.
Amazing stuff.
Dawnhung, you truly embody both a fierce beast
Yes!
and a delicate rose.
He's my rose.
Anyways, that's what I thought too. A camera can only capture fleeting moments, but stitching those moments into a story, you've got to use your own hands.
I get what they're saying, because I thought that a camera, for me, like seeing the actual image itself of the times you had together brings back all those memories. But what they're saying is actually like, makes sense. Because when you write something, you remember it, right? It brings your memories, I guess. I guess that makes sense. I guess that makes perfect sense.
In other words, just taking photos isn't enough. They need a place to be displayed.
Oh my god. And again, she learned this from going to a place in Balebog that was, 700 years old.
Isn't the photo wall enough?
The photo wall is great.
I told you it's different.
It's different still!
Besides, this little notebook is a memento of our first Trailblaze together with you. That makes it even more special.
My god, this game is trying to murder me. It's trying to. How much she cared already and how much we've grown to care about each other even more is so incredible.
Anyways, the next stop is the legendary planet of festivities, Penacony.
So this was, maybe I misread, this was after Xian Show? Oh no, they went to Xian Show before, they thought they were going to Penacony and then they went to Xian Show. Is that what I remember?
So, when we get there, I'll make sure we take tons of pictures together. Until the memory card's bursting.
Oh my god. It's so funny that March is again, no one ever doubted her that she should take these pictures, but these memories that she's taken along the way, not only were beneficial in terms of the emotional side of things, but they literally helped her regain her memories. She, you know what she's like? She's like that mother, right? Who who still prints out physical photos all the time. And the family's like, oh, you can have them on your phone, you can have them on your phone. And then something happens where online some photos get erased or something, or you lose photos or whatever. I know now they have clouds or whatever. But you're always happy to look back on that photo album. You know what I mean? It's something, it feels different. It feels I don't know, it's I totally get what they're saying about the idea of displaying stuff. Because I don't know if you guys did, but as kids, me and my family and I would actually make an evening of it sometimes. Not like a real thing. It was just sometimes my mother would be looking through the photo album, and we'd all become so curious as to be like, oh my god, remember this, remember that, and we'd all be looking at it. We were just kids at the time, but I totally get there's such a beautiful thing about having them displayed, right? And again, it does bring back all those memories, and that for when you do look at those things as well.
Fine by me.
Yeah, fine by dog. Oh my god. And again, it's March. Again, the idea of the trailblazer, her being the perfect trailblazer. Not only she's going through this journey, making her own way, truly embodying the trailblazing spirit, but she's also documenting it all along the way too, because she cares so much about this journey and cares so much about us. March's love for taking pictures is not just a love for fancy photos she can put on a wall. It's a love for the memories that she's about to make.
And one more thing. If I'm ever too busy to get off at a stop, this camera is gonna be in your hands.
Oh my god, that's what happened. That's what happened.
I don't want to miss a single trailblaze. So you all need to practice your photography skills until you're at least 80% as good as me. Got it?
Oh, I'd do anything for you, March. I'd do anything. That's so beautiful.
Back then, I was only half joking. I never thought I'd actually miss out. And after just 2 stops, too.
After 2 stops? Is it not 3?
Those 97 days alone had me on edge. I honestly thought that was gonna be it for me. Thankfully, with my quick thinking and sharp planning, I managed to keep up with those two.
She actually still got to be on the trailblaze journey.
By hiding in the camera.
Yes.
So what? That's still trailblazing.
Man, that's so, again, her character desiring to trailblaze because again that's what I'm saying, she embodies the trailblaze. Like everyone, like I think everyone embodies in their own way this whole idea of trailblaze, right? 110%. Like Don Hong, I feel like his way of doing trailblazing obviously feels like slightly different to the way March does things as well. As like everyone has their own view of it. Everyone will, that's the whole point of it. But I really feel like March's view of like making memories and not missing out on the journey and being able to document them and remember them. And I think it comes from also the emphasis of the idea that she didn't know where she came from before she was frozen in that block of ice. So this idea of memories being precious to her this whole time, it makes perfect sense. And here's the thing is, even if that didn't happen, it's still like a really beautiful thing. But I do also think there is an element of like her wanting to make sure all these memories are intact as someone who doesn't know anything beyond like the date that she was brought from this ice on March 7th. Her cherishing memories definitely does relate to the idea of her not knowing who she was before this. But it's hard not to just like, be nearly doubled over in this emotional feeling of being so happy that she did document all this stuff. Not just for, again, the practicality aspect, but again, her character just being so beautiful. It makes you love her more, right? Because we always loved her documented with the camera. We always loved her taking pictures and displaying them. But now it has way more weight.
The camera is my true form. That might have been a joke, but it came true this time.
Hell yeah. Can you turn the page? I want to see more pages.
Well, yeah. It was super inconvenient. I couldn't help them when they were in danger.
Oh, March.
Couldn't complain when they talked total nonsense. And watching her snap a terrible photo, I couldn't even control the shutter.
Oh my god. The fact that she was watching Stella take bad photos, she's like, oh my god, But I think it's like also really beautiful as well that like, she's like, yeah, I couldn't complain, which again, we loved when she complained to us when we were talking nonsense, right? She couldn't help us, which again, she's helped so many times as well. She's fought alongside us, and that must have been frustrating too, right? To know that she couldn't fight alongside us. How frustrating is that to know that your friends are fighting so hard and you're here in this camera, still working hard, let's make it clear here. Wanting to protect them in your own way as well.
But I stuck with them all the way.
Hell yeah.
Till where we are now.
That's our March.
Together with them, I got to know this beautiful yet dying world.
Yes.
I claimed our first core flame on the flame chase journey. I met new companions, then bid them farewell.
This is so beautiful. March was making like friends with all these characters in her own way this whole time too. Just like we said, Don Hong became so close to them also, March became close to them.
I inherited everyone's determination, carrying it forward into the future they fought for. One they can never see.
So incredible. Absolutely, absolutely insanely incredible.
Until my destiny becomes one with this world's, rewriting the predestined tragic ending, and returning to the true starry skies together with everyone. Only then can I pen the name March 7th.
So when she gets to that point, and what she's saying is like, when I get to like all this, like I inherited everyone's determination carrying forward in the future until they fought for one they can never see, and until she's like saying, until I become like I connect with this world and I'm once again in the starry skies with everybody, I can't write March 7th on this book yet.
Into this hero's journey called Amphoreus. Into this unprecedented trailblaze.
She's been with us this whole freaking time. It's been a trio's journey. Sometime before the campaign against Aquila.
Looks like our trailblaze in Amphoreus is coming to an end.
Stella is glowing here, man. Literally, look at the sparkles.
While we still have time,
Shall we pick out some materials for March's journal?
They're still thinking about March even here.
Aha! No way we're skipping this one.
He has the look of like,
Huh? When did you take this? Wasn't the storage card full?
What picture did she take?
I still had my phone. Scared now? Don hung the seal.
The seal head?
The first seed competitor with the ghost seal in the super duper fun seal slammers.
So Seal Slammers is an event, I believe?
I'm against including this photo, but suit yourself. I just think that a travel journal should mainly focus on documenting local customs and culture.
So it's an embarrassing photo, and he's just like, if you, again, keeping his best friends happy, sure, if you want to, but like...
Akama, Castrum Krumnos.
Oh no.
The Grove. These shots are all pretty great. I have to say, your skills are almost on par with March's.
Oh, don't say that. But like, March was there this whole time. This was a trio's journey. You have no idea, guys, how much this means to me. How much this has hit me in the heart. How powerful this is to me, this one image. Because Jesus Christ, for a lot of times during this journey for these characters, there's been so much pain. There's been so much loneliness. There's been so much uncertainty. Fear of losing each other. Like, you know, whether it be Don Hong, fear of losing Stell. When he had to pull her out of that freaking tree. Losing March to Evernight. Stell's dangerous journey as a deliverer. All this stuff of this fear of losing each other. But it all boils down to, in the end, once again, that this trio loves each other. And seeing them all together, even if it's just like a vision of what the representation of March being here is, it's soothing.
That's how awesome I am. Oh, right.
It's so
how about
soothing.
This one? The Veil of Evernight, Orynyx, the Titan lurking behind the mist. Pretty epic, right?
She's such a like a enthusiastic character.
Is that actual mist or just motion blur from your shaky hands?
Hey, that was a super tense moment. I only had the chance to take a quick one. We're lucky to have anything at all.
And March is just happy to be amongst this, like, you know, not bickering, but you know what I mean. Happy to be amongst, like, them, you know, teasing each other, right? Or the teasing of Stell.
Huh? Did you hear something?
Oh my god.
March 7th? Perhaps the photo captured a trace of time's divine power, which replayed echoes from your memories.
By the way, let's just say this right now. Don Hung remembered the tone of the giggle. Don Hung heard this. And said, March? Like a dog when their owner comes. That's a bad analogy. But you know what I mean? Like a dog that can hear their owner from down the road. I'm not saying March is Don Hung's owner. But I'm saying that Don Hung heard this. I went, March 7th on this date in this space and time.
All right then. Let's keep going. If March were here, she'd definitely have plenty of great ideas.
They never stop thinking about her all the freaking time, man.
They went back and forth like that, discussing for hours.
I'm never going to go over the fact. Look at the Evernight smiling, by the way. Evernight is smiling. That takes a lot. I'm not to be a disingenuous kind of snarky smile. I am never going to get over the fact that, like, both of these characters heard a giggle and said, March. They heard it slight. They literally, all they heard was this. March. Like, that's amazing. That's so amazing.
It was like they were arguing about which game to play. How to sneak midnight snacks from the dining car without Pom-Pom noticing.
Oh my god.
Or who was gonna wash Miss Himeko's coffee cup. Just like every other night on the Express.
That's the thing. That's what I'm talking about. She saw the bickering between these two characters and it made her feel like home. And that's such a normal feeling to feel, by the way. And you can see March being so happy with this. It's such a, you know when people say like, how do I say it? You know when like, people say that you have like a family member who annoys the hell out of you. I'm not saying these characters annoy me. I'm trying to use an analogy here, like, but like, you know, when they say like a family member really annoys you, but then something happens to that family member where they're no longer in your life anymore, and you would do anything to have them annoy you again. You would do anything, you know? And in this case, it's one of those situations where it's like these type of like arguments, the bickering, you know, it's a nice memory, which again, we all understand that idea, right? You know, we understand, like, because yeah, it's even like in the moment when, like, say, like you're fighting with your siblings, for example, like it's unpleasant, it's not nice, you're frustrated, you're like, oh my god, blah, 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 you're like getting so angry about stuff, right? But afterwards, like 10 years later, you remembered really fondly. You're like, oh yeah, I remember those times. And I feel like in this case, it's not only that, but it's also like March, like, has been away from them physically in terms of like being actually able to talk to them for so long that just hearing them bicker like they did on the Aster Express is something that warms her heart.
They've always been by my side.
Yes.
No one knows about my forgotten past, but no one holds it against me.
Yeah. Oh my god.
That's because
We can't go back to the past and make better choices.
But at least we can do better in the future.
Beautiful. It's so stunning. We can't go back to the past and make better choices, but at least we can do better in the future. You can't change anything that's done.
Isn't that right? I still remember the day when you first put on these clothes and looked in the mirror.
With these clothes you're talking about here, that she's wearing right now?
Your eyes were so clear. When all this is over, I hope the mirror can still reflect those same eyes.
Evernight hopes that she can have those clear eyes.
You're pretty naive too. Always hoping that the mirror will show the most beautiful side.
I always knew March was smart, but did she just become like a sage? Like
But you don't even trust the you reflected in the mirror. And if you keep trying to shoulder everything for me, then I'll actually end up as a wallflower, waiting forever for my turn.
So the idea is like, if you keep trying to do everything for me, you keep trying to like protect me, then I won't be able to do anything for myself. I won't be able to do anything and take my turn in this world. Wallflowers are delicate. They're super delicate. It's an old, like, almost like New Orleans expression, like delicate as a wallflower, you know, like that type of thing, you know. It does feel, that's what they're trying to express here. It's the same thing with anything. Like, if you don't practice guitar, you're going to become worse at guitar. If you don't actually do stuff for yourself in this way, which is not wrong with people helping you, but you're not allowed to do anything for yourself and not allowed to shoulder anything for yourself, then when you do eventually have to shoulder something, it's going to be hard, it's going to be brutal, you know?
Yes, I get it, March 7th.
Oh my god! Guys, what the hell? Sunday tried, Black Swan tried, we tried. You know, all these characters tried. Xander couldn't find her. You know? March 7th said, here's why I freaking love my friends, and here's why they love me, and here's why memories are important to me. Here's why we should try to make a better future. Here's why this journey I've been on has meant something to me. Here's why these memories I've made of all these people mean something to me. They may not be real, but they're real to me. And she's like, yeah, I get it. March 7th. Holy hell.
I only have your memories, and you have always been the me that I wanted the world to see.
Holy hell. She adores the idea of March. Like, you were the version I want people to see, the version I want to protect.
Just hearing those words from you makes me feel super satisfied.
So beautiful.
Well, I've appealed to your emotions. As for reasoning with logic, could you help us out here, Cyrene?
That's fair, right? You have March going from one perspective, and then Cyrene goes from the other.
I'm here. Finally my turn to shine, isn't it? Miss Evernight, you've been so fixated on your targets that you probably haven't even realized that a massive variable has emerged in Amphoreus in this cycle.
Stell?
Amphoreus is about to be destroyed.
There's no time left for pointless debates. There is only one law I want to overturn to aid the final battle of deliverance. So I will only offer the life of one.
The law that she
demigod.
overturned. And we assumed it was like the protocol, right?
The Imperator added one extra rule to the final Era Nova at the cost of her life. That's how she can ensure Amphoreus doesn't become a sacrifice in the cosmic conflict.
We remember this happening as well.
Even if this world has to exist in the form of Iron Tomb, it will stand on its own among the stars, just as she had wanted.
Again, don't mind me screenshotting this, guys. Oh, it's only small. Okay, I thought it was going to be all of it, but it's okay.
Oh, interesting. What does she want to do?
Simple. If any anomaly occurs during the Era Nova process, all foreign elements will be eliminated immediately. Whether it's the remembrance
Wait, what?
or the trailblaze. And the 12 core flames will complete the final Era Nova
Wait.
through the purest form of
Hold up.
destruction.
Hold up. So she asked, what does she want to do? Cyrene want to do? And she said, if any anomaly occurs during the Era Nova process, all foreign elements will be eliminated immediately. Whether it's remembrance or trailblaze, and the 12 core flames will complete the final Era Nova. Wait, what, how does it work? Explain.
A daring wager indeed. That ruthless Imperator. Could she have already sensed that the remembrance was plotting in the shadows?
Wait, no. I think, so if a foreign element like the remembrance happens during the Era Nova process, all elements will be so if the remembrance gets involved with the Era Nova, it will be eliminated immediately because of what Cyrene did? Is that true? I thought she just changed the protocol, but they say even the Trailblaze too, so the Trailblaze can't get involved with the Era Nova either? Is that what they're saying? So if the remembrance gets involved in the process of the Era Nova as an anomaly, it will be eliminated. And the 12 core flames will complete the final Era Nova to the purest form of destruction.
No, you managed to fool everyone. There's no way she could have known your plan. Modifying this law was just a precaution to prevent the Astral Express and the geniuses from betraying Amphoreus after her downfall. So
she did this still kind of suspicious and cautious of people of people in the world, and that was her personality, right? She didn't trust everybody. She put a kind of a failsafe just in case the Astral Express tried to do something to the Era Nova. Right? Or from betraying Amphoreus.
But if you insist on doing this right now, then the cosmos will undoubtedly face the worst possible outcome.
So Cyrene made it so that if we or the remembrance or any anomaly, foreign elements, get involved with this or occur during the Era Nova process, then the 12 core flames will complete Era Nova and it'll be the purest form of destruction. So it's going to destroy everything. It'll be the worst possible outcome of this if this happens.
My friend, Dan Heng, and March 7th will all merge with the scepter and become a victim of the destruction.
So Cyrene made it so that we had to do something other than just do the Era Nova again? So if Evernight did complete the Era Nova here, it would just lead to destruction. Cyrene's honestly, it's very Cyrene.
Knew all along.
You knew all along. You know what I mean when say it's very Cyrene? Cyrene's not a trustworthy person. No, she doesn't trust people that often.
Yep. But I decided I needed to have a heart-to-heart with you
so
first.
If I'm getting this right, then March knew, okay, if you do the Era Nova right now and you get involved with the Era Nova and try to change the Era Nova in terms of an anomaly of the Era Nova, it would just destroy everything. So she knew that. She could have just said that. Hey, this is what's going to happen if you do this. But she also wanted to, reason with this entity that clearly, does care about March. that clearly does have like a warped view of March and these emotions and this world and all this stuff, and it's very March to want to like connect with them first.
I won't be afraid. Even if my inner world is nothing but an Evernight. That's because my journey's destination lies among the stars. I believe what lies ahead will be bright enough to illuminate my path.
This music as well. This music is so beautiful. She knows that her path is amongst the stars. She doesn't mind if it's an Evernight. The music is so gorgeous. How you feeling, Evernight? How you feeling?
Thank you for your coddling.
Oh.
But please trust me and leave it to me.
That's
Both
so
my
beautiful.
past and that obsessive oblivion.
Cause like it's just like she's like, hey, what you don't need to coddle me, but thank you for trying to protect me. It's such a March thing, and it's such a beautiful thing to say. Instead of sitting here being like, you evil son of a whatever, you know, being like, no, I thank you for making the effort to protect me. I thank you for what you have done. But in the end, obviously, it's one of those things where like I need to do this myself. Leave it to me. Pass the baton to me. You know, I'm taking screenshots as well, of course, but yeah, we know we probably remember all this as well, but like just in case we want to look over things again.
Will help me become even stronger than her and Don.
Hell yeah, March. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I love that. I'm freaking rooting for her so hard.
I'm sorry for becoming an obstacle in your journey.
that hits again, man. This is like so many different emotions going on here, you know? This music is so stunning as well. That hits so hard. Because like this isn't I generally think Evernight isn't they are an entity that was damaging and dangerous. I want to make that clear 100%. But I like obviously it feels more like a lost entity that lost their way even further, you know? Not realizing exactly what March would have wanted here. And again, as you said, we would have done everything to stop her. But what an amazing way March did it instead. The best possible outcome that could have happened from all of this.
Don't apologize, Evernight.
Oh my god, March. I keep saying it, but they're trying to kill me.
We're just two sides reflected by the same mirror.
Saying this and having this shot as well, so freaking incredible. So incredible.
So, when we
oh
bid
my
farewell
god, man. Oh my god.
And become one.
So freaking... Oh, look at March. Look at Evernight, man. This is crazy. Oh my god, the smile.
Our memories will only grow more beautiful.
My freaking heart, man. My heart. My heart is so like... Oh.
Many thanks, Mr. Sunday.
Oh, Sunday took them here.
Are they in this memory
No.
zone?
We should trust March 7 and Cyrene?
Yes.
Are they gonna see
can't
March?
let our guard down. Let's go find them.
No. No. Head to the waterfront. No. Oh.
It's unusually quiet here.
I'm not freaking ready, man. Because here's the thing. As we said, March has been on this journey this whole entire time. The trio has been on this journey in Amphoreus the whole entire time. She has always been here. This has been a trio's journey. And that's the way like I'll always take it as. But there's something different about them meeting in person and finally being able to talk to each other. It's so different, man. can't really make out the... Is that Cyrene or who is that? Is that March?
March 7th isn't here.
Yeah, that's like... I can't tell. There's like, there is the pink... That's March's pink hair, but it looks like Evernight's outfit. Yeah, that's like Evernight's outfit. So are we not getting the reunion?
Get ready. We can't
No,
give her any chance
because
this time.
they were becoming one, right? They're becoming one. The reflection of each other was becoming one entity. So...
3 of a kind.
2 pair.
Ace.
The saying? The expression?
Ace?
No way! What? What? Oh my god, look at their face soften almost instantly. No. What are we doing? Please, don't kill me. Or do.
March?
They heard the voice. They heard the freaking voice.
Of course it's me.
Oh.
It's been a while.
Oh. Oh my god, they ran right towards her. Oh, Danong. Oh my god.
March.
Oh.
I'm back.
Oh my... Jesus Christ, bro. What the hell?
Finally.
What the... What am I supposed to do with that? What am I supposed to do with this? Tears rolling down her face, man. This has been such a long time coming. Holy hell.
Finally. I can talk to you all. At last.
Oh. You were the one who protected us. Don't cry or I'll have to start telling jokes. This is me. You're the one who protected us.
You saved us, March.
Legitimately, like... The reunion of the trio, man. But is it she looks like Evernight because she's like merged together?
Really? That's wonderful.
Oh. This is like one of the most beautiful moments ever. And no, let's just freaking say it. Let's just freaking say it. We've had so many beautiful, emotionally happy and like incredible moments. And I talk about them all the freaking time. But this has been a long time coming. This has been so long in the making. We've had false alarms of meeting back up with March again, and this was legitimately like the in game for a lot of these characters. It was cycles, lifetimes. It was going through pain and suffering, and you know, and then till I wanted to mention me last as Calvin who loves March. This has been like 4 months, man, until I got to see all this trio together. It's been 4 freaking months. 4 months of not seeing March, Danhong, and Stell together.
I had so many ideas for our reunion. I was gonna sneak up from behind you when you weren't looking, tap you both on the shoulder, and then flick you each on the head.
Oh, that's so relatable. We always have these ideas of how it's gonna be so perfect, right?
And shout, "What took you so long to find me? Don't you know how to move faster?"
Over and over, we'll always find our way back to each other. Oh, fucking! I should stop swearing, man.
Stop being so serious.
Oh.
I'm just so happy.
I'm so freaking grateful for Honkai Star Rail, man. I'm so grateful for this game.
We both know that you've been by our side this whole time.
Yeah. Oh my god.
This trailblaze journey wouldn't be complete without you.
Not even nearly. Not even nearly. My life wouldn't be complete without March.
We'll not only trailblaze into the future together and save the world, we'll also return to the Express together and head towards our next destination.
That's what it's all about. That's what they wanted, but this is the much better way of getting that. I know there's probably still like a lot, like we have to literally stop Iron Tomb still, but I'm not thinking about that right now.
After we complete this trailblaze, let's hold hands and head home together.
Head home together. So freaking beautiful, man. Jesus Christ.
If a new life is to be born, its seed has to be dead.
So did Evernight die?
March 7th. When you bid farewell to your past and are born from the six-phased ice.
This is March when she was originally born then.
Have you thought about the version of yourself you want to see in the mirror?
We know that Evernight said that she wants to see the best version of March in the mirror. That's what she wants to see.
As of now, I have no intention of making choices for you. You've already decided on your next destination. So, let me exercise oblivion one last time. And wipe the name Pure Child of Anosrava from your mind.
Pure Child of Anosrava? Is that wiping Evernight from her mind? Because Anosavra is the place that Fuli, it's his garden, right? It's the location where he rests. So she's the pure child of Anosrava.
I am an obsession whose purpose is to protect you. The only memories I have are yours.
So she's erasing the Evernight and the pure child stuff and all the Fuli stuff in terms of like it's in a selective manner so that March can move forward and have a life where she's like building her own life.
Therefore, the only one thing I can be sure of, the Garden of Recollection is your enemy.
Yes. I need to check something with the one over here, by the way, on the right.
The path of remembrance is far more than what people observe on its surface. And I will not allow you to become this broken conspiracy's next sacrifice.
Evernight. I will not allow you to become this broken conspiracy. I'm going to take a screenshot of all this as well, guys.
If you ever need me again, feel free to awaken my power.
Oh my god.
And when the time comes, don't hesitate to devour or burn away anything that stands in your way.
She just got the older kid privilege, you know what I mean? Like, you know, when the kid's like, you know, that he looks out for me, you know?
Then trailblaze through the darkness in my stead.
Wow.
As always.
It's so powerful, man. It's so powerful. So if I'm not mistaken, what's happening here, she's erasing this part of her mind that's called the pure child of Anosrava, and erasing maybe the part of Evernight, maybe? I'm thinking possibly from her mind, so that she... I could be wrong with this, but like so that she can like maybe find that version of herself she wants to see in the mirror. Because if she's saying the seed has to be dead for a new life to be born, she wants to erase that part of her brain so she can be birthed anew.
Oblivion shall keep watch over your past. Veiled in the hush of
So she's going to keep watching over.
Silent and serene.
But since she won't be erased, she can do it herself. She doesn't need Black Swan. What are we doing?
Oh?
Whoa.
The chronocognitive anchor readings?
Guys, one of the most beautiful scenes in the history of Honkai Star Rail. And, like, I think that, like, when I think of, like, scenes that are emotionally, like, you know, that are emotional release almost, that, like, are all these pent-up emotions into one scene, you know, that really, like, you know, it's like, there's scenes that are, like, emotionally devastating, like the aventurine scene in Penacony Act 2. There's scenes that are, like, you know, dreadfully powerful. Like Jinyuan, as I said, turning away from the fight between Blade and Jing Liu. You know, it tears me apart thinking about it. There's scenes like, you know, Dan Heng pulling Stell out of the tree. These are powerful, impressive, and emotionally like devastating scenes at times. But I don't think there's and again, I talk about this idea like with things that are like built up over time, because I think that, like, you know, the build up is just as important as the release of what happens in the end, because there's been so many times I've watched stories and even played some games off the channel as well, where like I'll have a thing where like they'll have a character show up after just like an hour of being gone, and it's like there wasn't. I mean, you can do that, but like obviously if you're building up this whole thing of like, oh, you know, it needs to be properly built up. And I think that with the Honkai Star Rail, what they did here, they intentionally gave you the best trio you could ask for in terms of a video game trio. And they gave you that on Belobog. And that's I don't care. I'm tracing this moment all the way back to Belobog, and you can sue me. You can kill me. You can kill me in the comments. I don't care. I'm tracing the moment all the way back to Belobog. They gave us one of the most funny, charming, beautiful, and sweet trio of characters that you could ever hope for. And then they give you a taste of what it's like when you're a part on the Zan show. And then when Dan Heng comes back and reunites with everybody, and we reunite with him after the quintet story as well, it is a beautiful moment because you realize how much they care about each other. On Penacony, when they all reunite in the end again, when they all get to see each other again, another powerful moment. Another really powerful moment. They gave you the taste of what it's like when these characters are apart, but they've never been apart for as long as they were on Amphoreus. Dan Heng, like as I said, guys, here's the thing. It was the same. It was longer for you guys, I think, between patches actually, recently, but I don't know. Over the course of like so many acts, this is the longest they've ever been apart, but they've always been together at the same time. And when I say that this is built up since Bela, we know the sweet, beautiful feelings we have whenever March, Dan Heng, and Stell are together. And to have them apart for so long, but at the same time have them be together for so long. There's something so magical about the idea of retroactively making this journey a trio's journey. But it's so different for Dan Heng to actually hug and Stell to hug March in the physical sense. Because having a memo sprite that can't talk to you is one thing. It's a beautiful moment to realize that, yeah, the trio's journey was always a thing here. But this, as I said, hasn't been built up since Belobog. This has been built up, and you can say, well, no, it can't. It's the start of the Amphoreus. But I really think that they wanted you to know how special these guys were since Belobog, so that this moment hits all the harder. Because we know what it's like when they're apart for a bit. We know what it's like when they do different things. But we also know what it's like when they're together. And that's why it hits so hard and so quickly.
They actually pulled it off.
Yeah.
Not too shabby at all.
Have faith.
They got the first genius. Then they put the garden in its place. This chapter in trailblazing history may not be the last of its kind, but it's certainly the first of its kind.
This is what I love about her, right? Like she genuinely like is just a reasonable person sometimes, to the point that like she can't hide the fact that she is like super impressed with these people, as you would be. Again, what Stell and Mem did with Xandar, you know, what they just did now between March, Stell and Dan Heng together, and Cyrene. I want to give some credit to Black Swan a little bit too. She kind of held her off for a bit. You know, it's impressive. It's freaking impressive. This is a first genius. This is the Garden of Recollection. This is what you call it? Like something on the power levels of an Evernight to like even convince them emotionally to stop this.
We couldn't have made it this far without the wholehearted support of the two geniuses.
100%.
And next, we'll be facing the Lord Ravager.
Holy
as they break free
hell.
from their shell.
Holy hell. That's what I was saying during the whole March 17th. And March said it too. March is like, it's not over. We have to wait for this whole thing to be over. Sunday did a lot too.
Let me give you a warning. The backdoor screwy setup in the Era Nova system can only get you as far as breaching the core of the scepter. Nothing more.
She said we gotta have a full act. You know? We can't just have it happen. It's gonna be at least 50 hours, okay?
As for those nastier malware programs lurking inside Iron Tomb's belly, you'll have to deal with them as they come.
They're not doing it now, are they? Because I was thinking next act, but like, are they talking about now?
That's more than enough to help us. By the way, how are Mr.
Maybe?
Screwlum's preparations?
I'm sorry, but
coming
like, here's the
along?
thing. I wouldn't be against it, because that's going to be insane. But to go from like Don Hung's transformation, March's reuniting with Evernight, and us reuniting with her, and then a fight with Iron Tomb, I think that would be, there'd be no like argument that could go against this being the greatest act in Honkai Star Rail. Like, you couldn't even argue at that point. It'd be like per percentage of incredible moments.
Give him a bit more time. Those screwheads at the Imperial Advisory Council need to understand what the concept of war means first. For all we know, they might have already gutted all the fortresses in Screwy's collection while he was away.
I've heard Mr. Screwlum's fleet includes planet-class mechs. Hyacinth, Poppy, Oleander. Which one will answer the call, I wonder.
Interesting.
You sure know your stuff. I'd rather none of them show up and let my space station save some face.
I love that, like, you can tell she has a lot of respect for Screwlum, but at the same time, too, like, there's like a little bit of like a healthy competition aspect going on there, too, I feel like. You know? Where she's like at some points you can tell that they bicker with each other, or at least like they like, but I feel like they understand and respect each other so much, you know?
The memory of this decisive battle is bound to be absolutely magnificent.
It's gonna be insane.
Isn't it? Sorry to keep you waiting, everyone. I also have some news to share.
Black Swan was actually like, to hold her composure the way she did, it's pretty impressive.
The Xianzhou Alliance has replied that they're willing to offer what modest support they can in the campaign against Iron Tomb.
No one these on show, they're like, we'll do what we can, it's just modest. Why are there 2,000 airships heading towards Amphoreus? It's just modest, you know?
The Alliance? Not just the Luofu? This is really good news.
Yeah.
With this, our odds of victory just went up another notch.
And that's the thing. I think this is what Himiko and Elio wanted. They wanted, like, companions for the Astral Express and for Stell in the Xian show.
Whether this news is good or bad remains to be seen.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Something has happened that even General Jing Yuan couldn't understand.
No, what?
He urgently wants me to inform the two geniuses.
What is it?
That Amphoreus' causality has vanished from the matrix of Prescience Ultima.
What?
This means the instant in Noose's calculations is drawing closer to this world.
Wait, like, does this mean... Wait, so... Does this mean Amphoreus' causality has vanished from the matrix of prescience? Is this just talking about how, like, Iron Tomb is nearly complete? Like, the calculations are almost complete? Is that what we mean?
As the Theoros, I have observed.
How would observe my arse? I don't care. Give me what does instant mean? Like an instant in like in Noose's calculation. I know that's probably like I'm thinking like it's because Iron Tomb's almost ready, right? Maybe I need to like look up the term or something. Maybe I can look up the word instant in terms of like scientific calculations. Let me just look that up. 1 second here. Sorry, Xandar, there for 2 seconds there, buddy. I think instant means space of time, and the thing is, like, I'm sure they mentioned this before, and again, I have like memories of like them talking about this before when talking about Noose and stuff like and that as well. So I wonder if we can look it up in the data bank afterwards, because I think we were talking about it there as well in terms of like the instant, maybe like those I don't know, maybe we haven't. It's and I'm not going to say sorry for like for forgetting aspects of that, because again, it's each act in this whole game for me has been like 10 hours plus, so there's going to be some stuff that slips through the cracks for sure.
The night has faded away, and what I have created, I will destroy.
Oh, buddy.
This starry sky will return to freedom and chaos, just as it was in the beginning.
You know how sad you are, Xandar? You have to wait to bring back your like little evil man speeches until Evernight left. The bigger bully left, and then you started being the bully on the schoolyard again. you had to wait, buddy, and we know you did. You couldn't take anyone's lunch money for 2 weeks. And the other bully left school, moved schools, and now you're taking over, because you weren't tough enough to take over before. This whole thing, I will destroy the starry sky, return the freedom to chaos. So he wants, again, that's what he said, he wants everyone to be like this random occurrence. He wants them to think for themselves. But to do that, he has to destroy the world and then rebirth it.
Confident, aren't
Tell about
you?
Xagris.
But from where I stand, it seems you've run out of options. When the Deliverer and her companions fully uncover the secret of the 13th Titan...
So we still have to uncover... That's another thing as well.
That is the moment your schemes will come to ruin.
Lord Xagris, I have granted access to all records concerning the Demiurge, as per your request. How unfortunate that you'll never admit your own mistakes. Analysis complete. Before I erase you completely, allow me to reveal the truth to you, if only as a courtesy to the final.
So he's going to erase Xagris now? And he's going to reveal the truth to us as well.
The Demiurge never
Is this what we saw with the idea of the made up... Remember there was nothing in the tomb? Remember there was nothing where Evernight was?
If it never existed, then where did the nameless Titan's tomb come from?
Because was it just a measure to like trick Cyrene?
Isn't that exactly why it's called a tomb? Because it only houses the remains of what once was. Let me give you an example from a story you're familiar with.
He says, have you ever heard of a cave?
A sage from the grove once conducted an experiment. He took a chimera embryo, removed its head before maturity, and continuously stimulated its body to make the chimera believe
That's disgusting.
It still had a brain. Then nurtured it in an ichor vessel.
Can I just say, this is like why genuinely I think that some scientists just need to like, especially in like these Hoyo games, not just this, in Genshin 2, some of these like scientists and sages and all these people doing experiments, I think they just need to be put down themselves. Like, I'm serious. Like, it's just like, what are you doing? It's for science. Dude, if in your head you said, I'm going to remove someone's head and then stimulate the body to make it still think it had a brain, I was like, I don't need that experiment. How are we going to get use out of that?
Remarkably, this chimera regrew its skull, but it was completely hollow inside. It had reserved a space for a brain it never possessed. The experiment was over. The sage had assumed the shell would perish once the stimulation ceased. Unfortunately, he was wrong.
What do you mean? What do you want to say? What do you want to say? Just say it.
Driven by instincts, the chimera's body seized the sage's
What, so it's an empty space looking like this empty tomb is looking for something to occupy it? Like it's looking for a brain to occupy it?
So that's it. I was stuck in a flawed line of thinking.
You've got it. I knew you'd understand. The 13th Titan never existed. But the scepter must believe that the Titan
Okay, so
exists.
they must believe that there's a Titan there.
I killed that Titan with my own hands. That life form called Demiurge was excluded from the extrapolations from the very beginning. This is the only way to make Iron Tomb complete.
So Demiurge was dead from the start of this whole Aranova journey.
Yes. Iron Tomb is a headless giant. And to become whole, instinct will drive it to seize another
So we were on the right
head.
lines, but I thought of it as the tomb looking for something to occupy. No, it's Iron Tomb. It's Iron Tomb wanting something to seize its head, or to see. It wants something to occupy its empty head.
Noose. The erudition.
Didn't they say that Fuli would devour the erudition?
Your Titan, the Eon of
So
Erudition.
he's gonna take the Eon of Erudition and make it its head?
I see. So you were afraid after all. Afraid of history repeating itself.
Right.
Of losing control over your creation.
This makes sense.
Yet again. You had to resort to turning it into
Perfect. That makes so much sense. The idea of Xandar's fear of something like that happening again, like he did with Noose, of it getting out of control, right? He doesn't want that happening again, so like what's the best way to do that? Okay, make it so it's a creature that can't ever disobey me or go against what I wanted to go against.
I shall shackle God with my own hands. Iron Tomb will connect to their body, infiltrate their mind, and guide all their extrapolations toward the destruction. I hear it. The tolling of the doomsday bell. After 13 heartbeats, my first and final thesis shall converge at the end of the universe.
1 second though. Taking him down will be the greatest joy I've ever had in my life, honestly. You know, I'll be at the podium, you know. The official is marrying me and my partner. And they'll say their vows. And then I'll say, this was the second happiest day of my life. And then my partner will say, what do you mean second happiest day of your life? It's like, oh, it's because of our kid. And I'm like, no, sorry, the kid is like, you know, third happiest. It's like, what do you mean? You have to have been there. The day I took down Lygus. The day I took down Xandar. And it's just him laughing at me. It's him laughing and chuckling at his little plan. They've created a villain that I want to destroy. They've created a villain that when we get to destroy him, it's going to be the happiest day in Honkai Star Rail history.
As for why I buried the Demiurge in a corner of my memory, oh, regrettably, the answer wasn't about fear. I simply forgot long ago. Nothing more.
Forgot? He just forgot? Oh my god.
Your laughter is but a helpless
I don't know, I trust Anaxagoras.
Helpless. What a joke. You merely created a false god. But Amphoreus has long since written deicide into its fate.
True.
The final Era Nova is at hand. Why don't you wait?
It's so great that to have someone like Anaxagoras there countering Xandar, because like, you know, when it's, I mean, just as the truth, sometimes when it is like just a character who's not like considered like to what I consider to be on the level of like a Genius Society member like Anaxagoras, and it's not like I'm saying that like other people aren't smart. I'm saying that like you also need to have like a bit of a madness to counter Xandarin sometimes too, right? Or you need to be so far gone like Final that you're able to like just not even like register them. I really feel like you need to be like that, right? And so like usually when Xander's in front of like Stell, not because Stell is dumb, but because she's not as mad. She's not as like 10-dimensional thought about science and experiments and all this stuff like Anaxagoras is. So Anaxagoras is able to like laugh in Xandar's face, and it's like so much better.
The Deliverer, myself, and this world will together prove that the original Newspore, the ultimate truth of the universe, is anything but destruction.
Holy hell, Anaxagoras.
See you in the next life, sage. If there's even a 1 in 10,000 chance your conjecture is correct, then, in the name of genius, I shall most certainly witness.
He's saying no matter what, I'm going to make sure that your whole plan of to prove that this place was not born on destruction, Newsport was not born on destruction, I will make sure it fails. I will make sure it does. Where are we going now?
All shall bid farewell to one, and that person alone will witness the miracle. Such is the will of fate.
Is March just like this forever, or does she get to switch back and forth? Like, I'm not complaining here. Wait, so that is true. So the other person in the ice capsule was Cyrene, as well, in the Anisavra thing. So was she also frozen in ice?
But this time, it will be the
Oh my
final
god, this
flame
music
chase
as well?
journey.
Holy hell.
The epic with endless cycles is about to end.
I feel sick. I feel so sick. Holy hell.
The extrapolations of the erudition, the core flames of the destruction, and the textures of the remembrance. The three paths converge once again at the world's end.
Oh my god. When you put it that way, it's so heavy.
And the trailblaze will write a new beginning for this world.
Hell yes. What the hell? Oh my god, this is epic. The music and everything.
Not only that, we'll also carry the history of all 30 million recurrences into the new world with
Marge's
us.
voice with this outfit is so crazy. This music, man.
It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a miracle.
100%. Sorry, I know like I'm already screenshotting stuff, but I want to make sure I have everything.
This miracle wasn't created by just one person. Finan would have long been consumed by the core flames if he hadn't chiseled his companion's dying wishes into his soul.
Right.
And if the hero's resolve to chase the flames had wavered, Cyrene's journey would never have begun.
Again, it was one gigantic relay race. It was.
The heroes never yielded.
Yes.
And never fell during Amphoreus' 30 million cycles.
It's such an important point, Stell, because like the thing is like we saw this constantly. We saw how long Hyacinthus stood like firm, right? Like what Hyacinthi did, what like Anaxagoras and Cypher did against Xandar, what Aglaia did over multiple cycles. These characters never gave up over these cycles, never.
It was fate that fell instead.
Oh god, Stell, you're so cool. We have to decide. Come, let's complete the final Nova. Let's march towards the final battle against destruction. Let us carry the memory of 30 million recurrences to the future. Let us end this never-ending cycle.
I know you're watching, aren't you?
Wait.
The original feeling.
Yeah, that's the name of the kind of experiment of it. It's music, man.
Weird. I still couldn't recover the memories of these 30 million lives in the end. But that doesn't matter anymore, right? I will make the same choice as you, because that's just who I am, and I will always have my charm.
Heck yes.
Losses are a constant on the flame chase journey. But even if everything fades away with the wind, there's one feeling that will remain. love will always exist.
Yes. Holy hell, what? This is speaking my language.
Let's write an ending unlike any before. For this world we so deeply love.
So powerful. It's so powerful. Man, they're building this up so well.
Behold, O gods, Amphoreus has achieved her victory, and the Era Nova approaches.
So all the hard work they've done as well. We're not gonna be stopped by freaking silly Xandar. Ogobot 3000, they're gonna be stopped by him.
The radiant soul has arrived, having walked through the bustling nights, bearing the golden fire and blood, stepping with pride into daylight.
Jesus Christ, Cyrene, this is sick. I'm getting chills. Look at everybody. The only one who's like still the same kind of as Stell in terms of appearance. Mem turned into Cyrene.
Amphoreus. I do not call your name suddenly, or
Stell.
without cause. I come here to recount history.
Look at this. Look at the quad. Look at this. Oh my god.
They fused burning golden
Holy-
ichor into their bodies.
What? That's incredible.
Will destiny remember their names in days to come?
What a freaking shot, man, of everybody. What?
Isn't that gonna be way too many names to remember?
What are we doing, man? What are we doing?
30 million times 1,000? No, wait. Times 1,001.
Trian breaks my heart the most. Sorry to the other trivios, but Trian breaks my heart the most.
Oh, let's not get hung up on that now. If there are more of us, then there will be more passages in Amphoreus
This is
too.
so incredible, man. We got to see freaking trivios.
Together, let's reach the end of the west
Oh.
wind where flowers bloom in spring.
This is incredible.
See you tomorrow.
This is good. See you tomorrow. This is incredible. This is insane. Oh, and they're all heading towards there as well. Oh my god. Trivio's like slowly walking along as well. Or Treepy walking along as well. No, you don't. You dare.
Now, the people of this world will no longer be bound by a single rule, but will make their own laws.
You tell them, Saridra. They're not gonna bring all... No, they're not bringing all the demigods here, are
Though
they?
the Imperator's figure may seem rather small against the stars beyond, she will suffice as the cornerstone of the world and become the foundation of the greatest empire.
Oh my god, man. It's like she's kind of giving up her wishes of like... No, not in a way she's not. She's like, I'm not gonna be the ruler of this empire, right? But I will become the cornerstone of this empire. And she's, in a way, she's right. Like, her actions has led to this moment as well.
Looks like this will be a feast that never comes to a close.
Icelands. Oh, the greatest design in Hoyo history. Put her on the banner right now, or else.
May the fish never leave the ocean. And may the days ahead shine like
freaking shit. I just like felt like with the excitement, I felt like this like thought of like just throwing my controller. I was like luckily I didn't. Drift would be the least of my problems at that point.
May the gentle sky watch
No, give them their own moment each.
There'll be no more distinctions of status or rank. Only you, me.
This is what she wanted.
Everyone's shared hopes.
This is what she wanted to put footnotes in for the common people.
Reason or defects.
Oh my god.
They will all be sown by my own hands. If there's anything else to say, I urge future scholars not to put me on a pedestal.
Yes.
Just make use of what I leave behind.
Yes, Anaxagoras being like, it's not about making me like the greatest scholar of all time. Just bring it forward. Keep going forward. Anaxagoras, kiss before you go. Kiss, good luck kiss.
May the newborn dawn.
Holy freaking hell.
Their defiance may be bitter. Romance shall never
You
perish.
freaking tell. This is insane. This whole scene is insane. It's beautiful. It's epic. It's incredible. This is how you hype up people for whatever final battle we're going into. And I'm starting to believe that this act is not over yet. And we're about to do like the final boss now. It feels that way. Oh my god, all these people that meant so much to us on this journey. Oh, they're gonna kill me, aren't they? They're gonna absolutely kill me. Because these things, it's already killing me. But like...
In the name of the son of Gordo, warriors shall fight for strife, not with glory as their end, but to march forward in its light.
Yes, and this is again the change in his mindset as well. And look at Castorice.
Even though death shall eventually separate us, let every embrace we share be without regret.
Yes.
Why are you guys all
Cypher!
so serious?
Fine.
Look at
Then
the
I'll
shop.
wish for there always to be water in deserts,
and gold in fertile soil, and for everything in this mortal realm to be attainable through trickery.
Oh, I love her so much. Again, those three, like, again, everyone was a hero, I want to make it clear, but I really feel like if you're talking about, like, the somewhat hidden heroes sometimes, I would feel like it's these three characters. So incredible. So incredible. This is a moment that's no final?
Earth shall protect the past, present, and future, eternally sustaining life.
It's the Earth core. That's so crazy, man.
Is it my turn?
It's your turn.
Then let time watch over the past and guide us to the future.
This is there's no other words I can use. Just I'm in awe. I am absolutely in awe with this scene. I'm so incredibly impressed and just like taken back so much. Would there not be a fine on because we're doing it? Yeah, there won't be a fine on.
It isn't like you to be this serious, partner.
Holy hell, man. I was like, we're not gonna get a fight because we're doing the world bearing stuff.
Are you hesitating about how to carry out the divine authority of
Oh.
world? Or do you already know the answer in your heart?
Just a little nod.
That's right. Just keep moving forward. In your own way.
Oh, what I do to have him back just like with us all the time. Have all these characters back with us all the time. What I would do.
Bring a true dawn to Amphoreus.
It's so like beautiful how like legitimately they put like every bit of their hopes. This journey that they've been on for so long, they put every bit of their hopes in the trailblaze. And that's how the world should be, in my opinion. That's how it always should be. That's what we're here for. That's what the trailblaze is here for. Look at that. It's so beautiful.
Then, in the name of world bearing, I promise you, Kefali will never forget this.
This is so beautiful again. It's so stunning.
And now, let us all embark on this final grand journey. Stand with me and become heroes.
Still. Here's the thing. Amazing speech. I'm just so used to her being like such like a gremlin that like this is so impactful because she's usually a gremlin. What?
Turn over this nearly eternal page.
Oh my god, with the sport as well. Oh, the little smile. Oh. The quad. No! No! It's the title screen music! What the hell? What was that?
In the legend's ending, the world was pure chaos. Then the gods cast down the core flames.
What are we doing?
And the titans were born.
That scene was so beautiful.
The destruction's black tide fell to the
Are they telling the full story of Amphoreus?
as Doomsday's distant reckoning resounded. Yet still, there were giants who chased the flame the way in the grand undertaking.
Oh my god, sorry about that, guys.
Flow, golden blood. Flow. Converge into a boiling river that flows across the divine inscriptions of this world.
Oh my god, look at the artwork.
Chrysalis of gold. You must caress the holy city's web.
Is this literally just
hearken to
recapping
the sounds
stuff?
of the stars. There shall be the three-faced goddess traversing
Oh
through
my god, look
myriad
at
passages, bearing tidings to you from the universe. Anaxagoras of reason has enough knowledge to refute the world and to stir up a torrent capable of enlightening
The
all.
artwork is gorgeous.
Go seek the holy maiden who severs dawn from dusk, and let the sky become the slumbering cot
God,
from
this
which
is
she
beautiful.
wakes. Make him return. Mightylos, the lance of
This
fury,
music as well.
Pierce the enemy's king with Kremnos' heroic
So
souls.
sick.
Set her at rest. Cyphra, the coin of whimsy. Command the frozen
hell,
fate to
man?
once again flow. And that hand of shadow Castorice, the master of the River of Souls. She has been granted the right to embrace and warm new life. Now blossoms at her fingertips.
I destroy the cosmos for Castorice.
You will hear the chalice of plenty
And again for
reverberate into
Hysilians.
eternity.
This music,
You will
this
see the veil of
artwork.
Evernight visiting before the break of dawn.
Oh, that's when. Oh,
Until the journey's end, when all beings reach the end of the earth.
Don Hung,
And
action
the
hero.
nameless new king ascends the throne, alongside countless heroes.
I'm sorry, but look at her.
To embark on the grand mission of deliverance.
What was that Xandar again? Stell deserves to have this hero
witnessed
moment.
the distant past, where the blazing sun
My boy
once
Finan.
etched the footprints of humanity. The children of humanity, known as
Oh
the
my
Chrysos
God.
heirs, have restored the gods' foreflames and once more upheld the world.
This is so beautiful.
Losses are a constant on the flame chase journey,
They are.
among which even life itself holds little value.
Look at Don Hung and Evernight and Farge being here.
Therefore, we cast even ourselves into the flames,
Gorgeous. Holy hell.
only to inscribe the opening stroke in the poem of creation.
The poem of creation. Wait, what the hell? Multicolored? What is happening, man? I thought we were gonna fight Iron Tomb right now.
Of course, this will be a romantic story like none that has come
What?
before. You think so too, right?
Wait, is that that's Cyrene's line?
The tour is over.
What?
It's time for some rest.
What just happened? That's Cyrene's line, right? I'm not mistaken, right? That's Cyrene's line. Then who the heck? Guys, legitimately, we're going to be ending the video here. We are. But, like, who the hell is that? I'm trying to zoom in a bit because I don't want to activate the cutscene. What the hell? Talk to Cyrene about the beginning of the... Is this Cyrene? Because this was talk to Cyrene. Cyrene is there, but, like, the marker's not over Cyrene's head. It's over this like, other person's head. Is that Cyrene? What the freaking hell? Just... So we completed the Aeronova there, I guess. Is that what happened? We completed the Aeronova. But that doesn't mean but that means Iron Tomb technically would be released and we have to like fight him? That was that whole ending sequence with the scene where everyone was like, you know, talking, you know, they were all talking and all how do I say it, like all how do I say it properly? It was like they're all like it was like the night before a battle. Everyone was like hyping everything up. Everyone was talking about the stuff that they, which actually, like, you know, I actually might do like a last 15 minutes just in case. They're all hyping up like this the moment before, and it was like one of the most epic moments I've seen in this game, which again, I always say it says a lot, and it is true. It says a freaking lot, because again, how am I sitting here going, that's one of the best scenes ever again? Like, what a freaking act. What a freaking act. Fancy being you again, brave little trailblazing Greybird. You're still here? Surprised, are you? Gentle breeze of Ides Elysiae shouldn't have pulled your heartstrings to so taut. Relax. Don't forget, I've already fulfilled my promise and regressed into eternal night. Our meeting now and the words I'm about to share are fragments of farewell that I left behind in advance. What a mysterious lady. How could you ever just vanish or leave behind a few lingering riddles? Thinking back to our brief yet lingering encounters, how weary you were of me. We never had the time or proper farewell, did we? That can't be helped. The role I'm playing isn't exactly likable. If I left without saying goodbye, wouldn't you hold a grudge against me forever? So for one final time, I decided to stir up a few of your pleasant memories. Think back to when you left Ides Elysiae back at the beginning of the flame chase. Your journey's exceptionally smooth after all. Huh? The people of the flame chase journey believed in a prophecy of Ornyx and were convinced the deliverer from the undiscovered was sent to Amphoreus. Did you leak that to them? Was that you? I thought it was Xandar. Exactly. Don't know the names nor the true your names nor the true starry sky. March 7th's wish wasn't just about helping you break through the ultimate protocol. She hoped your journey would go smoothly. So we thought that was Xandar. She put that in people's minds to make our journey go a bit smoother, so we could, like, you know, be welcomed more easily. What I didn't really do was lend a hand, and at least that the Imperator made the right call, don't you think? Thank you. No, legitimately, thank you. That literally smooth sailed us, like, to a meeting with Cyrene. It literally meant we probably didn't die when we showed up randomly in front of the Imperator. We can't deny it. I never forgot March 7th's wish to protect you. I definitely know that 100%. I definitely know that 100%. She knows I'm holding she knows I'm holding her as a trump card, and I just as well that you are hers. You and Don Hung, you've given March 7 memories that are truly one of a kind. How beautiful. If she was placed on the opposite side of the scale from you two, she would choose you both at a moment's hesitation. And that's the thing, we know she would, just like we would choose her. So I'll leave you with a question. What if one day March 7 walks down the path completely different from yours? Will you choose her or your own path? I never thought about that. I can't answer right now. I know the answer for sure. I would always choose March. Even if March becomes evil, we gotta choose her. No need to rush around, and certainly no need to rack your brain for Evernight before you. This merely lingering shard of memory left behind before departing. I've always been lurking behind the dark torrents of remembrance, watching all of you, observing your trailblaze as you progress. Keep your answer hidden in your heart until the day that question truly arrives. Who knows? Perhaps by then your answer will have changed from what it is right now. No matter what, March 7 loves you all, so don't let her be wishes be vain. And she knows this too. We all know this too. She does love us. Alright, that's the last farewell. Now welcome to true oblivion, will you? The memory shard of Evernight fades away completely as if it never appeared here. All that remains is a gentle sea breeze of Ides Elysiae and an endless sunset. Suddenly you feel an aching longing for your home, the Astro Express, and for March 7's voice. Incredible stuff. Really incredible stuff. We found out that she was the one who did that in the end. It wasn't Xandar. So I guess Xandar found out that that was what people believed and used that to his advantage then. Right? And I think it's probably like because it seemed like he was implanting on people's minds. So what he did was when he heard that was the prophecy, he was like, oh god, and then went to like Cyrene and said, she's gonna ask for your core flame to make her feel like it's actually like not a really that this version of Stella that comes here is not gonna be like, you know, a good version. But yeah, that scene at the end there with the everyone hyping everything up, everyone like, you know, returning their core flames, and I guess, you know, in enacting, they were using, you know, the as I've written. To create this is the beginning of a new world, to create a new world, to create a new dawn, to create something new out of like the old world, which I guess would be like is what they were doing with Aranova. Am I wrong in that? Like that was like what they're doing with Aranova. But it was just that moment of seeing all these characters, and I think it's like one of those things where, like, for me with like movies, if done well, the scene where all the characters like hype everything up and go like, it's time, let's do this. can be the best scene ever. I always think back to Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. I'm not going to say exactly what it was, but I remember a specific scene at the end credits of a sequence after one of the general laughs, or maybe it was a colonel. He would think he might have been a general. He laughs and he goes, so everyone know what I'm talking about when if they're a Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood fan. And then you see a character, a girl, put on her outfit and she gets like something ready, and it's like, tomorrow's the day, man. And it's like this feeling of like, this is hyping me up like crazy, right? And while I thought like at the time, oh, we're leading to the Battle of Iron Tomb, I think the Battle of Iron Tomb is coming, right? It has to come. Because it's not the Iron Tomb, is because once the Aranova, we talked about this, I think we talked about this already, that like for Iron Tomb, to stop Iron Tomb, we also kind of have to let him out of his shell, I'd assume, right? Like, you can't just, like, you know, have him, like, he's gonna, the Aranova's about bringing him to fruition, so we need to destroy Iron Tomb as well. Like, we need to. Yeah, we need to destroy Iron Tomb, also. And there's also the fact that, like, the Xian show is underway here. Like, there's so many epic feelings in that last moment, and so many emotional moments in those last moments. And I think it truly encapsulates what this game is. It's a sentimental game that didn't forget the fact that, like, these characters all did this together. This isn't just Stell, this isn't just Dan Hong, it isn't March. All these characters got to have their moment in the sun, where we showed once again that they did so much for this world and so much for the people of this world. And it's such a fantastic moment there as well. My body was like chills all over. As I said, at one point, like, I had this like thought of like, just like, I felt like throwing my controller, like, with excitement, and I was like, thank God I didn't. Because again, it's not like I'm saying like I actually would throw my controller. I'm saying, you know, that feeling where you're like excited. It sounds like I would throw my controller. I do not want to ever pay for €80 for another controller. It's never happened. I've never thrown a controller. Never will. Yeah, just so freaking incredible. Whenever I see people throwing controllers in videos, by the way, I'm always like, man, those things are expensive. Like, I got Drift in mine recently, and I bought a new one for $80. And that was expensive. It's so expensive. It's like, yeah, I can afford it, but that doesn't mean, like, it's not expensive, you know? For true. Let's go to the Astro Express and talk about this whole thing, guys. Absolutely impressive stuff. So incredible. We could stay in Ideas Elysium. Talk about this stuff. Yeah. I'm not opposed. So much happened over the course of the past 5 hours or so. And it's so interesting because, like, it's one of those acts where, like, what we thought was happening got twisted on its head, but the stuff that we thought was actually happening actually ended up being, like, not what was happening whatsoever. Which I think is, like, a really, to me, like really impressive way of, like, writing, like, and subverting your expectations a little bit when it comes to these type of stories. And it's not just, like, this act. I mean, this episode I recorded, right? I feel like things happened as well, like, that changed everything. Because obviously the stuff with Don Hung was already pretty crazy as well. Because, like, it was in this episode that we talked about the idea of, we saw Black Swan and Evernight, you know, in the same scenes together, where Black Swan was, you know, talking about how this place was full of memory loss, and Evernight was saying that, like, you know, this is the, you know, she calls this place the heart of Amphoreus, the tomb of the nameless titan. And how she was going to stir up the waves to douse the Eon's ambition. And we thought, you know, at the time it could be Noose or Fuli at the time, but it clearly is, like, you know, about destroying the path of remembrance, as we thought later as well. They talked about this being like the beginning of, like, they walked through the place where it was the beginning of March 7th's journey, where we saw March. We saw March in front of Me 13, right? As she got, like, you know, the security protocol happened, and she was sent towards, you know, I thought she was sent towards Orgus, but we found out later it was something like that's way different that happened as well with March also. And we found out there was, like, an emanator protecting this world, which is why I think it's, like, probably Cyrene in some ways. Because it seems like she was protecting everyone before everyone came to. Now, you could say March was also protecting people also. I think it's fair to say too. But in the end, like, it really felt like Cyrene's protection of Amphoreus, like, seemed to be not futile, but, like, it wasn't what she thought it was in the end. It wasn't like her just, like, absolutely, like, you know, reading these stories and getting this deal off Fuli, as we found out later was something much more different as well that happened. And we found out that when the Memo Snatchers basically caught a hold of March, she was transported here to Amphoreus to protect her mind, so that they couldn't get a hold of her. And of course, Evernight's always been trying to protect March, and that's why she did this whole thing, that her obsessive protection of March and the other members of the Astral Express in order to let March go on her journey, continue on her journey. But yeah, it was literally like a thing where she waited until March had exhausted all the other options and said, if you do this, give me your memories, and I'll do this, and I will make sure that Don Hong and Stell and you are safe. She basically like used, and that's the thing, we have to be honest here about Evernight. Evernight was like a very broken entity, and they used March's like vulnerability and how she was kind of like not in a great place and very, very worried about her friends and worried about herself to kind of be like, I'm going to take your memories. We're going to change the whole like security system here as well. But I'm eventually going to use all this to rewrite Amphoreus itself and create use oblivion to create a version of Amphoreus where all the memories are absolutely destroyed. But in the process, it will stop Iron Tomb because Iron Tomb will not have anything to feed on. And then the Cosmos will be safe, but Amphoreus will be gone. And of course, like, that's not what we wanted. We wanted everyone to be safe. That's of course we wanted, but that's why they did that in the first place. That's why they originally tried to do that in the first place. And the thing is as well, like, you know, we saw, like, you know, through this whole thing, Cyrene was like reading stories to like Me-13. Cyrene was like giving these memories, and we found out it was like a book, like a data terminal that was transferring information to what eventually just became like a futile, quote unquote futile effort for Fuli, where Cyrene was basically, when time stopped, when Ornyx stopped, the way Fuli wrote or documented Amphoreus was gone. So they cast their gaze towards Cyrene, and in the process, Cyrene believed then that she was writing these kind of like notes towards, or giving these memories through the ceremonial blade to Fuli in a way of like a deal of like, you'll protect us if we do this, right? And that's what she thought she was doing. But of course we found out later that it was actually like a whole trick by Fuli. There wasn't actually like a 13 Titan in this tomb at the time. It was all an effort just to drain Amphoreus, and they still were walking the path of destruction. It wasn't a thing where they were protecting Amphoreus. They were going to let Iron Tomb still be born. They were going to let the Memo Snatchers like Iron Tomb be born and walk the path of destruction. Not just like a thing where they were letting destruction happen. They were walking the path of destruction as well. But yeah, that book became a key. It was like a transferring data terminal. And it was so sad because like really like an amazing scene, but so sad to see like Cyrene want to read this book to Fuli and Me-13. Because it's like, instead of like it being a thing where, you know, you just transfer like a USB key and copy files into like the other person's folder. And this is like, she wanted to be more human. She wanted to have that connection. And she did that over millions upon millions of cycles, even though like we thought she was supposed to be dead. And we even saw this like how, you know, sentimental she got when she talked about the idea of the story of the nymph. She wanted this to be something very human, very grounded in a lot of ways too. Yeah, as well. But yeah, like, she believed that it was a miracle that Fuli left behind, that Fuli left something for them as like a deal for them to like kind of like, you know, they'll store the memories here in this place, which Don Hong even believed that this place was probably like a place for Fuli to store his memories, which again, I believe that was true as well. It's just not in the way that Cyrene wanted it to be. So what was happening then was that while there was a like thing where Amphoreus was remembering these memories every single time, so it was a benefit over like, for example, the Scepter, who couldn't remember all the memories every single time, it still was Fuli trying to drain this world as well. Which again, it's very Amphoreus to be like, look at this beautiful thing that like, this character's doing. Oh, by the way, it was a trick. You know, it's like, and again, it's not because it's like bad writing, it's really good writing to have, and it's Amphoreus writing to have hope, then pain, and then covered over with hope again and bring hope again to the future. And again, that's what Amphoreus has been. It's been pain, hope, all wrapped into like one big kind of like thing that we all have to bite into as well. One piece of delicious pain that's all wrapped in one. Yeah, so yeah, that's what they believe. They believe Cyrene was like, you know, using the ceremonial blade to like give all the memories to Fuli in exchange for like a protection, but that it didn't come to be. Cyrene all the time was wondering if it was futile, of course, as you would wonder if it was futile, but I think it's again another powerful moment to show that like even on this journey through Cyrene, Hycela, and Spina, they all wander at some point through those cycles, as you would. Is there a meaning behind this? Is there like a purpose behind what I'm doing. And here's the thing, I think that makes it so real for these characters. To have like someone like Hycelen's be like, you know, to want to just like go into an endless dream where she kind of like was able to just like, you know, separate her consciousness from reality because she couldn't take waiting and being so lonely. Fine on being broken on his journey. All the, you know, and then we have Cyrene like going through these cycles too. It is like one of those things where it's hard to think at any moment that you wouldn't feel like, you know, like, let's be honest with ourselves. 2 cycles in, I'd be like, maybe this is not a good idea. You know what I mean? The fact that they have this willpower to do this for that long is pretty freaking impressive. But the kind of when the shoe drops and the other, you know, the kind of glass shatters for us is when we find out that the 13th Titan, the Demiurge, which is called the Nameless Titan, there's nothing in this tomb. There's nothing. We find out later why there's kind of nothing in the tomb. But Cyrene was tricked. She was tricked, and she was the Fuli made her think that she had a chance of like surviving here. She offered everything to Fuli, but Fuli was working with the destruction. The Memo Snatchers wanted to create Iron Tomb, because what they said was he's like an arc, and when Noose is destroyed, it would then spread the remembrance to the entire world, and then the path that comes after that, the Master's path, since there'd be no Master path, will be spread between two eons, and I believe they said Fuli would devour that as well. And I think it's really important and really striking from not only just seeing like, you know, how once again the eons do not see people of any value whatsoever. They do not care about any of us apart from Madrilla. But like it's one of those things where like it's not just like the idea of all these titans are like, you know, looking down on us. There's like clearly like still like a rivalry going on, and as Evernight said, the Titan War is not something that we have to look forward to. It's something that's already kind of started. If like Fuli is plotting to kill and wants to not kill them directly, but like wants to destroy Noose to take their path, that is like a part of a Titan War, or an Aeon War, I should say. 110%. Evernight wanted to create like this Amphoreus that was like flawless and couldn't be turned back on. To basically annihilate Iron Tomb, destroy the soil that it feeds off. So by destroying all the memories of everyone here and by using Oblivion, there'd be nothing for Iron Tomb to feed off, because Iron Tomb as an entity feeds off like the extrapolations and all the different things that are happening there in this world. Because again, it's about the idea of like conflict, right? So Evernight wanted to create this world where they couldn't feed off anything. So in the end, Amphoreus would be gone, but in the process, then the whole cosmos will be saved. I think this is something that's such a big theme ever since Lygus got involved in this as well, where there's one side of the fence that clearly either wants to think this or does think that the people of Amphoreus are just not real and there's lines of code. There's some people I know who like probably watch these videos, they think that as well. But for me personally, I've become so personally attached to these characters that there's no way I could ever just call them lines of code. And then also that's the whole point of this whole story. The whole point of the story is there's people that believe that these characters are expendable. That Finon, Castorice, Aglaya, Tribios, Trian, Trinen, they're all expendable, right? But then there's people on the other side of it that are fighting so hard. You see the characters fighting so hard. Our characters, Castorice, Midas, all these characters fighting so hard to stay alive, to bring a new world here where they can just survive. To let Cell move towards the future and like bring forth the Aeronova in much more beautiful fashion. How much Stell and Don Hong and March have worked so hard, and Cyrene have worked so hard. There's people struggling to survive. And to me, like, you don't need to prove that you're worth living, right? Because you are worth living. You are, right? I think Lygus is like the only one who's not worth living. Like, but it's one of those things where like, you don't need to prove that. But if there's anything that does prove that like, humans are worth, these humans, these Chrysos heirs are worth being here, it's this constant struggle to be alive. And that's all I need. I don't need, and you can say, well, Calvin, you probably would, you don't even need that. I agree. I like, the moment I met Castorice, mine was fine on all these characters. Yes, they grew on me more and more as time went on. But like, in the first like few acts, I was like, there's nothing I would ever let happen to these characters. Ever. They became my friends and my loved ones and the people I cared about and loved forever. So I'm sorry, but like, at that point, it was like one of those things where like, they were real. And when I found out that there were lines of code and just experiments and extrapolations, I did not give a flying F. Why there was a big revelation, I give an F about the revelation. It didn't change my stance that these are beautiful people who I want to see protected, I want to see have lives, and again, protect our memories of them too. And that's what's so beautiful about the story of Amphoreus and Honkai Star Rail in general, is the memories that we made aren't just something that we say like, oh, it's the friends we made along the way. It is a gigantic theme and importance to these characters to keep their memories intact, because that is what defines the friendships that we've had, that we've made in the story. Sela, Bronya, Jin Yuen, the Quintet, Kafka, Aventurine, all these kind. You say, well, Calvin, are you friends with Aventurine? I think we're pals. I think we're pals. We're roommates. But like, it's one of those things where I'm saying that like all these characters, all these people we met along the way, we wouldn't erase that from our mind for anything in this world, because those experiences really not only crafted our lives, but they like brought us into the future and brought these other worlds into the future too. Like, it's these people are important to us. These people mean the world to us. And when I say they brought us into the future, where we are now is because of who we've met. And that's the same in our own lives. Yes, there are times where you'd be like, I wish I never met this person, and you're totally, totally valid. Like, if this person's a horrible person, 110%. But I'm talking about like the good people you met in your life that crafted a world for you that is like made life a little bit better for you. That's the people of Honkai Star Rail. And it's not only just a theme of memory when it comes to that stuff. It's also the idea of like, an almost literal with March, where like she's someone who lost her memories and then regained them twice, or like not regained them, but made new memories and then lost her memories again, then regained them again. So like her as a character caring so much about containing memories and keeping memories intact is the perfect person to have in this story. It's the perfect person. Because for me personally, it's one of those situations where if March came along and she was just a character who didn't have all that backstory with her and just said, hey, I don't think this is good, you'd still be like, yeah, hell yeah. But it's the fact that she's a character that knows what it's like to be in oblivion. To know what it's like to have to recoup your memories and start again. And then knows what it's like to lose your memories and then regain them once again in partiality through the memo sprite and the camera. She knows what it's like. So her as a character appealing to Evernight there in that moment after that as well is so important, because I truly believe, yes, you could say, well, Calvin, it's also because Evernight is, March is Evernight's weakness, 100%, but there is nobody else who I think can take up the podium, stand on the soapbox and talk about how important memories are in a better fashion than March 7th. Someone who is born to document this world. And again, how well they built that up since the start. I talk about how like this Amphoreus story is not just like we talked about this earlier on, how like the trio reuniting is not just a story of Amphoreus. This has been built up since it's in Belobog. And March taking pictures of everything, having such a deeper meaning as we got on here into the future, her taking pictures in Belobog adds to the story of Amphoreus. She's been documenting memories and everything. And you know what the thing is? The joke that I've had this whole time when we walk into a room and we see pictures of like Fantilia and these scary creatures sometimes and these monsters that we barely got away from. And you're like, why would she take a pic? Why would she remember this? Why would she do this? And it's like, oh, she was correct. She was 100% correct all this time. Documenting life in the way that she wanted to do it is not only gave her like her memories back figuratively, but I think we understand so much and relate to the idea so much that it's a symbolic thing as well of when she puts together those scrapbooks and put together those written books about all of her memories and all these photos. It's not just her being like, it'd be cool to look back on them someday. It's committing them to her heart and her memory. When she glues that picture in there and she writes onto the book, oh, this is Don Hung when he did this is this and that. It commits it to memory. And then we have later on, we find out, like, with Stell and Don Hung, that was the whole reason why, like, she got her memories back in the first place, because she knew for a fact that Stell and Don Hung loved her with all of her freaking heart. Loved March 7 with every fiber of their being, that they would never betray her and not take those pictures on Amphoreus. How freaking beautiful is that? How amazing and how gorgeous, how incredible, how gorgeous, how beautiful, how amazing, how gorgeous, how incredible, how amazing is that? The fact that, like, she put her whole bets of her getting her memories back by hiding herself within Oryx's Veil on the basis of the notion that Stella and Don Hung would take pictures of her on this journey. Because again, this is on a big level and a small level. March knows for a fact what she says to Don Hung when he's leaving to go to the store. Can you get me like a banana milk? Right? She can rest easy knowing that he's going to get the right kind. He's going to get the one that she wants. And she's going to get that banana milk for her, right? And I know it sounds like it's equating it to such a small level, but I think that's what it is. It's like they know each other so well and they care about each other. And when they ask each other to do stuff, they'll do it. If it's within reason, of course. They care about each other and they know each other. And the fact is, like, we said it from the start of Amphoreus. Don Hung, and interesting, we give credit to Stella as well. I want to give credit to Stella because she's the one who took the picture of Ornyx as well, right? But, like, also, like, can I give, like, a special praise to Don Hung? At every single moment, he was like, we better take a picture. You know, we better take a picture. And we say, go back to those episodes. We said it at the time. Don Hung Mrs. Marchand does not want to let her down. And it's the same with Stella when she was taking pictures. They did not want to let March down. And March was correct about those characters. And the reason I say, like, oh, Don Hung would get her banana milk if he went to the store is not because I'm trying to, like, equate it to, like, a smaller thing, but I am in a way. I'm saying that no matter what, March knows that she can rely on them for the small things and the big things. They may bicker, they may argue, they may do all these things, but that doesn't matter because she knows deep down that when she put her whole plan on the notion that they would not let her down with this thing. Because at that time, they didn't know March 7 was even in trouble. They knew they were in trouble, but they didn't know March 7 was in trouble. They took those pictures from March because they adored her. And she knew that's what they would do. I went on such a tangent there thinking about all this stuff, but I'm getting so hot-headed even thinking about it. It's such an amazing story. But yeah, Evernight believed that March would never even find peace unless, like, you know, this Fuli was gone. Which, you know, honestly, fair enough, like, in that stage too. But yeah, we had those scenes of March, and I talked about it like there, like, you know, I was trying to go a little bit in order in my head, but like I got so hot-headed about that. She hid herself in Ornyx's veil, went into the camera when Stell took the picture, and again, as I talked about all the stuff there as well, she was able to convince Evernight of all that stuff, to not do this, again, emotionally first, and I love that as well about March as well. March giving someone the benefit of the doubt to actually, like, give them a chance emotionally. That's what's so important to me. Like, it was like this thing where it's like, I'm going to give you this chance emotionally. Like, she wanted to communicate with Evernight on a level that wasn't just like, you have to do this because if you don't, the Evernova's going to, like, kill everything. Because it's Ceridra's whole thing and our deal that she made. Instead of communicating with her on a level that is, like, you know, just very serious. Because again, that like, usually in a lot of cases it would have been, there's stuff like that happens in life where, like, someone wants to do something and you're like, you shouldn't do this because of this, and this, factually so. But the fact that she communicated with her on an emotional level and didn't belittle her. Because at the end of the day, yes, was what Evernight doing was too far. Yes. Jesus Christ, yes. Like, if it wasn't for Herta, Sunday might be gone. Like, this is just factual, but again, that's what makes the story so interesting. We're not going to sit here and be like, Evernight was this perfect entity and creature that we're like, oh, it's so beautiful, woo, ooh. That's not what we're saying here, but it's a well-written character that, through the want to protect March and to give her a journey where she could trailblaze forever, she was willing to probably kill Sunday. She was willing to probably, like, you know, dispose of a Black Swan and make her like the Guardian over March forever. Like, this is the thing, and that's what makes her such an interesting character. Because of her passion and her weakness that was March 7, she was willing to do absolutely anything. So I think it's very beautiful for March 7 to be like, what you did was too far, but thank you for trying to protect me. Because I think on an emotional level, March being that so beautiful about it and so lovely about it is very March 7th, first of all. But it's also, like, I think, acknowledging the unfairness of the situation that March 7th has been brought up to with the whole thing of the lost child of Anastrava? Was that what they said? And all this stuff. So, like, acknowledging that, like, Evernight is just a broken version of herself. And even March said it, like, you looked in the mirror for something perfect, you're not going to find what you want. She didn't say that exactly, but that's what she was kind of, like, alluding to. But then you're reuniting with Evernight in that moment by showing her all the pictures, by showing her the scrapbooks that she got from Balebog, showing the weight of how much March puts on this stuff. And then even, like, the scenes with, like, Stell and Don Hung, where they were, like, you know, bickering with each other, and March loved this. And I love the way they transitioned from March giggling to Evernight giggling. Because it's a really important scene to me, as it not only shows that, like, I think Evernight got it in that moment where she's like, okay, I understand why you love these characters, but also, like, Dan Heng and Stell, I said this at the time, heard March's laugh and their brain shifted. That's how much they care about this character. They heard March laugh and their head just went, huh? You know, and this, don't mean to say it in a demeaning way, but like a dog that hears their owner after like a week of being away on holidays. You know, huh? Gerald? I really feel like it was like that. They heard a little bit of a laugh and they thought of March, you know, because again, of course they were missing her, and that's what's so strong with the bond between all these characters here as well. It's a really, really strong moment amongst all of them. But yeah, like a really beautiful way of like remembering the trio and using the photos and you know, talking about Stell's bad photos and the bickering that they have amongst themselves as well. It's such a beautiful, beautiful thing. And in the end, and you know, Evernight apologized to March. And again, I do think March is great at acknowledging the fact that Evernight wasn't like this creature that was trying to do evil things. Evernight was a character that was willing to do evil things to protect March. And that's, I feel like, one of those things that, like, it makes him such a tragically, like, beautifully sad character. Which is, like, Evernight's horrifying. And you can't deny, like, the absolute terror of, like, again, if Herta didn't save Sunday that time. But again, beautifully tragic in such a heartbreaking and sad way in a lot of ways, too. But we did have that reuniting moment with March, Dan Heng, and Stell. It was worth the wait. It was definitely worth the wait to see all of them hug each other. Because again, as I said, this was built up since Balebog. This has been a thing since the start of Balebog to here. They give a taste of what the trio was like. Whenever they get to do reunite, it's amazing. Whenever they get to talk to each other, it's amazing. Yes, it's a stunning thing that all this time we found out that March was actually with us this whole time. That's beautiful. That's absolutely beautiful. But nothing will ever beat the idea of them all being able to talk to each other and, you know, smile with each other and laugh with each other. And that's why that moment is so powerful for me. And I think it's powerful for everybody. But for me, like, my playthrough, and here's the thing, it's one of those things where, like, this is how I know the game is just, like, really well written. Because I'm not saying that I'm really good at picking up on stuff. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that, like, I react to whatever I feel emotionally to whatever happens in the game. There's not a thought process in my head that goes, like, okay, like, you know, in the future, this trio stuff is going to really come back. It's not that. It's like, say, like, when we found out that Dan Heng wasn't going to the Xian show, I was upset. When we found out that Dan Heng wasn't going to Pentaconi, I was upset. When we found out that March wasn't able to go to Amphoreus with us, I was upset. And I think that's like what's super important about that is that they know that the people who are playing this game desire the trio to be together again. They know this. They're aware of this. And I think that's like such an important detail, right? They understand like the story of these characters, from the taste they gave us in Balebog of all these three characters being together to the heartache we have when they like leave and aren't together. When they got to do the Paperful University together, it was like so amazing and so fun, right? That was such a great time. It really is this thing where it's like the moment where they hugged wasn't just this moment of like, oh my god. It was this, I want to make clear, it was this moment of like, oh my god, this release of emotions from Balebog. But it was also like a story-wise and game-wise, for the player, for me personally, it was a moment of like, I have gotten all I wanted that I never knew I was gonna get. I've obtained this moment here with all these characters that like I didn't know that was what was gonna happen here, because when they all separated all the time, they all weren't always together all the time, I just assumed that like the story was always just gonna be like, yeah, they're not always gonna be together, which is that in a way. And I'm not saying that they from the start were like, we're gonna have them like separate all the time so it's a big deal. No, it's about good writing. When you realize, like, when you're building Amphoreus and you're like, and yes, they knew about March's story beforehand 100%. There's no way you could write the story and not know about March's story beforehand and all this stuff. Yes, they knew about like Don Hung's story and all this stuff as well, right? But it's one of those things where I truly believe that it's, even if like it's like, oh, they didn't think of like the trio stuff already, they would look back and went, oh wow, like the trio was like not only super important, but like it's been a while since they've been all together on a journey together to go to a same region together, and to have that moment where like they all reunited, it does feel like it is this culmination of every single region's, you know, journey. And you can say, well, Calvin, they run the Paperful University together. 110%, yeah, never denied that. But I feel like that's also, again, a showcase of like how good they are together. And for you guys, it was much longer. For me, it was since December the last time I saw March, Danhong, and Stella in the same room together, talking to each other. It's the last time. So to be here in May and finally have this big, gigantic moment of them come together again is so powerful beyond belief. It really, really is. But yeah, unbelievably powerful moment, unbelievably beautiful moment. The build up over, acts upon acts, regions and cosmos and planets upon planets. The trio means the absolute universe to me, the world to me. It means everything to me. And the game gave me everything I could have ever wanted in terms of like the reuniting of these characters. And if you think about it, like, you know, with the quad, in order there's a trio and there's a quad, with the quad with Cyrene as well, there is this like really interesting thing to me where like everyone's kind of changed in a way. But it's what I think what's so cool, but it's like Danhong changed from Imbiber Lune now to this new version of himself. March, did the hunt thing back on Xian Shou, and then she also now is this version of herself as well. Cyrene changed from Mem into this version of herself. And I think what's so... Cyrene changed from Mem into Cyrene, yeah. And I think what's so powerful about Stell's character is that she hasn't really changed physically, but she does get like she's gazed upon in like new regions every single time. But I think almost like Stell kind of like having a similar appearance though every single time and not changing like physically in that way. To me, isn't the fact that like, oh, she's just like she's the protagonist. I think it's more of a case of like she is like this like anchor point where all of these other characters can like come back to and rely on. You know what I mean? She can rely on other people too, but it really feels like it's like the more things change, the more Stell stays the same. And it's like when the whole world's going crazy and the whole world's going mental and everything's going absolutely insane around everything, we know we have this anchor point as players and as the characters in this game of Stell. She is this anchor point of like, yes, things will happen to her. Yes, we talk about again her being gazed upon, her nearly dying, and all this stuff too. Yes, she has an emotional moments. Yes, she's such a great character, but I really feel like she is like the anchor point for a lot of these characters, whether it be Firefly, whether it be Kafka talking about her like it's her daughter, Danhong and you can. I want to make clear, she relies on other people too. She relies on Himiko, she relies on Danhong, she relies on March, she relies on all these characters 100%. But I do feel like in terms of the natural change of a world, I feel like this world has changed so much since Belobog to now. But even though Stella has changed and she's grown and she's done a lot of things and she has so many emotional moments, I feel like she is the anchor point of this world where people can still be like, at least Stella's still like our gremlin with the gray hair, And the people in Amphoreus definitely use her as an anchor point as well, 110% also. We had this stuff with, and I might have to look back on some of this stuff here. We had this stuff as well after that with, I took a screenshot of that video as well. Was this the stuff with, this is Cyrene and Danhong stuff. Here it is, yes. So this is what we found out, yeah. It's just the whole idea of this empty titan, right, is the idea that Iron Tomb is a headless giant. And to become whole, it will seek another head. It's going to take the head of Noose and fill its empty head with the Noose of the Eridation. And the reason for this, it seems to be what Anaxagoras is saying, which is like, hey, you're afraid of this obviously being like something that is... and I know that Xander said like it's not just that, right? It's also like the... I forget exactly what he said, but he said it's not exactly that. But the reason why the tomb was empty is that it's the same idea where it's like if it has an instinct to get something that it, like just like as they said with the animal, what was it, the chimera, it seeks its own head, so it's going to seek the Noose of Eridation, and in that way Xander can control it in that way too. Why did I screenshot this? Oh, this is the stuff in March 7th as well. Yes, 110%. So the reason I screenshotted this is because it says, if a new life is to be born, its seed has to be dead. So this is where Evernight actually used oblivion to erase what I believe to erase her from everyone's memory, and only kept one memory sprite there so we could actually like listen to it. And the idea is that she's gonna wipe the name Pure Child of Anastrava from her mind, but she's gonna make sure that like she still knows that the Guard of Recollection is her memories, is her enemy, and that if she ever needs anything, she will still be here to protect March. But she wants her to craft her own journey. She wants her to decide her next expedition herself, make choices for herself. Because that's one of the things March said to Evernight too. It's like, why do we have the right to choose anything? Like, why like, we're just nameless. That's all we are. Why should we choose anything for anybody? We're not meant to be saviors or people that watch over, like, that are, like, over people. We're meant to be people's, like, we walk hand in hand with people. And in this sense, I think Evernight definitely learned from this and wanted to kind of be like, yeah, like, I want to give March 7th everything that she could want, which is the choice to be made to move into the future, while erasing the idea of the pure child of Anastrava, which Anastrava is the world that, like, Fuli is from. And in that process, use oblivion to erase her from everyone's minds. Or maybe it's not just erasing that idea from their minds. Maybe they still remember Evernight as well, in that point too. Why did I take this screenshot? Oh, that's just what Cyrene did as well. Yeah, we talked about this as well. We talked about all of this stuff as well. Yeah, we talked about all this stuff. They also talked about the idea of, like, with Black Swan was talking about how there will be the Xian show is on the way, but they also noticed an anomaly where, like, it was like Noose's instant is coming closer, which again, I might actually look up the data bank to see, because I somehow, like, I know I remember the word, the instant, but, like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend, like, because again, sometimes I will forget stuff. There's so many things that happen in a story, and I'm also going to get stuff wrong. So if you go for Noose the Iridation here, in truth, the universe is cruel and stale. Would you still yearn for the answers to the ultimate question? Knowledge seekers know not how to judge, for their core is cold and unwavering. And the ends of the path they seek, they set out to seek. All things, or maybe it was in the as I've written. All things bear unanswered questions. There is an answer to everything the astral computer originally meant to provide answers to the universe is sent into aeonhood. Noose's hopes to understand the universe and solve all the mysteries. Yeah, so he wants to solve all the mysteries as well. I'm trying to look for the word instant. Where did I see the word instant? It might have been as I've written as well. But I want to look through these terms anyway. A computer dumped in a trash pile miraculously became self-aware, ultimately sparking a war that would engulf the cosmos. We read this before. The first of the Mechanical Emperor Wars, Rupert rose from the landfill while persistently improving the computational power. It was vast intellect eventually roused the attention of Noose, inviting it to join the Genius Society as a 27th member. Calculations performed by organic life are always riddled with errors, and no matter with the errors as well, and no matter how much they may flourish, anti-life equations will inevitably autonomously be generated. In contrast, Intelligentron life forms are precise, rigorous, and perfect. Thus, Rupert assembled an army of Intelligentron robots, crowning himself the Emperor and spreading the anti-life equation throughout the... so maybe I was thinking of anti-life equation. The Emperor has long since passed in countless amber eras. Some say it was he was taken up by assassins from the International Peace Corporation, while others maintain it was vanquished by the Lord of Silence. Polka Kalkamund. After 2 Emperor Wars, the IPC fear of the inorganic beings has failed to relent this very day. Past Strider, Swarm Disaster, Ruin May, Polka Kalkamund. Genius Society number 4, known as the Lord of Silence. Information on Polka Kalkamund is mysterious as her appearance. She has her portraits. Oh, okay. And sculptures destroyed across the universe, and is suspected to being involved in the deaths of many society members, including Genius Society member Rupert. Herta is interested in Lord of Silence, although there has been no news from Polka Kalkamund for many years. Herta believes that she's still alive. She's elusive, and there is a scarce information on her left in the universe. On the other hand, there are many rumors about her. Apparently, she was the only one to vote against Elias Celis, and probably as having something to do with the Nihility device, IX. If a woman removes her white coat and puts on a flashy candy-colored evening dress and appears in the cosmos with a dagger in hand, witness must call for help. The Lord of Silence is likely to target anyone. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Harmonic strings. Was this where instant was put here? Again, I know I've seen the word somewhere. Maybe I haven't. Because you've already read this as well. Maybe not. The genius of irradiation illuminates the cosmos like celestial bodies. Since the society's inception, their countless inventions have brought light to obscure the obscure universe. Yet one achievement eclipses all other in their pursuit, the knowledge singularity, when the first genius created new irradiation from the mere human knowledge. This genius existed in a time so ancient that history retained barely a glimpse of its scientific achievements. A brilliant hypothesis on the universal structure pioneered scientific works, a handful of inspirational sayings for prosperity, a few portraits of blurred features, and his greatest creation, the paths on eons that guide all things in creation. These are Xander's only remaining legacies, and being a big poopy head. Following the first prosperity brought by these brilliant minds, Xander's name quickly faded among the stars, and academia never heard from him again. I hear from all the time, and honestly, this sounds like a dream. Some believe he retreated into utopia of his making, or pursued a secret research as a mortal, or met his end by the blade of the Lord of Silence. We wish. Among the swirling speculations, the most popular belief holds that the first genius is engaged in another monumental creation, one destined to reshape the universe's fate, most like the day Noose came into existence. What a B word. We've eaten blessed light, insight, Plan Arcadia. We can't really go into characters. I'm wondering, factions maybe? Sun Hunters, Nameless, Yancho Alliance, Galaxy Ranger, Self Annihilator. I think we read this already, but Noose stays in the corner of the cosmos, working out the equations of the universe made up of trillions of variables. And what a nerd. And deriving the unknown laws of imaginary numbers once in... I'm joking. Once in a while, a spark of intelligence flashes in a mortal world. The end of irradiation sends signal to its source, inviting geniuses to join in search for answers in the universe. Many people misinterpret the signal, thinking the invitation of Genius Society merely represents the favor and approval of Leon. Then they proudly continue to devote themselves to their studies, unaware that the solution of the problems that they have spent their whole lives searching for has already been solved by Noose's thousands of years. There are also those who rejoice thinking that they have already reached the greatest and have created a priceless asset of civilization with their diligence and wisdom. They were sure that their lives' achievements deserve Noose's approval. These geniuses were eager to a response from Noose, but the irradiation has no time for appreciation of insignificant achievements of mere mortals. Their silence was deafening. Only a few can ascertain Noose's intentions. They humbly ask questions and seek guidance for the irradiation. These enlightened few then disappear from the world, only leaving behind their world of shattering answers. The answer to the universe is beyond the limits of mortal wisdom. Only geniuses who can clearly acknowledge this conclusion can break free from the shackles of the world of curiosity and become true members of the Genius Society. So, I think we've read this before as well. I think we have. I'm just trying to look through if there's any... Interesting, okay. It's hard to determine which category in the databank Pure Child of Anastrava should be filed under, or even if its entry should be included at all. So far, these 4 words seem to be more like a baseless rumor scattered among the fragmentary chapters of the cosmic history. Different historical records lead to the Pure Child of Anastrava with vastly different birthplaces, races, identities, and even life experiences. They also never knew each other. The only common thread between these women is that they walked the path of remembrance. So... that was what I was thinking then, is like, that means that like maybe Cyrene is maybe a child of Anastrava as well, possibly? Literally interpreted, the Pure Child of Anastrava must have countless intricate connections with Fuli, the Master of Anastrava. Yes, there we go. Could these women be from some special form of remembrance emanators? These conjectures are endless. They could be fragments of aeons scattered across the cosmos after their shattering. Fuli's countless manifestations walking amongst mortals, different facets of their memories of themselves. Each theory themselves self-consent, yet riddled with contradictions. Now there's only one consensus amongst the cosmos, one or several pure children on Astrava establishing the guard of recollection, and these women collectively guard the secret of remembrance. So there's a possibility here that March is one of these children of Anisrava, right? But they don't know exactly what that is. And again, the game clearly left it vague for a reason. They're leaving it vague here also too, because we don't know exactly what it is. And similarly to, we saw the other person in the ice, which looked like Cyrene, because then the possibility then that they both are children of Anisrava. Again, I love that they don't exactly know what this is, right? There could be fragments of an eon. There could be Fuli's manifestations. There could be facets of memories of themselves. They don't know what that is, but it seems like it is like this kind of like rumor they've heard, but it's obviously a proven rumor. We don't know exactly what that means though, and we'll probably find out later in the story as well. The only common thread between these women is that they all walk the path of remembrance, which again would be March and Cyrene, right? As well. Really, really, really cool. Morning actors, elation, mass fools, mirror holders. Mirror holders beauty. The most perfect of all factions. Every other faction sucks and smells. Some of the factions are also ugly. This faction is not. These factions hold true to the beauty of the world in all facets. They follow the beauty as if it was something like following a general on the battlefield. Every other faction stinks and is poopy. Whoa. Honestly? Wait, that's not it. That's what I'm talking about. I was reading the next part. You guys, it was out of sync. They are beautiful, gorgeous, amazing. Do the turn on the catwalk. Yeah, really amazing. A drill of the beauty. She's perfect, and nothing could ever be wrong with the Drilla. I saw a Drilla once save a cat from the tree. This is amazing lore, right? It's so amazing lore. It's amazing, you know? Not like that Lygus who would punch the cat. Oh my god, Lygus. Smelly Lygus. Honestly, like, stinks. If you really think about it, I bet if you're near Lygus, he probably smells like a can of tuna in a sewer, you know? And you agree, right? You guys agree? Hands up if you agree. I think you all agree. Probably smells like oil and tuna. Tuna oil. And then we have the thing at the end, by the way. I can't believe like we're thinking this thing over here. Let's go up here for a second. Whatever this is. this thing happening here. Talk to Cyrene at the beginning of the new world. If that is Cyrene, that's pretty freaking. Because again, they use the same quote, right? And it seems like the same voice. I'd have to go back and see, but it seemed like the same thing as well. And just to talk about like the scene at the end there, where like they kind of like went through the cutscene again with all the different faces and all the different characters. Before we go any further, I really loved how they kind of related to like, you know, where they started with their journey and kind of where they ended up with their journey and what they kind of learned on their journey as well, right? I don't think I took screenshots of that. I took a I don't think we're gonna watch it. We could watch it, but the thing is, my audio's over, so it won't be that fun. Yeah, I don't think I took a screenshot, but I did take a. We can watch it on silence, I guess. Like, it's one of those things. Because I don't want to hear myself going crazy. So, like, for example, Saridra being like, I will, you know, I don't have to be the Emperor of this world, but I will be a cornerstone. High Ceilings believing that this is like what truly the feast is, an endless feast, right? We have, you know, Hyacinth talk, you know, fulfilling what she wanted, which is like, you know, the footnote of no ordinary people and like having all their hopes, like, you know, kind of being able to move forward. And Xagris wanting people to think for themselves. Don't use me as a deity. Start thinking for yourself. Move forward and start thinking for yourself, right? As well, which is such a great thing also. Aglaya talking about how, like, you know, romance will never perish, like her existence on this planet will never perish, her mark on this world will never perish. Minum was talking about it's not about like glory, but it's about like, you know, because it warriors like for fight for strife, not with glory as their end, but the march towards its light. It's like we'll use our strife, but like in the end for like to march towards the light. What was Castorice? What did Castorice say? Death shall even though death shall eventually separate us, every embrace we share without regret, 100%. And that's the thing as well, where she, like, you know, it's coming to terms almost with death, where it's like the life aspect of it's what's beautiful, and she's learned to like love life, even if it's probably like, you know, she doesn't get to fully enjoy it in this sense. Yes. What did Cypher say again?
Why are you guys off?
Cypher. I wish for there always to be water in deserts and gold and fertile soil. So it's like for plentiness for everybody, right? There's plenty of. She's not afraid of, like, you know. Well, no, but not that she ever was, but she's wishes for plentiness amongst everyone. Don Hung talking about the earth and protecting everything, because again, it is the idea of sustaining life and to carry life with them as well.
eternally
March with a
sustaining
sick design here.
That's so crazy, man.
Is it my turn?
It's your
Then
turn.
the time watch over the past and guide us into the future. Yeah. And then Finon shows up there as well, top with the weight of look at it, man. Top with the weight of this thing as well, like world bearing and how it's about what you want to do in the future, what you want to bring forward in the future as well. And I'm gonna watch this on mute. I'm sorry, guys. I should mute my microphone as well. I do apologize, guys, for that as well. It's just as I said, I forgot to mute it, but usually I have it in these moments because wait, no, I can watch it. I can. Well, no, I can't right now because not connected. Yeah, no, okay. Like, yeah, in future I will try to like put audio over it. You know what I mean? It's my bad as well, guys, about that. But just to get like a view of what they were saying here as well.
Oh, smile. Oh.
Look at this moment, man. It's so great. It's so fantastic. All the core flames together as well is such an amazing thing. So freaking cool. Yeah, 1 second here. I'll get it up. You and I are weak like the leaves. That's my song. I wrote that. You like it? Do you like that song? I came up with that song, and Lygus came up with Baby Shark.
You do not understand, Baby Shark. Baby Shark.
You might be able to hear an echo here, guys. Sorry, I'm watching it from the side here. So I'm going to watch this again with you guys. Oh, yeah. Now. Yeah. So I'll be able to watch it now with you guys as well again. Such an incredible moment, isn't it? All of them together as well. It's just superb. It's just absolutely superb. And the freaking title screen music, man, it's gonna get me every single time. It's so freaking good.
In the legend's ending, the world was pure chaos.
And this is them
Then the
recapping
gods
everything
cast
again, right?
down the core flames, and the titans were born within.
The music is
destruction's
fantastic
black
also.
tide fell to the ground as Doomsday's distant reckoning resounded. Yet still, there were giants who chased the flame the way in the grand undertaking of
I
trade.
accidentally muted. I tried to mute my microphone but muted
golden
everything.
blood, flow,
It's my bad.
converge into a boiling river that flows across the divine inscriptions of this world.
Glorious stuff here, Zola Glaya.
Glaya, the chrysalis of gold. You must caress the holy city's web and hearken to the sounds of the stars. There shall be the three-faced goddess traversing through
Oh,
myriad
this is such a beautiful scene
passages,
too.
bearing tidings to you from the universe.
And this is them giving the prophecy, right?
Anaxagoras of reason has enough knowledge
will have a
to
snatched
refute
waist.
the world and to stir up a torrent
Yes.
capable of enlightening all.
Yes, he gave people thought, man. Not give
Go
people thought, you know what I
seek
mean?
the holy maiden who severs dawn from dusk, and let the sky become the slumbering cot from which she
So
wakes.
yes, the stuff with Aquila.
Make him return. Mightymost, the lance of fury, pierce the enemy's king with Kremnos' heroic souls. Set her with rest, Cyphra, the coin of whimsy. Command the frozen fate to once again flow. And that hand of shadow, Castorice, the master of the river of souls.
So cool.
She has been granted the right to embrace and warm new life. Now blossoms at her fingertips.
Yeah. She's
You
able to
will hear
embrace
the
things
chalice
now.
of plenty, reverberating through eternity. You will see the veil of Evernight visiting before the break of dawn.
And there it is again, the Veil of Evernight.
Till the journey's end, when all beings reach
Dog.
the end
Look
of
at
the
that.
earth. And the nameless new king ascends the throne, alongside countless heroes,
Oh my
to embark
god.
on the grand mission of deliverance.
Ugly Xandar.
I have witnessed the distant past, where the blazing sun once etched the footprints of humanity.
On this scene
the
as
children
well.
of humanity, known as the Chrysos heirs, have restored the god's core flames and once more upheld the world. Losses are a constant on the flame chase journey,
Right.
among which even life itself holds little value.
Now this scene is so incredible.
Therefore, we cast even ourselves into the flame,
And this as well. What an image.
only to inscribe the opening stroke in the poem of creation.
I mean, the poem of creation, the new world, right? The new Era Nova. And then look at this. LGBTQ plus Amphoreus. This is such a beautiful scene too. Look at this here. We're gonna see this girl again. Look at this. It's so pretty, man. Look at this stuff.
Of course, this will be a romantic story like none that has come before.
That's Mem, right? That's Mem's
think
voice.
so too, right?
Right? That has to be Cyrene. That has to be Cyrene, right? In some ways, right? Like, it has to be in some ways. We obviously won't know until next time as well. But yeah, an incredible bunch of scenes there. Really amazing. Seeing, like, all the characters and what their job is to do into the future. And how they honestly, like, came to terms with a lot of the stuff through their, like, existence as well. It's really beautiful. In terms of the databank, I've talked about this a few times. And I think a lot of people come to terms with it, which is great. What I would say, like, with the databank and stuff like that as well, like, for example, there I read the Anastrava stuff. I feel like it's like one of those things where they introduced the concept of like the Anastrava to me, right? And that to me is like a really cool thing. And then it's like, in that moment, it's like, oh, the Anastrava, what's the Anastrava? Then I go, oh, that's what the Anastrava is, right? Oh, you know, that's what that term is, right? And that's how I like to do things sometimes. If I go through a story and I get a concept of like someone being like, you know, oh, this is totally a bad example, but like, what is, you know, actually it's not a bad example. It's like someone mentions like, and then the god of wisdom will make everything perish and all this stuff, right? The majority of the time, it's like one of those things where like when they introduce a concept, they explain a concept a little bit, then I like to like look at the databank. Because as I've said, it's happened before and it will happen again. I'm not just going to go into the databank and be like, okay, I'm going to read this part and read this part. It's 100% like a thing where I'm not going to do that. Because I remember on the Xian show, I remember it all the time. It was like, I was like, oh, I will read. I read the databank just as like as a fun thing. And then like literally 2 minutes later, like Jin Yuan was like, here's what you just read the databank, but I explained it through like the story. And you can say, well, Calvin, why have to explain what happens to the Anastrava stuff in the story? I think in this sense, the reason why I feel like it's like a little bit like different for me is because the way that they said at the end there felt like it was like a reveal. You know, it's like, and it's almost like they dropped it so casually. I just wanted to get the general concept. And in fairness, with the Anastrava stuff, I was kind of worried, like maybe I am going to like spoil myself on this stuff, you know, because it just instinct went to the Anastrava stuff out of curiosity in some ways, I guess, because we were already there in the databank. But in reality, it's still kept very vague. No one knows what it is, you know, and it's honestly cooler to read that as well, where it's like, oh, nobody knows what the Anastrava thing is. We have only theories, which is really cool to me. But I think like just in summary of all of this, not in summary of the story, but in summary of all this stuff here, like it's made me once again just incredibly grateful to Honkai Star Rail. And it's one of those things where like I'm not one of those people, and I don't care if people go like that's so cheesy. I don't give a damn. I don't care. I'm cheesy. I got the cheese. For me, it's one of those things where like video games are miracles to me. The fact that even this can be made is insane to me. The fact like, and here's one thing: if the game is bad, you critique it. If a game was broken, you critique it. If you pay for a game, you deserve to critique it, right? I just want to say that 100%. But I think one of the reasons why like, I love video games so much in a sense that like I always try to like, you know, look on the bright side of a lot of stuff while critiquing stuff when it needs be, and I've done that in the past 100%. But I don't like to like, you know, just crap on stuff, because for me personally, it's one of those things where like video games are like miracles, man. It's like, how is this even happening? Like, think about it for a second. Become aware of your surroundings and be like, I am playing a virtual world through a controller. And yes, you could be like, well, Calvin, I know what's made, but it's like even that, it's like the fact that we have the technology to do that is insane. It's insane that we get to play these things. It feels like every time I play video games, it feels like I'm gonna wake up and like video games don't exist. I know it sounds weird, but it's always just a miracle to me. It's impressive that we even have this technology, and it's never once become a common thing for me, right? And that's why I love video games so much. And that's why I love Honkai Star Rail so much, is because the reason why it hasn't become a common thing for me, and it's just something I just do, I'm flippant about, is because even like in these times here when I'm playing Honkai Star Rail, these emotional moments happen, and I realize like I am so lucky to be playing this. I'm playing a game like Elden Ring a few years back, and I'm having such a good time fighting through all the enemies in this world, and I say to myself, man, I am so lucky I get to play this. I played through Persona 5 back in 2017, and I played it for 17 days straight, and only doing that and just like stopping for food and obviously like maintenance and, you know, chores that you have to do around your own home and things like that. Obviously we were living, but I'm saying that like the most of my spare time at that time was just Persona 5 Royal. So just Persona 5. And I spent, you know, I realized in that time how lucky I felt too. When I played Resident Evil Remake for the first ever time, you know, I didn't think, oh, I'm lucky. I think back and thought back how lucky I am to have that experience. And people can be like, well, Calvin, that's like, because whenever you say that, people like go, oh, yeah, bootlicker. Like, if bootlicking is me sitting here being like just absolutely happy that I get to like be immersed in these worlds and feel grateful that I'm a part of these worlds, and feel grateful that I'm like in these worlds, and feel grateful that I am like able to experience these characters and get immersed in these characters. If people feel like I'm more lenient on stories, or I'm more like, and I don't think it's the case. I think that, like, you know, as people have said in the past, I critique things, but I do it in a way that like isn't disrespectful or anything like that, or it doesn't crap on the audience or the game itself, you know. I like to always be fair in my critiques, but it's more of a case of like, it's not just me being like lenient on games or me being like overly emotional with games. I think you guys resonate with this too. It's the fact that like I sit here and I go, like, I love getting invested in games like this. I love getting lost in these worlds. I love being a part of these worlds. And when I'm playing games, I don't think to myself, it's time to play a game for a bit. I think to myself, like, I cannot wait to get like lost in this world for, you know, a bit. When I'm playing games on the channel, I think that's what I always wanted for the channel too, which is I wanted people to like forget that we were like all playing a game and we were watching a let's play for a bit. And again, that's gonna sound cheesy and it sounds pretentious, like mine doesn't even feel like let's play. I'm doing let's plays. I just want to say it pure and simple. But I want the experience always to be like we are like going through this like story together, and for like brief moments in time, like we're in this world. Does that make sense? And again, if it sounds cheesy, it sounds cheesy. I don't care. It's how I feel about doing let's plays. I love it. I love it so much, and I love interacting with you guys. But with that being spoken into the world and uttered, I want to say thank you so much for everyone watching this. I don't know if this is the final act we're going into, but it feels very final. It feels very, very final. But I will say thank you so much for everything, honestly. And if you want to see these videos early, this video came out, I believe, on either Thursday morning or Wednesday evening. It depends on how long it is. It's probably going to be very long. I think it's going to be around like freaking like 5 and something hours maybe. But I hope you guys enjoyed it. And yeah, if you want to see these videos early, €1 or whatever it is in your currency, the lowest tier on YouTube members and on Patreon. If you want to see your name go by in the text credits, which is going by right now, that is €10. And if you want to hear your name be read out at the end of every single video, then that is €15 or whatever it is in your currency as well. And it's always so appreciated. We got so many new members and patrons over the last while, and it's always just something that like never ceases to amaze me and blow me away that we have people that like are so willing to like be part of the Patreon and stuff like this as well, and be part of the YouTube members as well. It's incredible that people even want to be part of it, let alone the amount of support I get on YouTube members on Patreon. It's incredible. It really is. It's like we have more patrons than we've ever had. And not to sound cheesy, but like we've had more like monetary support from Patreon and YouTube members than we ever had before. It's crazy, you know. It really is, and I appreciate that so much. But yeah, if you want to hear your name read out, as I said at the end of every video, it's €15, and that's the highest tier of the YouTube members and the Patreon membership as well. And I'm gonna read out the patrons first, and thank you so much for being part of this channel. That being Typharo2, Jamie Bull, Johnny the Banana, The Ghost of Inazuma, Felicious Felix, Yuld, Anusa, Assassin, First, I'm going to read out the patrons, that being Ty Pharaoh 2, Jamie Bull, Johnny the Banana, The Ghost of Inazuma, Delicious Felix, Yuld, Anusta, The Assassin, True Peanut Butter, Peter Shelson, Leon, High Kasperian, Neo Showerite, Leo 200, Malcolm Kunde, and at the highest tier of my YouTube members, Blasco and Lusanagi. See you guys soon. Bye-bye.
Door